Chapter 1, Cheat Arrival. Female Emperor fans sign in here. Robin fans sign in here. If you are a fan of Kun Kun, please sign in. See Circle Calendar, end of 1483. At this time, there are still about 3 months until the Battle of God Valley, the world-class war with the largest scale of powerful warriors in the entire pirates' world. A few days ago, on an unknown island within the Grand Line, a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with a well-proportioned figure and a resolute face, was sitting on the beach with red eyes and a trembling body, looking at the wet and salty waves hitting the fine sand at the beach. Why? Why on earth? I finally traveled to a new world where I can have family affection. Why do you treat me like this? Damn celestial dragons! If one day I gain the power to rule the world, you will all die, not a single one will survive, all of you go to hell. This young man named Luo Ho was originally a veteran Pirates comics fan from Earth. More than 10 years ago, Luo Ho had just finished his coming-of-age ceremony in an orphanage. On his first day in society, a speeding Dongfeng Daun crossed the Madara crossing and fell into his arms. At that moment, Luo Ho didn't even feel the pain, and he felt the light again. Then he was reborn into an ordinary family in the pirates' world. And the era in which he was reborn was the Rocks era before the beginning of the Great Pirates era. In this age where emperors are everywhere and admirals are worse than dogs, Luo Ho deeply feels the importance of strength. Therefore, after he grew up, in addition to helping his father and mother go fishing at sea on a daily basis, he also trained his physical fitness very hard, in order to gain greater power. However, the gap in talent between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between people and dogs. Luo Ho has obviously been working out very hard. But apart from the obvious strength gains in the first few months, there was basically no significant improvement afterwards. However, Luo Ho did not fall into depression because of this, but instead increased the intensity of his training. And he keeps lookout at sea every day, hoping that a devil fruit will fall from the sky and land in his hands. But, unfortunately, all this is just a fantasy after all. He did not become a truly strong man. There is also no ability to obtain devil fruit. He is just an ordinary person in the pirates' world, just like everyone else. Fortunately, his new family was able to maintain a life above the poverty line through continuous hard work. Overall, I'm not very rich, but I'm doing okay. But just 4 days ago, this ordinary yet warm life came to an end. Luo Ho's family, who had just returned from fishing, encountered several celestial dragons who came to the island to play a game of hunting lower beings while packing up their remaining catch on their way home. Celestial dragons are the absolute nobility in this world. In this group, everyone looks at others with an inferior gaze. In the eyes of celestial dragons, the lives of ordinary people are not as valuable as the puppies they keep in their rooms. Even breathing the same air with these low-class untouchables made them feel greatly insulted. According to the conversations between the celestial dragons who came to the island, Luo Ho learned that they were preparing for the upcoming God Valley hunting game. Just to improve his shooting skills, he came directly to the island and shot and killed ordinary civilians. How can such behavior be called cruel? As soon as Luo Ho's parents discovered the celestial dragons shooting indiscriminately, they grabbed his wrist and wanted to take Luo Ho away from the island immediately. But before the three of them could run a few steps away, the golden pistol in celestial dragon's hand had already sprayed out hot bullets, and then almost instantly tore the throat of Luo Ho's father, bringing out a pool of warm blood. Before his father died, Luo Ho vaguely heard his father admonishing him not to be impulsive and to take his mother away from the island immediately. However, Luo Ho had no time to feel sad when the family affection he had worked so hard to obtain was gone so quietly. Celestial dragon's bullets shot through him and his mother again. However, seeing this warm family of 3 dying so easily in their hands, several celestial dragons just laughed disdainfully as if nothing had happened, mocking the fragility of their prey. It was not until a few days had passed that Luo Ho's blurry eyes slowly opened. He found out that he survived. The reason was that the celestial dragon's bullet pierced his right chest, and his heart grew on the left side, which was different from that of ordinary people. Luo Ho, who had just regained consciousness, immediately lifted the bed sheet and wanted to go over to look for news about his parents. But when he saw the names of his parents on the bodies that had been covered with white cloths by the surviving villagers, Luo Ho couldn't help but tremble all over. This is so painful. The premise is that he has never experienced the warmth from family love. Now they finally have a happy family, but it is completely destroyed again because of the celestial dragons. Don't be sad, kid. They are the world's nobles. We commoners have no way to deal with them. Pull yourself together, life has to go on. You are already an adult, you need to learn to be strong. The elderly village chief patted Luo Ho on the shoulder and gave him an earnest warning. The village chief really doesn't want such a young man to be completely depraved because of this incident. However, Luo Ho did not take the village chief's words to heart at all. Instead, he buried his parents' bodies under the big tree in front of his house with an expressionless face and began to pack up his things as if he was going on a long journey. All of this is because of those damn celestial dragons. What the hell are you talking about, world nobility? One day, I will twist all of your heads off and smash them into pieces. No one can stop me. From today on, I don't care about right or wrong. Whoever dares to stand in my way will die. Luo Ho's eyes were filled with ultimate murderous intent. At this moment, his hatred towards the celestial dragons had reached an ultimate level. Even though he currently has no power to touch the celestial dragons living on the red line. However, he has decided to go out to sea to find the devil fruit, which is known as the secret treasure of the sea, to increase his strength. This is a good thing, one day in the future I can kill celestial dragons and avenge my parents. After calming himself down, Luo Ho loaded his packed bag, untied the small fishing boat that his family used to make a living, and began his journey out to sea towards the surging waves. At this moment, a series of ding-dong system prompt sounds suddenly rang in Luo Ho's mind. Ding successfully absorbed Ultimate's killing intent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced stage Conqueror's Haki. The attribute absorption system is officially activated. Luo Ho, who was sitting in a small fishing boat observing the sea chart, suddenly became calm when he heard the system's prompt and felt the violent power that suddenly surged into his mind. As a veteran fan of Pirates comics, Luo Ho also has some understanding of the system texts in the Pirates novel world. Judging from fast-paced novels like Pirates, as long as the system is activated, it will definitely be a cool and exciting system. As long as one has this kind of cheat, even an ordinary person can quickly enhance his or her strength in a very short period of time and reach the highest level of power in the world. In other words, at this moment, Luo Ho felt that his chance to take revenge had come. Please introduce your basic functions, Tongzi brother. After forcibly suppressing his inner emotions, Luo Ho quickly checked the basic functions of cheat. Ding. The attribute absorption system can help the host absorb other people's attributes, swordsmanship, physical skills, fruit abilities and other strength-enhancing substances in daily life or battle. And the stronger the enemy's strength, the higher the attribute the host can absorb. Can you absorb the attribute power of others? Then if I go straight to Rox Dzebek, the current overlord of the sea, wouldn't I be able to become the strongest in the world? Luo Ho browsed the system's function introduction with excitement. At the moment when the system was activated, his murderous intent became even stronger. Host Luo Ho. Age, 18. Strength, 18, normal adult male 10. Agility, 18, normal adult male 10. Physical strength, 30, normal adult male 10. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Skills, none. Fruit ability, none. Put a female emperor to guard the building. Chapter 2 Absorbing the Attributes of Fish Schools. After taking a quick look at his system panel, Luo Ho had some basic understanding of his current strength positioning. His hard daily training after crossing into the pirates' world was very effective. At least compared to ordinary adult men, he is definitely very powerful. Although this little bit of strength is nothing in front of this crazy sea, it is still better than nothing. How do I absorb the attribute? It seems I have to find an island with people first. Thinking that the strength that he had once dreamed of was now within his reach, Luo Ho was not willing to delay any more time. He waved the oars frantically and sailed towards the nearest island quickly. However, at this moment, the huge noise of him slapping the sea surface actually startled a group of flying fish that were swimming over, causing them to leap out of the sea surface frantically. However, Luo Ho is no longer interested in catching these flying fish that were once very expensive. But when he looked over, he suddenly discovered that tiny spherical objects shining with colorful light were falling from the jumping flying fish. And these colorful balls seemed to be attracted by gravity and kept gathering into his body. After seeing this scene, Luo Ho realized very clearly that this was the ability to absorb external attributes that the system mentioned at the beginning. Although Luo Ho didn't understand why these broken fish could drop attributes, he expressed his great respect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1 point of physical strength. The system prompt sound did not last long. It just flashed by and then fell into silence. Obviously, these schools of flying fish can only provide a few attributes. However, Luo Ho still feels very happy about the arrival of this unexpected surprise. Although his current attributes were only those of a relatively strong ordinary person, Luo Ho believed that as long as he continued to absorb the attributes of the strong, he would definitely become a strong man in a short period of time. Even if you are lucky enough to join Rock's Pirate directly to gain points, and then absorb the attributes dropped by strong people like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, etc., your strength will increase even faster. It can also directly absorb swordsmanship, haki, taijutsu, and even devil fruit abilities that only strong people can possess. In the world of pirates, in addition to basic physical strength, a series of special skills such as haki, swordsmanship, devil fruit, etc. cannot be ignored. No matter which of these is cultivated to the world's strongest level, it will be able to directly cause extremely high destructive power. But generally speaking, these skills and the like ultimately need to rely on personal physical strength as a foundation. Swordsmanship and physical skills require tremendous physical strength to exert more terrifying destructive power. The special regular energy of devil fruit also requires the consumption of physical strength to be converted. Among these skills, haki is an attack technique derived from the human body becoming too powerful. People with strong physiques can definitely possess haki. Some people who are born with a kingly temperament can even directly awaken the invincible temperament of Conqueror's haki. Luo Ho has currently activated the system directly because of the extremely strong murderous aura before, and then converted into an advanced Conqueror's haki. Host Luo Ho. Age, 18. Strength, 20, normal adult male 10. Agility, 20, normal adult male 10. Physical strength, 32, normal adult male 10. Haki, Conqueror's haki, advanced. Skills, none. Fruit ability, none. After casually looking through the data panel that had slightly changed, Luo Ho also clearly felt that his current strength had improved slightly. What a pity. If I could pass by a Sea King right now, I might be able to directly absorb a large amount of attributes to strengthen my body. After looking with slight disappointment at the fact that there was no trace of Sea Kings on the sea, Luo Ho did not consolidate his thoughts anymore and headed towards the island. After sailing for several hours on the rough sea, Luo Ho finally saw a green island appearing on the sea level right in front of him. The well-arranged residential houses on it can be clearly recognized that this is a very rich island. After determining the direction of the port on the island in front of him, Luo Ho immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the island, waving the oars frantically. He now urgently needs to find a place with huge flow of people to madly absorb attributes that can improve his strength. After a long time, Luo Ho landed on the island and walked towards the center of the town. And the crowd he had been waiting for a long time finally appeared in front of him. Since there was a very obvious gap between human power and the non-fish group before, these civilians living on the island instantly dropped a large number of shining attribute balls after approaching Luo Ho's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 30 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 25 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 30 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 20 points of physical strength. The moment the system prompt sounded, Luo Ho only felt very clear changes taking place in his body. Although these are attribute balls dropped by ordinary people, as long as the base number is large enough, the attributes that can be absorbed will also be a considerable number. He wandered for a long time in the center of the island with the heaviest traffic, until ordinary people could no longer drop any attributes, and then Luo Ho began to count his numerical gains this time. At this moment, his basic physical level has changed significantly from before. The originally sturdy figure grew a little taller to about 2 meters after this huge basic attribute poured into the body. And the stacked muscles on the body also became more swollen and full. Chapter 3 Marine Major. Host Luo Ho. Age, 18. Strength, 160, Naval Headquarters Major Level. Agility, 130, Naval Headquarters Major Level. Physical Strength, 300, Naval Headquarters Major Level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. Skills, Fishing Techniques, Street Fighting Skills, Fruit Wine Brewing, Basic Navigation Skills. Fruit Ability, None. Feeling the power constantly generated within his body, the flame of revenge in Luo Ho's heart suddenly burned more fiercely. The murderous gaze swept around and instantly aroused the aura energy deep in his mind that belonged only to Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a reddish energy wave invisible to the naked eye spread out to a distance of nearly several kilometers from Luo Ho's body. The people around him only had direct contact for less than a second, and then they began to foam at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and fell to the ground, unconscious. In this regard, Luo Ho could only say sorry silently in his heart. After all, this was the first time he accidentally used Conqueror's Haki, and he currently did not have the ability to directly and skillfully control it. Although my strength has greatly improved, it is impossible to seek revenge on the celestial dragons with this little power. After confirming that the attributes dropped by ordinary people could no longer improve him, Luo Ho turned his gaze to Hakinosu Island on the sea chart. It is known as the Pirates' Carnival Paradise, where countless vicious and murderous pirates gather. In such an environment, there are naturally countless strong people in Rock's Pirate. As long as he can join Rock's Pirate and absorb enough attribute energy and powerful physical fighting skills, Luo Ho's chances of revenge on celestial dragons will be greatly improved. However, it is impossible to join Rock's Pirate just by wishful thinking. In this era named Rock's, if you want to join his team, you need to go through an assessment. The content of the examination is simple at the same time, but it is also extremely difficult at the same time. Because Rock's Dzebek, as the captain of the Rock's Pirate, gave his fleet the only requirement to enter. That is to have a level of strength that can be accepted by him. If you want to be noticed by such a sea overlord, then your own strength must at least be able to fight a one-on-one duel with the admiral of the naval headquarters without losing. There aren't many key Rock's Pirate team members. Among them, whether it is Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Akoku, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin and others. They are all powerful players who can stably suppress or even directly win against Admiral of Headquarters. After staying on the island for a few hours to replenish his fishing boat with water and food, Luo Ho returned to the port where he landed, ready to set off again to a new island to find more powerful passers-by to absorb attributes and strengthen himself. However, just as he was about to loosen the rope tied to the wooden piles in the harbor to secure the fishing boat, an unidentified ship flying a skull and crossbones flag slowly approached under the cover of night. Pirates? That's strange. There are still some idle people who haven't been involved in the Rocks pirates. Luo Ho walked away from his original position with a very vigilant look, and quietly stayed in the darkness, observing the movements of this group of pirates. The total number of pirates in this group was about 20 to 30, and each of them had more or less bloody wounds on their bodies. Judging from the opponent's condition, it can be estimated that it was caused by a fierce battle with other pirates' forces at sea. At this moment, Luo Ho suddenly felt a sense of induction in his heart. He felt that among the pirates, there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes staring at him hiding in the dark corner. It's observation hacky. Luo Ho frowned. As a veteran Pirates fan, he knew very well that at this moment he had been discovered by the pirates with observation hacky. But he was not afraid at all. If these small pirates could make him retreat, then how could he talk about revenge against the celestial dragons? Isn't this a joke? The pirates who discovered his figure noticed that Luo Ho did not flee directly because of his gaze, and then he clapped his hands and showed a cruel smile. Pa 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 pa. Young man, I admire your courage. Seeing a big pirate like me with a bounty of 9 million berries, they didn't choose to run away. How about it? Laozi will give you a chance to join my pirates group. Let's go looking for treasures in the sea together. Looking at the other person's attire and tone, Luo Ho realized that this person should be the captain of the pirate's ship in front of him. As for the other party's invitation to him to become a member of the pirates group, Luo Ho was not interested at all. It's just a small group of pirates and it's not worth wasting his time here. However, Luo Ho was still slightly interested in the fact that the captain of this pirates actually possessed the hacky ability Observation Hacky, which was extremely useful in the early stages. He planned to use this group of pirates to test his current true strength level, and further strengthen his own strength. The attribute absorption system, in addition to being able to absorb basic attributes normally, is more importantly capable of absorbing the opponent's hacky attributes and various combat skills and other enhanced attributes during battle. Joining the pirates? It's not impossible, but you have to at least prove your strength first. If you are too weak, no one will look down on you little pirates. Seeing that his figure had been completely exposed, Luo Ho no longer hid, but simply stood in front of a group of pirates and challenged them. Although he might not be able to defeat the captain with his current strength, it would be very easy for him to teach ordinary crew members a lesson by absorbing their attributes. However, before Luo Ho finished speaking, the captain, who had been smiling, suddenly looked gloomy, as if he was angry about Luo Ho's words. Who are you calling the little pirates? Laozi is Captain Jackman, a super strong man with a bounty of 9 million berries. Guys, kill this ignorant kid. Let him know that pirates cannot be insulted. The captain's voice fell. Luo Ho was suddenly surrounded by pirates. All of them had smiles on their faces and held cold machetes in their hands. Kid. It's not too late to apologize to our Captain Jackman. Otherwise, be careful of the steel knife in Laozi's hand. White knife in, yellow knife out. One of the pirates holding a machete laughed. As it was already dark, the pirates did not see clearly that Luo Ho, whom they called a little devil, was not that weak. Luo Ho naturally had no intention of explaining this situation, because at this moment he was quietly absorbing the basic attributes dropped by these pirates members. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 14 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 17 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 14 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 20 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 11 points of physical strength. Although these pirates members are not that powerful, at least they can still drop some useful attributes compared to ordinary adult males. But after just a few seconds, these ordinary pirates could no longer have any effect on Luo Ho. Hey, hey, hey! Didn't your parents teach you to be polite? I'm talking to you. Due to Luo Ho's silence, the pirates who had been mumbling at the scene seemed to feel that he had been ignored. He was so angry that he started to curse. These words hit Luo Ho's heart so hard that his face immediately began to twist. He had just hidden his pain for not long before it was once again exposed by these damn pirates. Good, good. Very good. You have found a way to die. Luo Ho's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then, with the coordination of all the muscles in his body, a powerful force suddenly burst out, and he rushed into the crowd of pirates like a cannonball. Bang! In a flash, a muffled sound was heard, and Luo Ho, with his agility far exceeding that of an ordinary person, quickly threw a punch. The very lucky pirates, who had no time to react, was hit by Zhang Dao's precise punch in the middle of the eye socket, like hitting a watermelon, and his head exploded instantly. The headless body flew across the sky, deader than dead. Is that the level? I want to fight 10. Luo Ho had an indifferent expression, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and he casually shook off the bloodline on his fist. He did not feel any discomfort at all because it was his first time killing someone. Chapter 4, Vulnerable. Nanny. Is this real or not? This power. Blasting a person's head directly from the front? This kind of scene can only appear in front of a hacky master like the captain, right? He watched helplessly as his partner was punched in the head by Luo Ho in less than a second, with his brains splattered all over the ground. The pirates at the scene all widened their eyes and looked in horror at Luo Ho, who in their eyes was just a kid who had just reached adulthood. Captain! There's something strange about this kid. The pirates retreated in fear. They are certainly not afraid of killing people, but the impact of such a scene of people's heads exploding and flying everywhere in an instant is too great for humans. The headless corpse was still lying on the ground, twitching. How could they dare to move forward? However, facing the pleading gazes of his crew members, Jackman did not react at all but gave orders in a very disdainful tone. It's just a brat. There are almost 20 of you. Can't you even deal with a brat? Why don't we all rush over and hack him to death? Captain, I'm watching you from behind. Go up and hack him to pieces. Avenge our comrade. Seeing that his crew was so useless, Jackman immediately shouted loudly in annoyance, and the pirates who had nowhere to retreat could only swallow hard and start to swim around cautiously, looking for a suitable angle of attack. Compared to Luo Ho, they are more afraid of Captain Jackman, who is said to have eaten the fruit of power. And if there are more than a dozen pirates attacking together, it should be very easy to capture this kid. Although their pirates group is not large, they cooperate with each other very well. What they are best at is rushing forward and chopping some tricky enemies to pieces with their swords. However, facing the pirates who surrounded him in a circle again, Luo Ho showed an excited expression. Just now, at the moment when he killed the pirates, a ball of weak attribute energy actually surged out from the pirate's body. According to Luo Ho's own understanding, this attribute absorption system should be able to maximize the absorption of the opponent's attribute energy only by completely killing the enemy. If this is the case, then the next experiment will be much simpler. As long as you kill people and absorb their attributes, you can become stronger more quickly. Little brat! You've revealed your weakness. You dare to be distracted when fighting with so many of us? You're simply courting death. Just as Luo Ho was thinking about more sophisticated ways to use the system, the pirates who surrounded him seemed to have suddenly taken stimulants, shouting about flaws and rushing up like waves. However, facing these pirates charging towards him, Luo Ho's expression did not change at all. He just used his agility attribute to the ultimate level. He strode forward without any hesitation, swinging his fists wildly, and struck 7 or 8 pirates in the heart with lightning speed and then pierced through them. With a crackling sound, the sternums of these pirates seemed to be made of brittle bones and were broken open in an instant. Feeling his strength rapidly increasing again, Luo Ho's face turned extremely rosy and he showed a classic villain smile. The bent fingers continuously moved the pirates whose chests were pierced, just like eating tender white tofu with its white core taken out directly. Blood splattered all over the ground, and then the bodies lost their life and fell to the ground half kneeling like garbage, dying a tragic death. He he he, it's delicious. Luo Ho let out a strange laugh. Then suddenly he threw a punch. With a bang, it went straight through the back of the head of a pirate who had lost the will to fight and tried to escape. The scene was like a cardboard walnut exploding in an instant, with red and white splashing everywhere. The scene was extremely horrifying. At a speed of killing one small pirate almost every second, Luo Ho took care of more than 10 or 20 lives in a short while. Every time he kills an enemy without reservation and absorbs basic attributes, his body becomes stronger and stronger, making the killing more and more exciting. Even those pirates' cotters who had some strength were killed by their fists. After dealing with all the pirates on the scene, Luo Ho looked at the pirate captain named Jackman. But at this time, the pirate's captain was already sweating profusely. He swore that he had never seen a person in his life who could treat human life as worthless as grass and be so merciless. Although he often kills people, he would never do it as cleanly and neatly as this young man without any nonsense. Who are you? Ah! I don't want to be a pirate anymore, Mom, I want to go home. Jackman widened his eyes in horror, turned around and ran away. He didn't have the courage to fight against a murderer like Luo Ho. Hey! Want to escape? Seeing this, Luo Ho said with disdain, and his highly agile body immediately chased after him, then released the dark red Conqueror's haki directly at Jackman who was trying to escape. Conquerors! What kind of monster are you? The moment he felt his mind go dizzy, Jackman felt creepy and terrified. He had no time to react and could only turn around and mobilize his haki power. His palm turned black and he quickly slapped Luo Ho. Bang! Jackman slapped out with his palm, which directly hit Luo Ho's swung fist with a dull sound. After the two sides competed secretly for a while, Luo Ho was not strong enough and was beaten back 7 or 8 steps. But Luo Ho was not afraid because he had become stronger under the attack of Jackman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 200 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 132 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 78 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 67 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 400 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 239 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the physical fitness standard and successfully absorbing armament haki, primary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the physical fitness standard and successfully absorbing observation haki, basic. Feeling the power flowing into his body again, Luo Ho wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth as if he had taken stimulants, and then his fists turned black. Come again. Let me see how much you weigh. At this moment, Luo Ho Conqueror's haki was fully activated, and the whole person rushed forward quickly like a cannonball aimed at the target. Seeing this, Jackman's expression changed obviously. Shock. Horror. Before he used observation haki and armament haki, he could clearly sense that this Luo Ho monster had absolutely no haki energy. But after he launched the attack, haki appeared on the opponent's body. At this moment, Jackman only felt an absurd idea appear in his mind. That is, the young man in front of him seems to be able to quickly improve his combat effectiveness in battle, and he can even easily learn haki, an energy that requires hard training to master. This kind of strange talent and ability was something he had never heard of or seen before, even though he had been active in the Grand Line for several years. Old thief! I need you to help me practice. Don't come over here. Chapter 5 I want you to help me practice. Jackman watched helplessly as Luo Ho, this freak, increased his speed by more than double the previous time. His face suddenly changed. But, at this moment, it was too late for him to react. Before he could take a defensive stance, Luo Ho had already raised his hand and slammed his sandbag-sized fist with the shiny black haki, which instantly hit his temple. With a bang, he fell to the ground on the spot. Snap! Snap! The sound of broken bones followed one after another. Luo Ho, who had been strengthened again, smashed the bones at Jackman's temple into pieces with just one punch. The heroic bones had even pierced through the flesh and blood, which was twisted and weirdly revealed on the cheeks. The temple is one of the most vulnerable and also the most deadly parts of the human body. At this time, Jackman, who suffered a heavy blow, only felt dizzy and seemed to lose consciousness at any time. However, Luo Ho had no intention of letting him go. He calmly pulled him up from the ground and punched him again. Puff! Snap! After the tooth-grinding sound of flesh and blood collapsing was heard, Jackman's body trembled for a while, and then slowly lost his life. With Jackman's death, the corpse in front of Luo Ho collapsed and burst into a glowing attribute ball. This is the last contribution Jackman can make. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 107 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 37 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 36 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 91 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 27 points of physical strength. The moment the attribute ball was absorbed into the body, the system prompt sounded. Luo Ho suddenly felt that his whole body had gained a small boost again. At this moment, he was completely different from the ordinary person's body before. Moreover, at the moment when such a huge amount of basic attributes poured into his body, Luo Ho's originally relatively normal height increased by more than 30 centimeters again, directly reaching an astonishing height of about 2.7 meters. With such a strong physique, Luo Ho only felt that the blue veins and blood vessels in his body suddenly emerged, crawling all over his body like green earthworms, becoming thicker and more powerful. After killing Jackman and absorbing all of his basic attributes, Luo Ho's already very strong body became even more terrifying. Even on his back, a demonic face made up of muscles could be vaguely seen. Host Luo Ho. Age, 18. Strength, 1239, Naval Headquarters General Officer Level. Agility, 1001, Naval Headquarters Officer Level. Physical Strength, 1863, Naval Headquarters General Officer Level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, Observation Haki, Beginner, Armament Haki, Beginner. Skills, Basic Navigation, Basic Fighting Skills, Fruit Wine Brewing Technology. Fruit Ability, None. This is the power of cheating. Seeing that his current strength level had skyrocketed in less than a day, he was basically on the same level as the generals of the naval headquarters. Luo Ho couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictable nature of life. After all, a day ago, he was just an ordinary person that could be found in the pirates' world. But now, he has become a master who has awakened Conqueror's Haki and is as powerful as a general in the naval headquarters. Although the generals of the naval headquarters were not considered experts in this era of rocks, that was only relative to those pervert guys. For ordinary people, Luo Ho at this time has become a powerful man who is out of reach. However, Luo Ho did not become lazy and degenerate just because he gained such powerful power in a short period of time. His goal is very clear. That is to quickly climb to the top of the world's combat power and then attack the Celestial Dragon's holy land, Malinjoa, and slaughter all the Celestial Dragons to use their lives to commemorate the death of their parents. In the world of pirates, 800 years have passed since the establishment of the world government. It is time for beasts like celestial dragons to experience the feeling of being slaughtered like reptiles. Next, let's find some strong players to absorb their attributes to become more durable and powerful. After shaking off the blood on his hands, Luo Ho didn't waste any time. He boarded the pirate ship left behind by Jack Man and other pirates and headed directly for the next island indicated by the nautical chart. Although he had gone through a series of battles today, the energetic Luo Ho did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. Instead, he was eager to find a stronger opponent to enhance his attribute strength. But unfortunately, after sailing for a whole night in the waters of the Grand Line, Luo Ho never encountered another pirate's ship. But think about it, this is not the era of pirates started by Roger after all. At this stage, all the pirates groups with some reputation in the Grand Line have basically joined the Rocks Pirates and become affiliated members. After about 3 or 4 days of boring sailing on the boat, Luo Ho's observation Haki suddenly sensed a figure swimming behind his pirates group. "Oh, bro, I'm Kaido, the man with a bounty of 91 million berries on him from the naval headquarters. Could you give me a ride?" Before Luo Ho could react, a figure about 4 meters tall with a pair of horns on his head had already jumped onto the deck in front of him. "Kaido? Teacher Guy?" Luo Ho looked at the young man in front of him who was constantly shaking his head to shake off the sea water and made a surprised sound. Of course, he was very familiar with Kaido's name. That is one of the 4 emperors who will share the second half of the Grand Line with the other 3 sea emperors in the future. This guy hasn't joined Rock's Pirate yet? Luo Ho carefully recalled the introduction of Kaido, the golden Haki teacher who appeared in almost half of the plot, in the original comic film. This time period seems to be pretty much the same. In the original novel, Kaido was invited by Whitebeard, who was sent by the Rocks, to join the Rocks Pirates in the short period before the Battle of God Valley. Afterwards, he went to the Valley of Gods as a personal intern to participate in the War of the Century. Now he is being hunted by Marine, which makes sense. "Oh, ha 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 brother, do you know me? This is really surprising and unexpected. But I don't think I've ever been a teacher. I was once a war hero of a country. But those damned kings and nobles sold me to the Marines to draw blood for experiments just for a place to join the world government. Otherwise, I, Kaido, wouldn't be in this situation where I'm being hunted by the Marine Admiral all day long." When the young and naive Kaido met Luo Ho, a young man of the same age as himself, he immediately opened up and told him everything about his identity and background. Luo Ho, who was stunned by what was said, could only express his understanding. After all, in the world of Pirates King, every supporting character that appears lives a miserable life. Even he, a person from Earth who traveled through time, could not escape the tragic fate of losing both his parents. "Thank you very much for giving me a ride, I haven't asked for your name yet." Kaido, who was born with a very thick nerve, left a word and then walked into the cabin of the pirate's ship and pulled out several boxes of iced rum and drank them in big gulps. "My name is Luo Ho. Since you've boarded my pirates and drank so much of my rum, how about you agree to one condition?" Looking at Kaido, whose face was red as he started drinking, Luo Ho stood up straight and looked at him. Mr. Guy is still very young, but since he was able to receive the 90 million bounty offered by the naval headquarters, it naturally proves that he is definitely capable. If he could absorb some of the opponent's Haki attribute from Teacher Guy, it would definitely be a sure win. After all, Luo Ho had already felt waves of basic attribute balls about the size of basketballs falling down as soon as he got on the boat. "Oh la 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 la. Don't even mention one condition. Even if it's 10,000, Kaido, will do it. Tun tien tien. I wonder what kind of help do you need Kaido to help you with? It seemed that he had never met a man as generous as Luoho, who also treated him to a feast and wine. Kaido patted his chest and directly agreed to Luoho's conditions. It's nothing, I just want you to help me practice. Luoho looked at the attribute values of Kaido that were slowly dropping with shining eyes. He believed that he would be able to make a fortune from Teacher Guy this time. Chapter 6, Kaido is shocked. I see. But I, Kaido, am a special race, a demon. I might be stronger. Are you sure you want me to spar with you? Kaido, who was very open-minded by nature, agreed without hesitation after hearing Luoho's request. After all, although Kaido was not a strong man at present, he was still at the middle level without any problem. Come on. Let's start with Conqueror's tutorial. Luoho, who had successfully bewitched Kaido, was extremely excited. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly released his Conqueror's haki and blasted Kaido. Kaido was naturally not polite at all. After putting down the rum in his hand, he also opened Conqueror's haki to the fullest. Oh la 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 la, Conqueror's haki. I, Kaido, am not bad. After emitting his very distinctive laugh, a dark red air wave that was obviously darker than Luoho's was released directly from the center of Kaido's body. Bang! Kaido's Conqueror's haki and Luoho's Conqueror's haki are basically at the same level, and the gap between the two is not that big. However, compared to Luoho, who had just awakened Conqueror's haki less than 2 days ago, Kaido's Conqueror's haki was obviously more skilled, smoother, and more powerful. The Conqueror's haki between the two people collided with each other, and the tearing almost instantly shook the originally calm sea surface into surging waves, overturning the sea. Dark black haki lightning bolts were released wantonly on the blue sea surface, directly electrocuting the passing schools of fish and making them float across the entire sea surface. Even the dark clouds in the sky that were about to drop heavy rain were torn open by the two Conquerors' haki. You are indeed a great teacher. Even though you haven't even become a Rocks pirate trainee yet, you have already mastered the use of Conqueror's haki. Luoho looked at Kaido with fiery eyes, as Zhoujian had already pushed his Conqueror's haki back several steps, and muttered to himself. He doesn't feel any discomfort at all because there are so many hakis who are stronger than him now. Because, the stronger the gold medal teacher Kaido is, the stronger the haki attribute he can absorb will be. Even Luoho already had a vague feeling that as long as he could absorb all of Kaido's basic attributes, he would definitely be able to break through to the level of a disaster star general. After all, although Kaido is not at the level of Vice Emperor now, he is more than qualified to be a top 3 disasters general. Sure enough, at the moment when Kaido pressed Luoho's Conqueror's haki back into his body step by step, one after another, fist-sized attribute balls emitting dark red energy suddenly fell out from above Kaido's head. After this dark red attribute ball fell, Luoho also successfully received the prompt sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing Conqueror's haki attribute. Advanced, 12.33%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's haki. Advanced, 23.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's haki. Advanced, 36.49%. The system's beautiful prompt sounds rang out one after another, and Luoho also clearly felt that the Conqueror's haki in his body was constantly increasing in percentage. After only a few tens of seconds, Luoho's Conqueror's haki's strength is on par with Kaido's. Boom! After a violent haki, lightning exploded. An even more powerful Conqueror's haki spread out from Luoho's mind and once again violently collided with Kaido's Conqueror's haki. Such an outrageous scene immediately made a guy like Kaido, who is a thick-skinned man, widen his eyes and reveal an incredible expression. Your Conqueror's haki is actually increasing? How is this possible? Kaido yelled in shock. As we all know, Conqueror's Haki is the only qualification for King's qualification, different from Armament Haki and Observation Haki. And Conqueror's Haki is the only Haki that cannot become stronger through self-training. Only when the Conqueror's Haki awakens and the King's inner spirit becomes stronger can further qualitative changes occur. Kaido thought that his Observation Haki had clearly captured the moment when the Conqueror's Haki in Luoho's body became more stable. This is a bit too scary. Just by colliding with Conqueror's Haki, Haki became even stronger and could even withstand the impact of his Conqueror's Haki. However, this shocking emotion only lasted for a moment before Kaido suppressed it. Because he is not the kind of man who cares about every little thing. Luoho was willing to use his pirate's boat to pull him out of the water, and also gave him unlimited rum to drink. Kaido, who had never felt any favor before, was so overwhelmed by such sweet treats that he immediately regarded Luoho as his only close friend. After showing a confident smile, Kaido also became more serious. "Oh la 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 la. Let me see how far you can go. I, Kaido, will never admit defeat." After he finished speaking, Kaido immediately used his strongest Conqueror's Haki to fight against Luoho. Seeing this, Luoho did not give in and once again used all his strength. He had to copy and paste all of Guy's Conqueror's Haki attributes. Boom 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 boom. Two high-level Hakis collided and tore each other apart, and more densely arranged black lightning roared continuously. The purple high-voltage lightning that was faintly visible against the thick dark clouds in the sky seemed even more terrifying, as if the end of the world had suddenly descended upon the pirates' world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing Conqueror's Haki attribute. Advanced, 41.32%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced, 48.76%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's Haki. Advanced, 56.11%. At this time, Kaido, who was using all his strength to output Conqueror's Haki, had gradually gone from being at ease to being unable to make any progress, and even had drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Obviously, his Observation Haki once again sensed that Luoho Conqueror's Haki had become stronger. Now the Conqueror's Haki between the two is basically at the same level. No matter how hard he tries, he can't do anything to Luoho. Oh la 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 la. Let's stop here. My Conqueror's Haki can no longer suppress you. Let's try out the Armament Haki battle next. Seeing that his Conqueror's Haki was no longer able to do anything to Luoho, Kaido retracted it and then grabbed the shiny black mace from behind him. Looking at Kaido's action, Luoho also clearly knew that Teacher Guy wanted to continue to enhance his Haki strength. Come on, horse. Luoho also clenched his fists to show no weakness, and instantly hardened Armament Haki to cover his hands. Chapter 7 Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Worthy of being a gold medal teacher. If they had not met before, Luoho would never be able to beat Kaido. But now the situation is completely different. The Conqueror's Haki of both sides has been pulled to the point of being equal to each other. Even the basketball-sized attribute balls that had been falling from Kaido's body from the beginning were constantly strengthening him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1,599 points of basic attribute power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1,361 points of basic attribute power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 601 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 329 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1900 basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1881 basic attribute strength. The current situation is that every time Kaido drops a basic attribute ball, Luoho's strength, speed, and stamina will be greatly improved. Kaido's help to Luoho is more than just a gold medal teacher. He is simply a natural experience monster. Oh la 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 la. Are you ready? I, Kaido, am about to attack. Luoho's physical strength was increasing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Kaido excitedly clenched the mace in his hand, and his body began to continuously release balls of powerful armament haki that wrapped around the entire mace until it was completely dyed black. This is one of the techniques for using armament haki, haki entanglement. Through this method, armament haki can be entangled and attached to the weapon, enhancing the destructive power to a certain extent. In fact, if this kind of haki is wrapped around a weapon for a long time to nourish it, there is a certain chance that a black sword with normal attacks also has the ability to destroy haki. In addition to being able to perform entanglement attacks, armament haki can also. There is another technique to use haki to attack the enemy out of body, and the power of this technique is very different. The external release of armament haki is equivalent to injecting highly concentrated explosives directly into the enemy's body, causing internal damage. Thunder. 8 trigrams. After making sure that Luoho was ready to face his attack, Kaido didn't hesitate at all. With his arm muscles expanded, he swung the mace in his hand and smashed it towards Luoho's arm with all his strength. Judging from his movements, Kaido is still a very thin man. At least while he ensured that he did not let Luoho go, he could also avoid causing serious injuries to Luoho due to his excessive strength. Luoho was naturally very moved by this. Teacher Kaido is really dedicated to his duties. He really made me cry. Luoho didn't even look at Kaido's attack. He groaned inwardly and directly chose to wrap the armament haki around his whole body to withstand Kaido's attack. Bang! A dull roar was heard, and the air rolled. Kaido's mace hit Luoho haki's defensive arm with incredible force. The advanced armament haki instantly invaded Luoho's body and spread along his chest, destroying countless muscle fibers along the way, directly causing Luoho to have bruises on half of his chest. The pain was so intense that Luoho almost grimaced in pain. However, compared with what he gained, this little bit of pain can be completely ignored. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament haki attribute, advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the observation haki attribute, advanced. The moment Kaido used the dual-color haki of armament haki and observation haki to attack, Luoho also successfully absorbed the haki attribute that dropped from Kaido, as well as the high basic attribute brought by the heavy stick. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 4,999 points of basic attribute power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 4,361 basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,601 basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 3,329 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 5,900 basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 4,881 basic attribute strength. At the moment the system prompt sounded, a powerful force like a torrent surged into Luoho's body. This basic attribute is like an experience pack that makes people unable to stop. With Kaido's attribute support, Luoho's growth rate is almost geometrically terrifying. Grandma. Even though it hurts, it really hurts and makes me happy. Keep fighting. Don't let the battle stop. Kaido-sensei. Feeling that he had become stronger, Luoho ignored his injuries and urged the hesitant Kaido to continue attacking him. Watching Luoho's rapid growth and bruised body, Kaido suddenly felt great respect for the man he had just met. After all, as a ghost clan that was born with great strength, he had never seen someone like Luoho who practiced so madly and didn't care even if he was seriously injured. However, he had no choice but to agree to Luoho's request. After all, Luoho was the good man who treated Kaido to a big drink. This favor must be repaid. Please be careful next time. I'm going to attack seriously. Conquer the third world. Induce Naraku. Kaido was afraid that Luoho could not withstand his attack, so he gave him an extra reminder before launching the attack. This kind of humane teaching is worthy of the title of gold medal teacher. After he finished speaking, Kaido jumped high up on the spot. After reaching a certain height, he suddenly grabbed his weapon, aimed it at Luoho's position, and pressed down hard. Armament Haki Harden Oil-Consuming Root. However, Luoho's strength had improved significantly at this time. He directly attached the high-level armament Haki to his fist, and faced Kaido's mace with a King of Fighters 97 Rising Dragon Fist. Bang! The collision between the armament Haki of the same high level. The scene was like a collision of metals, sparks flying everywhere. The reckless attack by the two men caused cracks in the hull of the pirate's ship and even broke the keel into 3 pieces. Luoho withstood Kaido's attack of Inaraku. I have to say that the names of each of Kaido's moves are extremely gorgeous and classy, and are even no less impressive than those of the person with the poetry fruit ability. Click. The sound of wood breaking continued to be heard. Kaido took back his mace and put it on his back, completely shocked. Luoho only fought with him once, but now he can actually withstand his attacks. Originally he thought that the rapid growth of Conqueror's Haki Luoho was just a coincidence. But now the talent displayed by Luoho made him twitch inside. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki add powerful strength and speed. Isn't this exactly the same level as Kaido? This is the Haki that I learned after more than 10 years of hard work, eating, drinking, fighting and surviving many dangers. In just less than a minute, Luoho learned all of it during the battle. However, relatively speaking, Kaido did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. After all, with this condition, he could safely drink up all the rum stored in the Luoho pirate's ship. It can barely be considered a mutual exchange. Naturally, both parties were very satisfied with this. Kaido can drink until he is full, and Luoho also gets all the attributes he wants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 11,599 basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 9,361 points of basic attribute agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 19,361 basic attribute strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the Armament Haki attribute. Advanced, 62.33%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up the Observation Haki attribute. Advanced, 73.96%. Chapter 8 Robbery. Let's stop here for today. If we continue to fight, the pirate's ship might be broken apart. After taking a look at the pirate's ship that was on the verge of collapse and Kaido who had lost his absorption attribute, Luoho directly chose to stop this one-on-one tutoring. After a brief fight, Luoho had directly absorbed all of Kaido's high-level Conqueror's, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki Conqueror's Haki attributes to the same level. In other words, he is already a young Kaido in another sense, except that Luoho is just an ordinary human being while Kaido is a special race. Without paying any attention to Kaido who went to the cabin again to pull out a few boxes of wine, Luoho directly opened his data panel which had become perverted. Host Luoho. Age, 18. Strength, 19,640, 3 calamities general level. Agility, 15,100, 3 disasters general level. Physical strength, 32,000, 3 disasters general star level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, advanced 56.11%. Armament Haki, advanced 62.33%. Observation Haki, advanced 73.96%. Skills and physical skills, Thunderous 8 trigrams, descending the third world, leading to Naraku. Fruit ability, none. Strength, agility, and stamina have all been raised to the level of the 3 disasters, and the level of Conqueror's Haki practice is also very close to the top level. With the current data, Luoho could definitely say that although he could not beat the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, he could still teach the elite Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters a lesson. After all, if we really want to talk about the world of pirates, we still have to rank them by the strength of haki. Haki is the only criterion for measuring a strong person. Other values are just icing on the cake. However, when reaching Luo Ho's level, if he wants to continue to improve, he needs to pay more attention to improving his basic qualities. Only when the body becomes stronger can haki be further improved. The reason why Kaido, a special race with extraordinary talents, is only at this stage right now is simply because their bodies have not yet fully developed into adulthood. As long as Kaido's body reaches the standard condition, his haki level will directly rise and break through to the top level. Brother Luo, come and have a drink, hiccup, isn't this the reason for life, oh la 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 la. Kaido, who was drinking happily, saw Luo Ho who remained silent, although he didn't know what Luo Ho was doing in this state of sudden standby. But at this moment, he just wanted to get Luo Ho to drink together. Kaido has been running around on the battlefield, reaping the lives of the enemy ever since he could remember. It can be said that his life's achievements are unworthy of anyone in that country. It is a pity that now at the last minute he has been sold to the world government by his country, simply in exchange for a seat in the world government's member states. This made Kaido extremely depressed. Fortunately, after being captured and taken to the laboratory, he managed to break out with his fierce fighting ability. Although he is now on the bounty list of the naval headquarters, fortunately he has gained his freedom. Now he is even more fortunate to meet Luo Ho, a good brother who is sincere and doesn't care about his identity or background at all, and even treats him to drinks. Such a lucky thing should of course be celebrated properly. Well, come on, but if you can't drink, just go sit at a table with the kindergarten kids. Luo Ho also smiled after hearing Kaido's invitation. He was really grateful to this golden teacher for his unreserved improvement. However, this is only in terms of strength. If we really talk about drinking capacity, Luo Ho thinks he is as good as anyone. After all, his alcohol tolerance can be shown by simply raising one finger, that means he keeps drinking. Oh la 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 la, you are so arrogant, Luo Ge. If I can't drink, then no need to say anything, I will automatically go to the same table with the children. Luo Ho's words directly aroused Kaido's competitive spirit. He had never lost to anyone when it came to drinking. No matter if he was in the barracks with his teammates or encountered pirates on the way to escape, he would drink until they foamed at the mouth. Cheers! Heek! In this way, the two of them consumed bottle after bottle, and all the dozens of boxes of rum stored in the entire pirate's ship were drunk up. The two of them went straight to the early morning of the next day after nightfall. At this time, both Luo Ho and Kaido had fallen asleep on the deck of the pirate's ship due to the paralysis of alcohol. There was no one to look out, no one to check the charts, and no one to steer the ship. The pirate's ship sailed along the ocean current in an unknown direction. The next day, a warm sea breeze blew across Luo Ho's cheeks, bringing a comfortable feeling that relaxed his pores. Damn it! Why does the rum in this pirate's world taste even more annoying than Tsingtao beer? Is this a fake bar? After shaking his head to clear his mind a little, Luo Ho began to look at the location of his current pirate's ship. But, unfortunately, the nautical chart in front of him was no longer able to analyze the location of the pirate ship. What are you doing to me? Is this still Daxia? Looking at the endless sea in front of him with no reference points at all, Luo Ho could only let the pirate's ship continue to sail forward. At this moment, Kaido, who had been sleeping, woke up. After patting his aching head, Kaido also asked Luo Ho what his next goal was. Luo Ge, where are we going now? If all else fails, let's find an island to ask for directions. I was chased by the marines and had to flee into the sea. I still want to join the Rocks Pirates. Why don't we join Rocks Pirate together and become bigger and stronger, Luo Ge? With our talents, as long as we enter Rocks Pirate, we can definitely become cotters in the future. Kaido, whose mind had gradually become clear, looked at Luo Ho eagerly. At this moment, Kaido had already regarded Luo Ho as his best friend in life. At least in Kaido's life, there has never been anyone who could treat him to a drink as generously as Luo Ho. Basically everyone who sees him as a member of a special race will have some bad thoughts about him. After all, what is most lacking in this world is ethnic groups of special races. Each special race will be sold at a very high price in the auction house. Kaido suffered a lot of similar suffering when he was a child. He was sold here and there by humans, and eventually became a cannon fodder in a country. Even though he, a soldier, became a national hero in the end, the ending did not change. He was still sold by the king to the world government as material for human experiments. In general, Kaido has never met a person like Luo Ho who has no interest in his body. Don't worry, Rocks Pirate, we are definitely going there, but the most important thing right now is to rob that thing in front. While controlling the direction of the rudder, Luo Ho pointed his finger at the location of a standard marine transport ship right in front of the pirate's ship. Oh, LOL, robbing? That's a very good suggestion. I just happen to be hiding from the marines and I don't have much money on me, so I'd like to replenish it. Kaido, who was originally feeling a little bored, suddenly became interested when he heard Luo Ho actually said he wanted to rob a warship. Luo Ho was very appreciative of Kaido's attitude of spending money on buying things. After all, we all started out as ordinary people, and to a certain extent, spending some money to buy things from ordinary people can make you feel at ease. Even if the money was obtained through robbery, it would be the same. After all, celestial dragons are not human beings. Robbing celestial dragons is not a crime at all. In addition, it is very useful to carry some money with you. After all, if you want to get the latest news information, you still need to buy newspapers. To buy a newspaper, you need to pay a certain amount of money to Newsbird. Even if you forcibly take away the newspaper from the Newsbird without paying, you will definitely be blacklisted by these birds and will never receive any newspaper again. The reason for this is that Morgan, who now dominates the news industry, had not yet been born. Therefore, there is very little news about pirates all over the world, and the sources of information are very complicated. This is why people often carry some cash with them when they go out to sea just in case. Even a sea overlord like Rocks has to take out gold coins from his pocket if he wants to read the news. Chapter 9, Guard Dogs of Celestial Dragons. Warning! This is the Sky Gold transport ship from the world government. All unrelated ships please leave immediately. Warning! This is the Sky Gold transport ship from the world government. All unrelated ships please leave immediately. Just as Luo Ho was maneuvering the already shaky pirate's ship towards the Sky Gold transport ship, the marine warships nearby that were responsible for escorting the ship issued a navigation warning directly through the loudspeaker. Although this era is an era where the pirates and the world government are in a state of balance. But under normal circumstances, few people dare to rob the world government's Sky Gold transport ship. Because the Rocks pirates are currently basically in a state of sharing the world with the world government, they have their own source of income from protection fees. Under normal circumstances, there will not be much intense friction between the world government and the Rocks pirates. At least that was the case before the Battle of God Valley began. Damn it! It's these hypocritical Marines again. They pretend to be righteous, but they do such things behind the scenes. It's simply shit. Kaido stood up straight and looked at the marine warships with resentment in his eyes. In his eyes, the so-called righteous army of Marine is nothing more than a private army raised exclusively by celestial dragons. Marine justice can only protect those countries that have gained membership of the world government by exploiting the blood and sweat of the lower-class civilians and paying the sky-high gold. Without this identity, the country will be regarded by the world government as a place without human rights. The naval headquarters will naturally ignore countries without human rights, and countries without protection are naturally places where celestial dragons can carry out massacre games at will. And often when celestial dragons are engaging in this brutal killing game, they are accompanied by some marine generals for protection. The purpose is to prevent those without human rights from affecting the senseless killings being carried out by the noble celestial dragons. Therefore, whether a marine in the pirate's world is just or not depends on his or her individual behavior rather than his or her professional identity as a marine. Some marines have justice in their hearts. But this cannot be directly linked to the entire profession based on individual behavior. You can't say that the marines who are responsible for protecting celestial dragons are also worthy of the word justice, right? That's a bit too ridiculous. Marine is just an ordinary person. Whether it is just or not depends on the individual. But these guys who are responsible for escorting the sky gold and making money are not so worth watching. Luoho did not object to Kaido's hatred towards Marine. After all, wasn't Marine also present when his parents were brutally murdered by celestial dragons? Then why didn't Marine's justice shine upon him? Oh la 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 la, Big Brother is right. Let's mess up this world together. Now start from this golden transport ship in the sky. Young Kaido said excitedly with a sunny smile. Although Kaido is still very young now, his character of wanting to cause chaos in the world is still exactly the same as when he became the Four Emperors decades later. He acts in a straightforward style, wanting only to tear this dark world apart. Luoho looked calm and said nothing, just wondering whether there would be a few world nobles who chose to come out to take a breath of fresh air on the marine warship in front of him that was transporting the sky gold. Now that he has become stronger, his hatred for celestial dragons has only increased. Even in his dreams at night, Luoho could dream of slaughtering and blood-bathing the entire Marijois with his own hands. Although this is an unrealistic fantasy at present. But Luoho believed that it was definitely not far away. He wanted to make progress so much. Because the pirates were very close to the heavenly gold transport ship. In addition, Luoho did not heed the warning of the marine warship at all, so his pirate's ship directly intercepted the voyage of the Tianshang gold transport ship amidst the loud collision. At this time, Naval Headquarters Commodore Korodai was on the marine warship that was responsible for escorting the transport ship. He stood on the deck of the warship with sweat all over his forehead, trying to explain his poor escort to the CP organization members on the transport ship. These members of the CP organization serve as the strongest protective shield for celestial dragons. Almost everyone who joins the CP organization is a genius among geniuses, and everyone has mastered more than 3 Marine 6 styles fighting techniques. Even among the top leaders of the entire CP organization, there are strong people who are no less powerful than the admiral of their naval headquarters. However, before he could utter the words of explanation he had prepared, the man in a black suit and a ghost mask, who had been sitting steadily on the transport ship, stood up with a helpless look on his face, and then jumped directly to the deck of the pirates group where Luoho, Kaido, and I were while stepping on the air. Faced with such a situation, Roddy could only take back his words in disappointment. The other CP organization members who were in charge of the group looked at these timid Marines with disdain. Naval Headquarters and CP are 2 violent organizations affiliated with the world government. For hundreds of years, the two have been in a situation where they dislike each other. The people in Naval Headquarters believe that there is true justice in their hearts, so they disdain to go along with the CP organization, which has become the running dogs of celestial dragons. The agents in the CP organization believe that these so-called righteous Marines are just being whores while pretending to be virtuous. We all serve the world government, so where is the justice? If the Marines who enjoy subsidies from the world government really believed in justice, they should have quit the government long ago. Watching celestial dragons slaughtering civilians, and then shouting for justice in front of the world. What kind of thing is this? Oink oink. After several consecutive rapid stepping on the air produced a high-pressure explosion. The CP-0, who was wearing a ghost face mask and a very fitting black suit, kicked off with his feet and landed steadily under the deck of the pirate's ship. You are just pirates. Do you know what kind of heinous crime you have committed? Sky gold is the most valued wealth of the gods. How dare you little pirates come and rob it? If you delay the gods' time, you won't be able to get enough heads even if you have 100. The eyes behind CP0's mask were narrow and full of viciousness, and his voice was hoarse and cold as he scolded. However, faced with this scene, Luo Hokkaido, who had not yet reacted, looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Is this CP0 a little too confident? Isn't he a typical ordinary man? Or does he think that the person in front of him is Little Pirate's Jackman, so he dares to speak so confidently? Are you talking about celestial dragons? Can something like that be called a god? After hearing the identity of the god clan from the CP0 in front of him, Luo Ho's calm mood instantly turned into a state of surging murderous intent. Every time he mentioned the word celestial dragons, it felt like a sharp knife was constantly cutting his heart in pain. He really wanted to find a few celestial dragons to torture them severely and vent his inner hatred. However, celestial dragons are a species with a high sense of security, and usually they will just stay in the holy land of Marie-Joyce and wait for death. Only a few people with wild hearts like to go out and play. However, you cannot kill celestial dragons now, but it is okay to kill these celestial dragons' lackeys to make some money first. Before he finished speaking, a moment of whoosh. Luo Ho's body seemed to teleport on the ground, leaving a blurry afterimage on the spot, and he quickly rushed towards CP0 in front of him. Chapter 10, Kill CP0. What? Such a fast speed! Seeing that the two pirates in front of him actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, a world government agent who was second only to him and above everyone else, the CP0 was furious and reacted quickly. He stood with his feet slightly wider than before, his legs slightly lowered to his shoulders, all the muscles in his body tensed instantly, and a dark light quickly covered every inch of his skin. His eyes revealed an incomparably confident temperament. Iron body armor steel. Go to hell! Luo Ho shouted loudly, clenched his 5 fingers into fists, and the thick blue veins of high-level armament haki on his arms instantly emerged. The power was terrifying, shattering the air with an explosion, and with an unimaginable force, smashed towards CP0's forehead. Bang! Snap! A very depressing and dull sound was heard. Luo Ho punched CP0 fiercely on the forehead with all his strength. Faced with the huge power unleashed by this high-level armament haki wrapped around the fist, this CP0 barely lasted for less than a second before his skull exploded and his face sunken into the cranial cavity. The scene was filled with blood, brain tissue, organs, and other substances that sustain life signs, along with a small wave of attribute balls, scattered all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 43 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 12 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 107 points of physical strength. Faced with the extremely bloody scene, the other CP organization members who had been standing on the Tianshang-Jun transport ship felt their scalps tingling and broke out in cold sweats. Captain Nigeria was killed instantly with one punch. Where did this pirate come from? The flag on the pirate ship doesn't even belong to a famous pirate. Watching helplessly as the only elite agent captain in the CP0 team was killed instantly, the remaining CP members could only look at each other, not knowing what to do. Although on the surface the members of their CP organization have their own duties, for extremely important matters such as transporting heavenly gold, the government will still send a high-level agent, who is a member of CP0, to lead them. But now, CP0 Nig, who served as their captain, was actually hit on the top of his head by a single punch and died on the spot. Doesn't this mean that all of them will die here? He even dared to kill people from CP0, let alone these low-level CP members? Can we still protect the gold in the sky? The remaining CP organization members' heads were buzzing with thoughts running wild in their minds. As some ordinary agents under the world government, they are not that loyal to celestial dragons. At least if they were asked to just go up and die, they would definitely not be willing to do so in their hearts. After all, if going up there would definitely mean death, then jumping into the sea to escape might be another way out. Oh la 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 la, Luo's punch seems to have the shadow of my Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido, who had been standing aside and watching the fight, was already somewhat numb as he watched Luo swing his fist and suddenly smash someone's head. He was no longer surprised by the seemingly outrageous fact that Luo could learn other people's skills instantly. After all, isn't it more pervert to be able to directly copy Haki's strength than to learn skills? This skill move is just a sprinkle of water. Well, I did use the power technique of Thunder 8 trigrams. Your move is really good. Seeing that Kaido could see through the direction of his punch, Luo did not hide it. He did learn the power techniques of Thunder 8 trigrams and Ina of the 3 worlds from Kaido. There is nothing to hide about this. Let's go and see what treasures are on the golden transport ship in the sky at that time. After casually shaking off the blood on his hands, Luo took the lead and jumped directly onto the transport ship where a group of CP organization members were. Kaido naturally followed closely, not wanting to be left behind. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, blocked the way for more than a dozen CP organization members to retreat. Now, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you dare to hide anything, you don't want to know what will happen to you. Looking at the CP members in front of him who were so scared that their legs were shaking like they were dancing the old Jackson dance, Luo spoke with a calm look and an extremely cold tone, enunciating each word. Sir. Ask me anything you want. I promise to tell you everything I know. I won't stay in this shitty CP organization any longer. Although the dozen or so members of the CP organization were very afraid of Luo's murderous intent, they could only suppress their inner trembling when they thought of the inhumane treatment of the agents who betrayed the government within the government. However, under this high-pressure environment, 3 or 4 members of the CP organization stood up and chose to confess all the information they knew. Very good, you 3, stand aside for now, I will ask you again after I finish this matter. Seeing that some CP organization members still dared to take the risk and stood up under his intimidation, Luo sneered and then walked directly to the remaining crowd. People need to pay the price for the choices they make. Since you have chosen to be loyal to the world government, please go on your journey with peace of mind. Before Luo finished speaking, the dozen people in front of him were not stupid either. They suddenly stepped on the air base map continuously and used moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, to leave the gold transport ship in the sky. But unfortunately, before they could fly into the air with their left foot, Luo's originally black pupils instantly turned deep red. The next moment, a thick conqueror's haki swept through every corner of the Sky Army transport ship. The turbulent black lightning crackled and spread everywhere, and almost in an instant it frightened the crowd that was flying in the sky like grasshoppers and made them fall down. Damn! It's conquerors! My body can't move anymore. Is this another guy who wants to be king? It's over. Is it too late to surrender now? I also want to report my confidence. However, Luo, who had already given these CP organization members a chance, naturally would not say anything more. There is no point in leaving so many lives behind. It would be better to smash them all into pieces. After clenching his fists and wrapping them with advanced armament haki, Luo directly called out their names one by one, killing all the more than 10 lives in total. The scene was a river of blood and extremely brutal. These ordinary CP organization members didn't even have the slightest chance to resist and were sent off together on the spot. Luo waved his hand casually, absorbed all the attribute fragments that fell on the ground into his body, and then walked directly to the 3 guys who were already frightened and pale. You are lucky. I am not a person who likes killing. Tell me, have any celestial dragons come out of the Holy Land recently? Where are they exactly? Who is protecting them? The 3 CPS, whose faces turned pale with fear, knew that if they exposed the whereabouts of the celestial dragons, they would definitely be hunted down by the government. But damn it, they can't even survive now, so what's the point of talking about the future? It seemed that after the 3 of them looked at each other, they made up their minds on the spot and spoke without hesitation. Sir, we have only received one piece of news. The government is preparing for a big event recently. Many gods, celestial dragons are out now. But most of them are operating in areas not far from the government and naval headquarters. The only group of celestial dragons that are relatively close to here are on Devil's Island. They seem to be going to the island to capture powerful pirates to replenish the number of slaves. The Marines are protecting them. As for the guard force, I only know that there are several vice admirals from the naval headquarters. The information from the admirals is not something that ordinary CP members like us can get. The three of them spoke in unison and told all the news they knew. However, before the three of them could finish their words, a pitch-black mace with sharp spikes swept directly towards the heads of the three people. Bang! After a crisp sound like a watermelon bursting, the three useless CP organization members were beaten by Kaido with a mace next to them on the spot, turning into headless corpses that were trembling and spurting blood. Faced with this situation, Luo Ho took out the nautical chart with some hesitation and compared the location of Devil's Island. It's not that far, but I wonder if there's a Marine Admiral guarding there. Chapter 11 News from Celestial Dragons. Brother Luo, I think with the strength of the two of us, there is no need to be afraid of those admirals from the naval headquarters. Besides, with your learning speed, Luo Ji, which can be called a pervert, you can continue to improve your haki strength even if you encounter a Marine Admiral. After the thunderous 8 trigrams successfully beat all 3 CP organization members into a pulp, Kaido said with a somewhat excited look. It is obvious that in addition to Luo Ho, Kaido, who is eager to create chaos in the world, must also want to touch the so-called world aristocrats. In the past, he was not strong enough and had no chance to test it, but now with Luo Ho, he was bound to die. Well, our next step is to go to Devil's Island to see if there are any celestial dragons there, and then go to Rock's pirates to join them as cotters. Seeing that Kaido was so eager to find celestial dragons, Luo Ho naturally couldn't fall behind. His only purpose in going to sea was to attack Marie Joy's, the holy land of celestial dragons, and then hang all the pigs who called themselves the world's nobles. Otherwise, his life would be too frustrating. Let's go check out the value of this batch of sky gold first. Maybe there will be a secret treasure of the sea like devil fruit. After Luo Ho murmured something in a low voice, he took the lead and walked directly into the cabin of the warship. Based on his years of experience reading comics, the Celestial Dragon's golden transport ship must be carrying the keys to a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewelry worth a fortune. There is even a high possibility that world-class swords and extremely rare items such as devil fruit will appear in these Tianshangjian. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is always someone with demon fruit power in anime. In fact, that is just survivor bias. In the Alabasta plot alone, there is a desert country with a population of tens of millions or even close to 100 million. There are only a few demon fruit powers that can be picked out. Most of these demon fruit powers were brought here by Crooked Sans because he wanted to rule Alabasta. It can be said that if there are 10 people with special abilities among these tens of millions of people, it is a blessing. Therefore, before the appearance of artificial devil fruit, things like this that were truly hailed as secret treasures of the sea were definitely extremely rare. Oh la 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 la, if it's a devil fruit, I think Zoan's is better. After all, no matter how powerful other abilities are, there is a limit. The one who can truly be invincible still has to be one's haki. As long as haki is strong enough, then even without the devil fruit, there will be no effect at all, but all this requires the Zoan devil fruit to be excluded. Although Zoan devil fruit is not as amazing as Paramecia and Logia, it can greatly improve a person's physical strength and thus increase the haki level. So I still suggest that if Luo Ji wants to try devil fruit, he should try to choose Zoan. After hearing that Luo Ho actually had some ideas about devil fruit, Kaido told Luo Ho all the practical experience he had summarized without any hesitation. Because in his opinion, Luo Ho is a rare friend in Kaido's life. Since we are friends, we must share all the experiences we have gained. Well, what you said makes sense. But who can say that I can't use the abilities of multiple devil fruits? Luoho did not refute Kaido. After all, what he said was indeed correct. In the world of pirates, the most important power has never been miscellaneous abilities such as physical skills, swordsmanship, or devil fruit abilities. As long as a person's haki is strong enough, then he is absolutely powerful. For example, isn't Captain Rox D. Zebek of the current Sea Overlord Rox Pirate a living example? A man who has cultivated haki to the ultimate level can become a hegemon and suppress an area of the sea. He can even organize a large team to directly fight against the world government that has survived for hundreds of years to divide the entire world. While Kaido was still in shock at the multi-fruit ability user's gaze, Luoho walked directly into the cabin of the warship. Crunch! The warship's hatch, made of traditional precious wood, made a dull and teeth-grinding creaking sound. As soon as Luoho opened the door, he was immediately blinded by the pile of gold treasures in front of him that had piled up like a mountain of gold. One golden coin after another and various exquisite accessories made of gold and gems can make people happy instantly. Seeing this scene, even a person with trypophobia would be cured by gold on the spot. This batch of heavenly gold is worth at least 2 billion Baileys. I didn't expect that Kaido is so valuable in the eyes of that BD king. Kaido grabbed the gold in front of him and threw it around randomly, then fell into an inexplicable mood. He fell from being a respected soldier hero in his country to his current status as a pirate because his king sold him directly to the world government to offset the deduction for becoming a member of the world government. In other words, Kaido is at least worth a large portion of the gold treasure. But unfortunately, his value is sold by others and is not worth showing off at all. There's nothing wrong with being sold. At least you're free now. Luoho pouted and teased Kaido's depressed mood, then he directly put all the piles of gold in front of him into his system backpack. Although this amount of money is not very important, it is better for him to bear the pain than to leave it to celestial dragons to squander. It's just like what Jack Ma said, he doesn't like money and is not interested in money at all. Luoho didn't like money either, but he naturally preferred other people's money, especially the squandered money of world nobles like the celestial dragons. After packing up all the gold in front of him and taking it away, Luoho continued to walk towards the next cabin of the transport ship. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to pay all the high protection fees like Tianshangjian with gold. Those countries that become members of the world government will hand over a portion of their gold at the end of each year, and then combine it with some other precious antique treasures, famous swords, and some very few countries will even directly hand over some strange fruits that they don't recognize, namely devil fruit, as a deduction. After gently opening the hatch in front of him, Luoho saw all kinds of swords and weapons placed throughout the room. However, among all these miscellaneous weapons, Luoho was more concerned about the glass display case placed in the center and the double-edged sword on top. Placed in the glass display case is a strange-looking fruit with wrinkles all over it that looks like it is inedible. Oh, Luoji's devil fruit, Kaido, have seen it before. It seems to be Paramecia's power fruit. After eating it, the user can have more than twice the strength of the normal one. It is said that after awakening, even a mountain can be easily uprooted. After a slight hesitation, Kaido directly introduced the origin of the devil fruit in front of him. Luoho punched the glass and the shopkeeper grabbed the wrinkled devil fruit. As soon as his fingers lightly touched the surface of the devil fruit, the system prompt sounded directly in Luoho's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attributes of the Paramecia lily fruit. Ding! Devil fruit side effect. The curse attribute from the sea has been automatically separated. Chapter 12, Power Surge. After successfully absorbing the properties of the Paramecia power fruit, Luoho looked at Kaido who was looking listless. This devil fruit is indeed Paramecia's power fruit, but since you only want to eat Zoan's devil fruit, I'll keep it for now. Hearing this, Kaido waved his hands to indicate that he really wasn't interested in anything other than the Zoan devil fruit. After all, Kaido is not like Luoho, who can absorb multiple abilities and become a pervert with multiple fruit abilities. Therefore, the choice of devil fruit is still a very important item for him. He must choose one that best fits his demon power as a special race. Kaido's own special racial talent is that as a ghost, he is born with extremely strong resistance to blows and super physical strength. If it weren't for these two racial talents, he would have fallen in the battlefield amidst the hail of bullets at such a young age. It is because of this unique physical strength that Kaido himself is so keen on the Zoan Devil Fruit ability. As long as a powerful Zoan Devil Fruit ability is implanted under his unique racial talent, his physical strength will be maximized. Well, in that case, I think you don't need these swords and weapons anymore. Before he finished speaking, Ho collected all the hundreds of swords of various types stored in the second cabin. Although most of these swords are of ordinary quality, such as ordinary sharp swords and good sharp swords, you should not miss them when they come to your doorstep. Although Luoho has not yet learned swordsmanship, who can guarantee that thunderous 8 trigrams cannot be chopped out with a sword? The so-called attack skills are actually just a unique force-generating technique. For example, a certain powerful and terrifying vice admiral in the naval headquarters is like this. A pair of iron fists uses different strength each time than Haki, which is a new skill move. It's very cool. Soon, Luoho walked to the last glass cover in the cabin that was of the same size as the devil fruit. After breaking the protective cover with one punch, he directly took out the double-edged sword with an ancient shape and a snow-white body, as well as an instruction manual next to it. The blade is of no grade, and it comes from a royal family in East Blue. The blade can cut through iron like mud. According to observation, its sharpness is no less than that of a 21-gong large sword. Luoho was a little surprised when looking at the instruction manual in front of him. According to his estimation, the grade of this double-edged sword has not been measured, but based on the property of being able to cut through iron like mud as described above, it is definitely not much worse than the so-called big sharp knife. At least judging from Luoho's current strength, this sword is definitely enough. After gently waving the slender double-edged sword in his hand a few times, an inexplicable feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Dreaming of traveling around the world with a sword is something almost every man has fantasized about. From today on, your name will be Day. Luoho looked at the very handy sword in his hand and directly gave it a name. After all, Confucius said that one should win people over with virtue. What I mean is that when I talk to you about morality, if you don't want to listen, then don't blame me for winning you over with morality. This double-edged German sword will definitely chop hard on the heads of celestial dragons, letting these damn beasts enjoy the feeling of being cut and slaughtered like pigs. Luoho secretly made a decision in his heart that he must catch a few more celestial dragons to sharpen the blade of his sword. Didn't he call himself a world aristocrat and proclaim all day long that he was a descendant of God? Then let the blood of the gods warm the blade. After hanging the sword in his hand directly at his waist, Luoho began to control the energy of the devil fruit that appeared out of thin air in his body. This paramecia power fruit almost directly increased his strength by about 3 times. This wave of strengthening is indeed excessive. Luoho had already thought about it when he had just awakened the system and absorbed the basic attributes. Since the system can directly absorb the attributes from living things, then the ability attributes such as devil fruit should also be able to be directly absorbed. Now it seems that it is true. Luoho copied and pasted the attributes of the power fruit of paramecia with just a slight touch, and it did not affect the original devil fruit ability at all. This ability is somewhat terrifying. After all, in the pirate's world, Haki is regarded as a person's most important ability. But devil fruit is not much worse. Some powerful devil fruit abilities can definitely make people of the same level of strength even more invincible. For example, the future pirate's king Gold Roger. Roger is a typical representative among many Haki masters who did not eat the devil fruit. For a man like him who is already at the top of the world, if he really eats a suitable devil fruit, it will definitely allow his strength to break through to a higher level. For example, if Roger, who already has various diseases, eats a zoan bat fruit mythical beast vampire form. Then, Roger's physical strength will be greatly improved and his physical strength and recovery ability will be significantly increased. Coupled with the bug of the vampire fruit itself that allows it to restore youthful strength by sucking blood, it is hard to imagine how outrageous Roger would be in this form. Maybe if Roger could just eat a suitable devil fruit, he could become as powerful as Rox. Of course, that's only in comparison with Rock's pure haki taijutsu. After all, a man who can be called the overlord of the sea cannot be caught up with just this little bit of devil fruit ability. In the original story, the reason why the Rock's pirates were defeated in the God Valley War was entirely because the pirates' cotters under them were all born kings but had traitorous natures behind them. If it weren't for the lack of unity among the cotters in the team, then the battle between God Valley and world government would have required the 5 elders, who claim to have the highest power in the world, to fight together in order to withstand the attack of Rock's pirate. Thinking of this, Luo Ho also began to look forward to the scene of going into Rock's pirate and absorbing all those god-level devil fruit abilities for his own use. After all, whether it is Golden Lion's lion fruit or Charlotte Linland's soul fruit, they are both rare god-level fruits. Plus the upcoming battle in the Valley of the Gods. There are also 6 unknown precious devil fruits, so Luo Ho is naturally very covetous of them. After all, his goal is to kill Marie Joyce and execute all the celestial dragons. If you don't have extremely strong strength and the ability to use dozens of devil fruits at the same time, Luo Ho may not be able to withstand the 800-year-old heritage of the world government. If they can survive on this sea for hundreds of years, they must be powerful enough. Even if we remove the powerful generals in the naval headquarters and the CP organization, the 2 violent organizations at sea, the world government still has the 5 elders, who are known as the world's highest authority. And even the world nobles like celestial dragons can be directly stored without reporting to the members of the Knights of God. In addition, there is the threat of the terrifying Im, whose true face and strength have never been revealed in the comic series for more than 20 years. Therefore, there is a stage where there is not enough strength as a trump card. Luo Ho would definitely not be so stupid as to rush directly to the Holy Land to kill those pigs. The next goal is to go directly to Devil's Island to see if we can find celestial dragons and the highest admiral of the naval headquarters to continue strengthening our basic attributes. After feeling the powerful force transmitted from the power fruit in his body, a subtle murderous intent emerged in the depths of Luo Ho's pupils. As long as he can improve his basic qualities to the level of Admiral of Headquarters, and then combine it with the blessing of various devil fruit abilities, Luo Ho had enough confidence to kill those so-called world nobles celestial dragons in front of the world government. Chapter 13 Admiral Kongwu. At the same time when Luo Ho was planning to go to Devil's Island to kill a few celestial dragons to add to the fun, the Marine fleet responsible for escorting the celestial gold also transmitted the news that the celestial gold had been robbed to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. At this time, in a room that was decorated ornately and looked very expensive, 5 old men with solemn and calm faces and the aura of superiors looked grimly at the Marine Vice Admiral who was kneeling on the ground and came to deliver the message. These 5 old men are the ones who are in charge of the world government, which is known as the holder of the highest power in the world. They are the 5 elders representing Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. As the few immortals in the world government, these 5 people have been re-elected as the world's highest authorities for 8 consecutive terms. The highest power in the world not only represents their qualifications, but also represents their strength. However, at this moment, the 5 old men had extremely unfriendly expressions as they looked at the Marine Vice Admiral kneeling on the ground. You mean to say that the Tianshangjian was robbed by 2 pirates under the joint escort of you marine idiots and those idiots in the CP organization? Is there even someone in the CP organization who betrayed the government and revealed the exact location of the celestial dragons to the 2 pirates? Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, the youngest of the 5 elders with blonde hair, looked coldly at the marine who was kneeling on the ground and didn't even dare to raise his head to look at them. He is one of the 5 elders who is responsible for managing the CP organization in the world government. Now that his men had betrayed the government, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him in front of several of his colleagues. Even though he had lived for hundreds of years, this kind of bloody plot still almost made his nose crooked with anger. This is not because the value of heavenly gold is so precious, or because the devil fruit stored inside is so rare. If these things are gone, the worst that can happen is that we can just collect a second round of heavenly gold from those countries this year to make up for it. The only thing that made him angry was that there were people in the CP organization who betrayed the government and directly disclosed the specific location of celestial dragons to the pirates. This is a very serious matter. Although ordinary celestial dragons are nothing in front of their 5 elders. But as 5 elders, they still need to consider how terrifying the family forces behind the celestial dragons are. If the celestial dragons died, the patriarchs of those families would definitely scold them harshly. When Peter Saint thought about the possibility that he would face unreasonable compatriots whose brains and intestines seemed to be tangled together, he felt a splitting headache sweeping through his nerves. The guys closest to the sea where the heavenly gold was robbed should be those guys from Nadutinia Saint and Kalola Maz Saint, right? Which admiral from the marine side is responsible for protecting them? Has he been notified? Compared to St. Peter's anger, St. Topman Voculi, one of the 5 elders with a mustache, who was relatively calm at this time, analyzed the current situation very calmly. The celestial dragons must not die at the hands of the pirates. This concerns whether the majesty of the gods that they spent 800 years to build can be preserved. Moreover, the plan is about to be implemented. At this critical juncture, there must be no mistakes. Reporting to the 5 elders, the admiral in charge of the escort this time from our naval headquarters is Admiral Kong. Marine headquarters has informed him to always protect the safety of the world's nobles. The Marine Vice Admiral who was in charge of reporting the situation had almost no time to hesitate after hearing the 5 elders' inquiry, and directly pointed out the admiral with the highest combat power sent out by their naval headquarters. According to the General Order of the World Government, naval headquarters can have 3 top-level Marines. Marine admirals are used to maintain government authority and collect gold from the sky. During this period, the admiral of headquarters were Kongu, Zephyr, and Garp, 3 masters who specialized in haki. Although among the 3 highest-powered admirals of headquarters, Garp is a special one who has never accepted any position and has never acknowledged himself as a Marine admiral. However, due to his strong combat capability, both the naval headquarters and the outside world directly acknowledged that Garp was the 3rd admiral of headquarters. And because these 3 people only practice haki, their code names are all named after their physical strength. Among them, whether it is Kong, Tekken or Black Arm, they are all top haki. It's Kong, that's not bad. This guy's strength is indeed above the sea. If he is among the top ones, there will be no problem in protecting the celestial dragons. If there are no other problems with Kongu, after the next plan, arrange for him to be promoted directly to Marine Marshal. That guy Natanya is already an old guy from the last era. His mental state has been declining sharply since the last fight with that guy Rox. A naval headquarters marshal who has lost most of his fighting spirit is of no use to the government. Agree. After several 5 elders looked at each other, they directly agreed with the idea of the 5 elders with mustaches. In fact, no matter who serves as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, it is not that important to the world government. It's just that they want to establish someone with greater prestige in the naval headquarters to make it easier for them to direct the direction of the Marine, which is a sharp blade. Kong was an admiral with great abilities and a very smart mind, making him the perfect candidate. As for the other 2 admirals, that is another story. Black Arm Zephyr is still relatively young and was promoted to admiral of the headquarters not long ago. He is not qualified for this position yet. As for Garp the Fist, he is definitely a thorn in the side. Not to mention letting him be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He has not even held the position of admiral of headquarters. By the way, who are those 2 pirates who stole the heavenly gold? Since someone from your marine escaped, They must have known each other, right? It definitely can't be someone from Rock's Pirate. That guy seems to be planning something recently and hasn't been seen for a while. The 5 elders looked at the sweaty Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, trying to find some answers from his eyes. To be honest, they personally were unwilling to believe that even all the members of the CP organization were killed, but these Marines were able to escape back and report the situation. If there is no one interfering, then it means that the pirates who robbed the Sky Gold are closely related to the Marine. Report. Report to Master 5 Elders. Vice Admiral Garp's son Monkey D. Dragon was on the ship escorting the warships at the time. Those 2 pirates only took one look at Major Drago and never chased after our naval headquarters warships. The 5 elders, who were originally skeptical, became extremely vigilant after hearing what the Marine Vice Admiral said. If there really is a spy of the pirates inside the naval headquarters, then it is definitely a major hidden danger for their next plan that cannot be underestimated. But now it is obvious that it is not time to tear each other apart. So they just became alert in their hearts and didn't say much. Only 2 pirates were able to kill more than a dozen people from the CP organization, and one of them was a CP0 who practiced haki. Marcus Maz, who had a long beard, said with some disbelief, with his hands behind his back. Now is the era of rocks. Except for the low-level pirates in the 4 sea areas of Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast. Almost all the powerful pirates in the entire Grand Line have been assigned to Rock's Pirate. In other words, the 2 pirates who dared to take great risks and directly snatch the gold from the sky are actually 2 newcomers who have not yet become famous. Yes, the pirate who stole the gold this time has not been recorded yet, but the pirate of a special race next to him was a test subject who escaped from the Marine Laboratory. A&D. And these 2 are both Conqueror's haki owners. We, the Marine, have also received news that they are planning to join Rock's Pirate. After telling the 5 elders all the news he knew, the Marine Vice Admiral finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was his first time facing the highest power in the world, and he almost stopped breathing. This damn place was too depressing. What? You mean those 2 pirates all have Conqueror's haki? And they even said they wanted to join the Rock's Pirates. Zambalong Nasujiro, who had been holding the first-generation Kaiditsu in his hand, heard that a dangerous man like Luoho was going to join Rock's Pirate. In a moment of desperation, he even blurted out his native language, Wano Kuni. Chapter 14, Deception. According to the Marines who managed to escape, this is indeed true, the 2 criminals did say they wanted to join the Rock's Pirates. What a troublesome guy. Rock's Pirate is already very difficult to deal with, and now 2 awakened young geniuses of Conqueror's haki have to be added. Is this plan forced to be cancelled? The 5 elders, who was holding the demon sword, had an unsightly look on his face, and his right hand, which was tightly grasping the scabbard, was shaking constantly. Rock's Pirates, in addition to their huge pirates force that almost encompasses the entire Grand Line. What's more important are the pirates under his command who are extremely talented. Nicknamed Whitebeard, with a bounty of 1.736 billion Baileys, Edward Newgate, the owner of Conqueror's haki. Shiki is known as the Golden Lion Pirates Admiral, has a bounty of 1.887 billion, is a Lion Fruit ability user, and is also the owner of Conqueror's haki. Charlotte Linlin, who has the title of Big Mom, a bounty of 911 million, the user of the Soul Fruit, and the owner of Conqueror's haki. In addition to these 3 very powerful pirates, Rock's Pirate also includes Silver Axe and Akoku, 2 pirates who are equally powerful as the Admiral, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. And now, there are 2 more young people who dare to seize the gold in the sky and are going to join Rock's Pirate. This is bad news that makes matters worse for the world government. Since you Marines have got the news, it means that Rocks must have also received intelligence. We have to make some decisions. Rocks will never let go of these 2 young bloods with Conqueror's haki. The 5 elders with handlebar mustaches looked far into the beautiful artificial garden outside Marie Joy's. Although it was irrational to be forced to have a huge friction with Rock's pirates now, he could not tolerate the addition of 2 freakish kids to Rock's pirates again. Immediately give the naval headquarters and CP0 a gathering order. Go to Alcatraz Island immediately to support Kongwu. If necessary, you can directly destroy the entire island. In short, we must not allow these 2 sinful villains to join Rock's pirate. After looking at several colleagues nearby who did not express any opinions, 5 elders with a mustache gave orders directly to the Marine Vice Admiral next to him. Yes. Naval Headquarters guarantees to complete the mission. After receiving no new orders, the Marine Vice Admiral left the depressing holy place of Marie Joy's without any time staying. Because the Celestial Dragon's sacred place Marie Joy's must be within the protection of the Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. So soon, the Marine Vice Admiral took the order he received back to the Naval Headquarters. At this time, Netanya, who had not yet received an order from the world government to dismiss him from his position as the Naval Headquarters Marshal, called Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, who were considered to be high-level fighters in the Naval Headquarters, to his office. These 3 people can be said to be the most powerful Marines in their Naval Headquarters. As for other Marines whose strength can only be ranked around Vice Admiral, they are not even qualified to attend this meeting. Rock's Pirates is not a nasty organization to be trifled with. If a Vice Admiral level Marine were to get involved, he would be chopped into pieces like a rotten cucumber. Rather than letting them hold us back, it would be more practical to send elite Marines directly to support Kong Goulet. The 5 elders have issued an order. 2 young pirates who have awakened conquerors Haki and robbed the celestial planet are going to join the Rock's Pirates. The government has ordered our Marines to organize people to stop those 2 villains. This mission involves the noble celestial dragons, so I hope everyone will take it seriously and not make any mistakes. Netanya pressed the torn wound on her chest and spoke to the people in front of her in a heavy voice. The 3 people in front of him now are all strong enough to fight against the Rock's pirate cotters, but they are not suitable for this mission. Although Garp was extremely good at armament haki, he had never shown any respect to the world nobles. He even had the intention of beating up the celestial dragons. As for Zephyr and Sengoku, one of them had just replaced the previous admiral of headquarters and successfully ascended to the highest combat power, but he did not yet have any practical experience in stable combat against big pirates. The other Sengoku is a candidate admiral who is more of a think tank type. He even dares to rob gold from the sky. Young people like him should join our naval headquarters. If we train them well, they will surely become the next generation of Marine Admiral in the future. Zephyr picked up the printed intelligence paper in front of him and repeatedly looked at the photo of the wanted poster printed on it, muttering to himself. At this time, Zephyr still firmly believed in the justice of the naval headquarters in his heart. Even though there was some extreme darkness within the world government that made him feel very uncomfortable, he had no choice for the sake of his own justice. Ha 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 ha, this gold in the sky belongs to celestial dragons. What does it have to do with us, the naval headquarters? If it's that guy Roger who's causing trouble, it would be better for me to go there. Garp, who originally had no interest in celestial dragons, curled his lips, then turned his head, took out a pack of brand new senbei biscuits from his pocket and started chewing them. Marshal Netanya could only sigh helplessly. He was willing to scold Garp for being ABD. But his haki was no match for Garp. That guy was a complete thorn in the side of the naval headquarters and never obeyed his orders. Don't worry about that guy. You 2 can choose who will go to support Kongu. There are 3 celestial dragons on Alcatraz Island. If any mishap occurs to these 3 celestial dragons, it will be hard to say how much military expenditure our naval headquarters will have in the second half of the year. Netanya looked at Zephyr and Sengoku who were still sitting in the conference room. Marshal, the identities of these 2 pirates seem to be a little different. The intelligence shows that they don't seem to have any ill intentions towards our naval headquarters. Sengoku glanced through all the information about Luoho and Kaido without changing his expression, and then looked at Netanya meaningfully. According to the internal intelligence of the Marine, after Luoho and Kaido robbed the world government's gold, they did not choose to attack the Marine warships responsible for escorting them. Instead, they allowed the soldiers on the warships to return to the naval headquarters. And the reason why these two people went to Devil's Island to look for celestial dragons was entirely because there was a huge gap between them and the world government. According to the intelligence, Luoho was originally just an ordinary fishing family that traveled on the sea every day, but their family was broken up because of the arrival of celestial dragons. And at that time, celestial dragons from Island Entertainment was ABD who indiscriminately shot civilians, causing extremely bad consequences. Kaido is an excellent heroic soldier in a country. He fought on the front line for his country, but was betrayed to the government due to the king's selfishness and was forced to become a pirate. Under normal circumstances, such people do not pose much of a threat to marine justice. However, if their naval headquarters launched a large-scale crackdown on celestial dragons because of them, then it would inevitably lead the two of them to extremes. At that time, even if Luoho and Kaido killed Marine, they would have no reason to blame them. After all, it was all their own fault. They were kind enough to let the low-level Marines go. And these high-ranking officials have to obey the orders of the world government to encircle and suppress others. Isn't this ungrateful? Don't worry about this for now. Putting aside the facts, they are pirates who stole the Tensang gold after all. As Marines with justice, we must go over and take it back. Marshal Netanya looked at the hesitant Sengoku and Zephyr and directly gave his orders without giving them time to hesitate before leaving the meeting room. At this moment, Garp, who had not participated in the discussion, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you two are such idiots, is this the way you can deal with orders you don't want to execute? Zephyr and Sengoku looked at each other in bewilderment after listening to Garp's advice. It was as if a new world had been opened to them. Fake fight. This thing even has fake fights. Garp's general expression. Chapter 15 Marine Wanted Warrant. As the conspiracy in the naval headquarters conference room ended, Luoho, who was still floating above the Grand Line, also received a letter delivered by the albatrosses flying in the sky. In this era, Morgans, the crazy private newspaper president, had not yet been born, and the newsbird naturally had not appeared. Therefore, currently most of the information in the world is edited and written by organizations under the world government. Due to the interests between governments, the authenticity of these current affairs news is something that is very worthy of scrutiny. Oh la 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 la, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. I, Kaido, am finally a man with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Ha 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 ha. So I guess I have to target the damn celestial dragons to quickly accumulate bounties and become a world-famous pirate. On the warship transporting the heavenly gold, Kaido was in charge of the operation while holding a bounty order of his own and laughing wildly. Although he was once a heroic soldier, after being betrayed by his country, he became keen on improving his own strength and then obtaining a larger bounty to increase his popularity. The reason for doing this is that Kaido has always had a crazy plan in his heart. He wants to form a giant group of pirates, all organized by Zoan demon fruit power. He wants to rely on the pirates group under his command to start a world-class chaotic war. If for no other reason than to avenge the painful experience of having his blood and marrow drawn again and again that he was forced to endure in the government laboratory. At this moment, compared to Kaido's excitement, on the other side, a group of fierce-looking pirates on the island of Hakinosu were looking at the brand new bounty order in their hands with shock on their faces. I didn't expect that besides us rocks pirates, there is actually a new generation of pirates that is so powerful they even dare to steal the world government's gold. They are really tired of living. Is this true? A rookie pirate's first bounty is 118 million berries? If I remember correctly, this bounty should be for a pirate who has just set sail, right? Nothing is impossible. Didn't Admiral Golden Lion say that? There is no shortage of geniuses in this sea. When Admiral Golden Lion was only 8 years old, he activated Conqueror's Haki, which was unprecedented. Although this newcomer has some talent, he is just average compared to those officers of our Rocks pirates. If I can also rob a heavenly gold transport ship, maybe I can also serve as a small coder in the Rocks pirate extra story team. Stop talking bullshit. People are fighting for the heavenly gold because they have the strength to do so. What do you have? If a little Karami like you goes to fight for the heavenly gold, those people from the CP organization will pull your large intestine out of the pit with one hand and stuff it into your mouth. That's right. Although he is a rookie pirate on the surface, he is still a strong man who has awakened Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Advanced Conqueror's Haki. He can practice to such a level at this age, so he is definitely a freak. By the way, the man with horns on his head next to Luoho's bounty order seems to be Kaido, the ghost who has been causing a lot of trouble at sea recently. How come these two are mixed up? It's useless to say so much. If I can gain their strength, I would be willing to eat, drink, gamble and have fun every day. Because the inflation rate in the pirates' world in the current period is not as crazy as it would be later when it would reach billions. Therefore, at this moment, Luoho, whose first bounty on the sea was marked as 100 million Baileys, almost immediately attracted the attention of pirates from all walks of life. In this era, pirates who can reach a bounty of 100 million times have basically been recruited to join the Rocks pirates. In addition, Kaido, a special race, who is also a freak who has awakened Conqueror's Haki, also appears on the screen. Therefore, at this time, no matter which force it was, they were all worried that these two monsters would join Rocks pirate and once again strengthen the terrifying armed force. Inside Hakinosu Island. Compared to the pirates playing around outside, this place is a special place for the Rocks pirate coders to rest. It is also the core base area of Rocks pirate, where there are not only a variety of exquisite food and refreshing drinks, but also various spa massages, foot baths, and other projects. Gulala, if you want a tip, please massage harder. I'm not a stingy guy like John. At this time, a man with blonde hair, muscular body, a height of 6.66 meters, and a white beard on his face that was curved upward like a crescent moon was lying comfortably on the chair, allowing the girl in leopard print shorts next to him to press his muscles at will. This 16-foot-tall man was naturally the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who almost killed Blackbeard with a sliver of his health at the naval headquarters. At this moment, Whitebeard's preference for the opposite S*X has not changed at all. He only likes beauties wearing leopard print hot pants and exuding a wild beauty. However, his words made Miss Ba Jin, who had a pretty face and smooth skin, so angry that she put her hands on her hips and looked annoyed. Ba Jin can be said to be one of the most beautiful pirates in Rocks pirates, but she has always admired Whitebeard and she dresses up carefully day and night just to seduce this man, but it never works. It was not until this moment when I saw the satisfied expression on Whitebeard's face that I realized that this guy actually has a little fetish for leopard print shorts. Damn it, it would be too embarrassing for me to wear this kind of clothes. After weighing the pros and cons, Ba Jin could only put his thoughts aside for the time being. After all, it takes time to seduce a man like Whitebeard. However, at this moment, the noises of the noisy pirates outside became louder and louder, causing Whitebeard, who was originally planning to take a rest, to show a dissatisfied expression. What are those little brats outside making noise about? Is it the world government calling? Whitebeard supported himself on the sofa with both hands, intending to stand up and go over to see what was going on. But before he could take action, a tall figure with the same blonde hair floated over from the sky not far away. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, guess what I found? Chapter 16 Devil's Island. This man with a very strange laugh and the same blonde hair effect as Whitebeard is naturally one of the Rocks pirates' leaders, Shiki, nicknamed the Golden Lion. What good things can you do? Don't tell Lousy that you want to form a branch house to form some bullshit Golden Lion Pirates group. Whitebeard didn't even bother to open his eyes when his colleague arrived. After all, he knew this guy too well. Ever since he joined Rock's Pirate, this guy has been trying his best to persuade him to quit Rock's and establish a new sea group to dominate the world. But unfortunately, Whitebeard is a loyal man. Since he has joined the Rock's Pirates, he will not betray them just because of other people's conditions. This is totally inconsistent with his personality. Ha 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 ha, don't be so cold, Newgate, I just want to win you over. Gulala la la la, what else do you have to say? Hurry up and tell me, don't disturb Lousy and the leopard print girl's good time. Whitebeard turned his head with an unhappy look and glanced at Shiki, the guy who was jumping around all day and was not at all restless. If Captain Rox knew that he had been urging him and Linlin to leave Rock's Pirate all day long, it was estimated that even if Captain Rox had 100 heads of Shiki, they would not be enough for Rox to chop off. Didn't you read today's newspaper? Recently, 2 amazing newcomers have appeared on the sea. They are young but have already become conquerors, haki masters, and have all cultivated to a high level. If such talents can join my flying pirates fleet as officers, then they will definitely have a bright future. Golden Lion introduced the information of Luoho and Kaido, 2 new pirates, with saliva flying all over his face. After listening to Golden Lion's introduction, Whitebeard naturally showed a shocked expression on his face. After all, even these cadre members were not necessarily much better than Luoho and Kaido when they were their age. If a guy like this joins their Rock's Pirate, there will definitely be 2 more cadre members in the next few years. Gulala la la la, it would be a waste of talent for such a talented player to join your flying fleet. Let's go inform the captain and see how he makes a decision. After all, the world government and the Marines will never sit idly by and watch these 2 brats join the Rock's Pirates without any hindrance. Whitebeard ignored Shiki's clamor to recruit the 2 young guys to join his fleet. In his opinion, it would be safest to inform Captain Rox about such a newcomer. After all, the greater the power of Rock's Pirate is, the better protected his hometown, Sphinx Island, will be. Otherwise, the huge amount of gold that he had to pay to the world government every year would be enough to turn his hometown into a poor island. What a boring guy. Captain Rox doesn't even want to go to war with the world government. Lousy has nothing to do except eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling all day. Is this a life for human beings? Seeing that this guy Newgate actually stood up and went to Captain Rox to report the situation, Shiki could only kneel down on the ground and cry with a look of pity on his face. In fact, it's not his fault. After all, Rock's Pirate is now very powerful. Apart from the world government, no one can be their rival. Therefore, Shiki, who had been in Rock's Pirate for several years, could not get a good fight. In such a frustrating environment, he was naturally going crazy. However, Shiki did not dare to do anything rash towards Captain Rox mentioned by Newgate. After all, he was a man who had truly mastered Conqueror's haki to the legendary level. Even though all of their pirates' cadres were extremely talented masters, they were still far inferior to that man. After going crazy for a few seconds, Shiki quickly caught up with Whitebeard. He didn't want to give such a good opportunity to take credit to this guy Whitebeard. Everyone in the world knows that Captain Rox is the most generous captain. As long as you have made contributions to the Rock's Pirate, there will definitely be rewards. Maybe they can even directly obtain Captain Rox's method and skills of practicing ultimate haki this time. Since both of them were extremely powerful pirates, it took them less than 3 or 2 minutes to reach the skeleton room located in the center of Hakinosu. Boom boom boom. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Whitebeard reached out and knocked on it without any hesitation. After a few seconds, a calm and somewhat hoarse voice was heard in the silent and depressing room. Come in. After receiving the captain's order, Newgate and Shiki quickly turned the door handle and walked in. You 2 have the time to come to me. Are you here to talk about those 2 new guys who stole the world government's gold? Rock's calm gaze is filled with the confidence of foresight. At this time, Newgate and Golden Lion were completely confused. They didn't say a word, but the captain already knew it clearly. What is going on? Hey, Newgate, I heard that Observation Hacky will develop unique abilities after it is trained to the ultimate state. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and then reacted. You mean the captain's Observation Hacky has gained a new ability? But doesn't the captain's Observation Hacky already have the ability to foresee the future? Whitebeard looked at Rox, who was sitting calmly in the chair, somewhat at a loss. This man shocked him so much. The state between the two people is simply not in the same class. Compared to Whitebeard, Shiki was also a little bit unbelievable, but he did not doubt the captain after all. After all, no matter what abilities Captain Rox gains, it is extremely normal. This is indeed the second ability derived from Observation Hacky after it was upgraded to the ultimate state, prying into people's hearts. Rox did not hide his guess about Whitebeard at all, but directly admitted that he had the ability to read people's minds. This scene gave Shiki, who had always wanted to leave the branch house, goosebumps all over his body. If the captain knew about his idea, wouldn't his head be chopped off? When Shiki thought of this, he shuddered all over. Although he complains about being bored all day long, if his pee were really cut off, then what would be the meaning of his life? He can't be the first eunuch in the pirates' world, right? Congratulations, Captain! Congratulations, Captain! My admiration for you is as endless as the surging waters of a river. After a round of worship and compliments, Rox just waved his hand to indicate that Shiki didn't need to show off anymore. He didn't care at all about his men's desire to distract themselves. After all, who among his subordinates is not a king who has awakened conqueror's Hacky? It would be really strange for such a person to be inferior to others. As long as these crew members don't make too much trouble, Rox generally doesn't want to interfere. Gulala, Captain Rox means that we need to go directly to pick up the 2 future crew members. Whitebeard smiled brightly, and he was very happy that his captain's strength had been further improved. Well, please go by yourself, Newgate. Shiki, please stay. I have something to say. Rox nodded and indicated that Newgate could set off directly to Devil's Island to pick up the people. After watching the tall Whitebeard leave the room, Rox looked at the trembling Golden Lion next to him with eyes that seemed to have lost all emotion in an instant. Chapter 17 Celestial Dragons. Grand Line Road Sea. Luoho and Kaido, who had been drifting on the sea for several days, finally saw the Devil's Island area shown on the nautical chart. Alcatraz is a small island located in the Road Sea area in the middle of the Grand Line. Almost all the people on this island are extremely vicious pirates who are completely out of the control of Rox pirates and the world government. Therefore, except for the marine, almost no civilians or merchant ships dared to approach this area. However, Luoho and Kaido, who are heading to Alcatraz at this moment, are of course exceptions. On the deck of the warship, Luoho looked at the island whose blurry outlines were gradually appearing in front of him, and felt the slight shaking of the ship. I have to say that Kaido is indeed a very good helmsman. Being experienced, he knows how to deal with the bad weather in the Grand Line. Looking at the strangely changing weather, it is no wonder that those powerful pirates all gathered in the second half of the Grand Line. The truth is, the climate here is simply not a place for humans to stay. After several days and nights of boring sailing, now Luoho was eager to find a few celestial dragons and pierce their hearts with the great virtue sword in his hand to sharpen it. As for celestial dragons, if they are guarded by the admiral with the highest combat power in naval headquarters, they will not be able to stop Luoho at all. As long as the opponent can't kill him instantly, Luoho has absolute confidence that he can copy and paste all of the opponent's basic attributes, Hacky attributes, and physical and sword skills devil fruit abilities to himself within a few minutes. Standing on the deck of the warship and looking at Devil's Island, which was a short distance away, and the vaguely visible naval headquarters warship in the distant port, Luoho directly opened his data panel to check the slight changes in the past few days. Although at this stage his strength is already strong enough to suppress Kaido with the help of the power fruit. But for now, the basic attributes dropped from Kaido can still be exploited. Although I can basically only maintain an improvement of 10 to 20 points per day, a small amount is still meet. The harder Kaido trains, the more basic attributes Luoho can absorb. The main focus is mutual assistance and mutual benefit. Host Luoho. Age, 18. Strength, 20,360, 3 disasters general level. Agility, 16,321, 3 disasters general level. Physical strength, 39,002, 3 disasters general level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, advanced 56.11%, Armament Haki cover entanglement, advanced 62.33%, Observation Haki, advanced 73.96%. Skills and physical skills, Thunderous 8 trigrams, descending the third world, leading to Naraku. Fruit ability, Paramecia power fruit. Looking at his current data information, Luoho also analyzed his current level of strength. Although he already possesses Conqueror's Haki, an attacking skill essential for a strong man. But now, the most he can do is use the basic ability of Conqueror's Haki to clean up some small fish. As we all know, Conqueror's Haki, like Armament Haki, can be derived into 3 advanced usage techniques. It is just different from Armament Haki's covering, entanglement, and external Haki that causes internal damage. Conqueror's Haki's 3 skills of ignoring defense, shocking the mind, and seeing and killing are much more advanced. Apart from the most basic ability to intimidate the weak whose minds are not strong enough, the remaining 2 techniques are skills that can provide great benefits in battle. However, Luoho is unable to acquire such ability for the time being. We can only wait and see whether we can pick up these advanced skill attributes from Rox after joining Rox Pirate. Because the warships that transport heavenly gold are large in size and can only be sailed by wind. So even though Luoho had seen the island of Devil's Island from afar, it still took more than an hour to sail on the sea to reach the port. At this time, the port was densely packed with dozens of pirate ships of various types, all flying skull and crossbones flags. The number of these pirate ships alone is enough to show how large the number of pirates is in the Alcatraz area. Compared to these pirates which are cheap and relatively simple in style. The giant luxury cruise ship located in the center, which is covered with gold powder and inlaid with hundreds of densely packed gems, is Luoho's goal this time when he came to Devil's Island. That is the travel equipment exclusive to celestial dragons. On the parapet of this luxury cruise ship, it is not the cross flag of the world government, nor the seagull scale of the naval headquarters that is hung. They blatantly treated all the slaves as nothing and made the hoof mark of the celestial dragon, which represented their identity as celestial dragons, into a flag and flew it high on the top of the cruise ship. In addition to being used to indicate the world's noble status, the celestial dragon's hoof print is more importantly a mark used by celestial dragons to brand the identities of their slaves. Anyone who is chosen by the celestial dragons and eventually becomes a slave will have their skin burned with a red-hot iron, leaving this mark. Here it is. Celestial dragons. After docking the transport ship at the port, Luoho had an idea, and the advanced red-seeing Haki in his body instantly scanned most of the island. Information sensed back through observation Haki. Luoho clearly saw the celestial dragons who came to Alcatraz to select slaves. They had already walked to the center of Alcatraz. Luoho also paid special attention to the marine standing next to celestial dragons, who had bulging muscles, a matar hairstyle, and 3 inverted mountain beards on his chin. As expected, the Admiral of Headquarters is here to escort us. And he's Garp's old boss, Admiral Kong. After confirming the candidate for the highest-powered admiral in the naval headquarters whom he would face this time, Luoho directly withdrew the coverage of his observation Haki. Because he had clearly noticed that the hollow drum had vaguely cast its gaze towards his side. Obviously, his observation Haki induction has been noticed by this powerful marine who lives in the non-night plot. However, Luo Hong naturally would not have the slightest intention of retreating in this regard. Now his basic strength has roughly reached the level of the 3 disasters generals in the original story. Coupled with the double power blessing brought by the super popular power fruit, it is basically impossible to kill him instantly with just the level of the highest combat power admiral of the naval headquarters. And if we can't just smash his head and kill him right there, then Luo Ho can rely on the huge basic attributes dropped in this wave of battles to quickly improve his strength to the level of admiral of headquarters. Moreover, if he could absorb the opponent's fighting skills during this hard fight with Kong Gu, it would definitely be a sure win. As long as he can compete with Kong Gu based on basic strength. So even if Luo Ho killed celestial dragons in the street, no one would be able to punish this lawless outlaw. After all, in the world of pirates, as long as you have the level of admiral, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, it is absolutely impossible to be killed. Unless you are really wild and want to go to the holy land of Marie Joyce, the headquarters of the world government, to challenge the 5 pervert old men and the unknown strength and gender of I'm. Chapter 18, Perverted Celestial Dragons. After determining the exact locations of the celestial dragons and the admiral of headquarters, Luo Ho immediately walked over with the snow-white sword at his waist. Killing celestial dragons, he had imagined this kind of thing countless times in his mind. Whether it was because he felt angry about this magical species when watching anime in his previous life, or because he now has extreme hatred towards this group of people, it has become the motivation for Luo Ho to kill them. Compared with Luo Ho, Kaido next to him is naturally not weaker at all. Kaido was treated as an experimental material by the world government, even worse than a slave, and his whole life was spent drawing blood and bone marrow for testing. He must have a lot of resentment towards the world government. So after hearing Luo Ho's plan to come to Devil's Island to kill the celestial dragons, Kaido immediately patted his broad shoulders and said that he wanted to get a piece of the pie. A crazy person like him certainly wouldn't be surprised to find that he would be hunted down by the Admiral of Headquarters for killing celestial dragons. After all, his current identity is a rare material. Hasn't Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr been hunting him before? If he hadn't jumped into the sea by chance and relied on his racial talent to dive directly into the deep sea, he might have been caught by Zephyr at that time. Just as Luo Ho walked towards the celestial dragons with steady steps and murderous eyes. On the main street in the center of Alcatraz, pirates have already knelt down one after another. The person these pirates are kneeling to is naturally the one with a transparent glass cover on his head and wearing clothes that seem to be specially used for diving. The people who can wear such unique costumes in this world are naturally the celestial dragons, who are known as the world's aristocrats. Of course, the reason these pirates chose to kneel on the ground was not because they were afraid of the so-called celestial dragons. It was simply because next to these celestial dragons stood an admiral of headquarters with bloated muscles, 3 naval headquarters vice admirals, and a large number of CP organization agents in black suits. If these people were not here, well, these lawless pirates who don't even take the rocks pirates seriously can tear off the heads of these celestial dragons on the spot and chop them into meat sauce to make wine. Just when all the pirates were looking at the celestial dragons, who were obviously more distinguished, standing in the front row with fear and trepidation, the other party suddenly laughed weirdly as if he was crazy. Ha 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 ha. So many untouchables, there are really so many untouchables here. I must pick the most powerful untouchable to be my slave, Saint Tenia of Nadu. This celestial dragons, who called himself the Saint of Nadbantenia, laughed and then used the whip in his hand to severely whip the slave riding under his body. Yes, as a true world noble, the celestial dragon among celestial dragons, Saint Nadbantenia would never allow his shoes to fall on the muddy land. So compared to the celestial dragons that accompanied him out, in order to show his higher status, he chose to ride the slaves directly out. Taking a closer look, he found that the slave he was sitting on was actually a beautiful female captain with fair skin, long legs and a pretty face. A female pirate's captain with a bounty of over 30 million berries. Having just been out to sea for a short time, she is indeed a new pirate who is worth paying attention to. But unfortunately, his news deeds had just been broadcast when they were noticed by the Saint of Tenia in Nadu. Hence, it took only a moment for the celestial dragon's lips to open slightly. This female captain, who had just become famous and wanted to join the Rocks pirates, was packed up by countless agents and sent to the holy land of Marie Joyce overnight. As for what fate such a beautiful female pirates will encounter when she is sent to the hands of celestial dragons, it is completely unknown. However, looking at her torn skirt that revealed a large area of snow-white skin and left marks all over it, one could probably guess the celestial dragon's evil behavior. Although the world government has explicitly stipulated that all celestial dragons are not allowed to intermarry with outsiders. But this rule doesn't say that celestial dragons can't play with other races. As long as they are careful in what they do. It would be fine if we could prevent these untouchables from accidentally becoming pregnant with the blood of the gods. Of course, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. There will always be some unexpected things when venting your emotions on beauties of so many races. These celestial dragons also have their own unique way of dealing with this. Any woman who accidentally becomes pregnant with the blood of the gods will be pushed into a charcoal-filled fire pit by their own hands and burned to death. In their words, the blood of God must never be polluted. Only by pushing the pregnant woman into the fire pit and burning her into charcoal can the bloodline of the gods be prevented from being polluted. At this moment, Nad Bantania suddenly waved to a group of CP organization members next to him. After seeing this scene, several men in neat black suits and wearing black sunglasses despite it being a cloudy day immediately stepped forward, knelt down respectfully, and waited for orders. Come here. Capture all these lowly pirates. I want to test the latest stimulant I've developed. After receiving the order from Dabantenia, these CP0 members, who were obviously the highest-ranking members of the CP organization, immediately took action. In just a dozen seconds, they subdued the pirates who were named and threw them into a large pit that had been dug in advance. Damn it! If it weren't for these Marines and CP guys here, Lao Zi would have twisted his head off to vent his anger. Are these celestial dragons going to kill us all? If I had known this earlier, I should have just joined the Rocks pirates as a small pirate. At least with that identity, even the celestial dragons wouldn't dare to mess around. Seeing that the celestial dragons at the scene grabbed 7 or 8 strong pirates and threw them into a large pit nearby with just a few words, a commotion suddenly broke out at the scene. Everyone was worried that they would be the next one to be captured, but they didn't dare to think about resisting the celestial dragons. Because the oppressive feeling brought by Marine Admiral Kong Wu, who was standing quietly next to him like an iron tower, was too strong. Don't say anything. Any look from the other party would be enough to scare these pirates, whose bounties were less than 100 million yuan, into losing control of their bladders on the spot. Well, the next step is to strip these untouchables of their clothes. After taking a look at the frightened pirates in front of him, Najabantinia clearly felt a pervert-like excitement. He took out a bottle of potion that exuded a strong fishy smell and handed it to CP0 next to him. Throw this potion on them, my lord. I want to test whether this potion can make these untouchables willingly turn into a giant centipede. Chapter 19 Art. After hearing the celestial dragon's order, both the pirates who knelt down on the spot and Kong Gu who had been keeping a calm expression beside them showed a look of shock on their faces. This celestial dragon's actually plans to use a group of pirates to test his latest stimulant. What a pervert mentality one must have to be able to pull off such a trick. Human orientation is basically a very normal combination of men and women. Only a very small number of people will become that special combination for various reasons. But the celestial dragons in front of him were obviously using potions to forcibly combine several normal people together to form a monster. These pirates are just a little brutal at best. Compared with the Najabantinia in front of him, he is so many versions behind. This kind of behavior is not only disgusting, it can even cause extreme psychological discomfort in people. But how come it was celestial dragons who issued this order? Even these CP0 agents felt nauseous inside, but they still had to force themselves to hold back the discomfort and pour the potion in their hands on the pirates. As the drug gradually penetrated the skin and entered the nasal cavities of several pirates, a unique crazy party appeared. The pirates who were originally very resistant suddenly began to become confused and pale in the eyes, and even their bodies gradually began to dance with youth. After a few minutes, under the gaze of countless marine soldiers at the scene, several pirates who were forced to inhale the drug began to crawl with their eyes white. Their sickly appearance really looked like the monsters described by the Saint Tanya of Nadu. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. That's it, that's it. Go grab a few more pirates and throw them in. I want to see a more perfect work. It seems that the image of pervert directly touched some strange little habit deep in Nadu Tinia's soul. After a burst of crazy laughter, he issued another order, asking the CP organization members nearby to continue capturing more pirates for experiments. To this, even the Admiral of Headquarters Kongu, who thinks he is knowledgeable, he could only sigh and turn his head away from the scenes that had given him goosebumps all over his body. The chosen pirates all looked like they wanted to die. To be honest, they really didn't want to be a member of the pervert. But if they don't obey the orders of Master Celestial Dragons, the only thing waiting for them is death. Dignity is precious, but life is more precious. Rather than being killed on the spot by those damn lackeys CP0 agents, it is better to endure the discomfort in your heart and satisfy the weird hobby of celestial dragons. Less than a few seconds after the order was given, a few more pirates appeared in the already chaotic pit. Originally, the pirates who had just gone down were still very resistant. But as the pink potion in the pit began to be absorbed into the body, they also lost their last bit of sanity and were completely unable to control their bodies and went crazy. The Saint of Tinia from Nadu, who saw this scene, continued to laugh excitedly. Ah ha 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 ha. The monster appears. A giant centipede. Ah ha 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 ha. It turns out that the medicine I developed is very useful. Next time I have to change the gender and see if other untouchables can succeed by trying it. After satisfying his special little quirk, Nad Bantania gradually calmed down. At this moment, the Marine Vice Admiral and ordinary Marines brought by Admiral Kong had already become numb. Kong Admiral, although killing pirates is our Marines' duty, isn't this behavior a bit too, well, what? If the next order from Celestial Dragons is to capture civilians for the so-called centipede experiment, should we continue to help them? A group of Vice Admirals and Marine soldiers looked at Kongu, who had already turned his back and was smoking silently, and asked. Kongu's code name in Naval Headquarters is Kong. Normally, people would just call him Kong Admiral or Kong Admiral. But now, this man who was known to be as hard as steel has such a weak side. He even didn't dare to look directly at the group of soulless pirates in the pit. Oh, stop asking. Stick to the justice in your heart. The world is dark, but if even our Marines choose to give up, then who can save this world? Most celestial dragons can still communicate, but this one is slightly perverted. If you don't want to watch, just close your eyes and Janin will bear it for a while. Kong responded with a distorted expression to the Marine soldiers who were also feeling very disgusted. However, after the cigarette butt in his hand gradually burned out, the observation Haki in Kong's body suddenly sensed the appearance of two powerful figures behind him. After thinking about it for a while, he knew clearly that these were the two guys who came to cause trouble for celestial dragons. Although he is also very troubled by creatures like celestial dragons, after all, the naval headquarters still needs to rely on the hands of the world government to exert the force of justice. Many times, even if the order was very wrong, he had no choice but to do it. For example, this time, the 5 elders, who represent the highest authority in the world government, personally gave him an order: even if all the Marines go up to die, they must protect the lives of the world's nobles. Regardless of the loss, no matter how many lives are lost, no matter how great the price is, not a single hair of the celestial dragons can be lost. However, just when Kong Gu took action personally and eliminated the two pirates Luo Ho and Kaido in a lightning speed, Nadabantani Ya, who was proud of his noble status, also noticed the unusual situation. After looking around for a while, Nadu Tenia saw that he was outside the crowd who all knelt down. I don't know when two men stood up with their arms folded over their chests, as if they were watching him perform a monkey show. This extremely abrupt scene instantly made Nadu State Tenia feel greatly insulted. He is a celestial dragon. No, he is a high-caste celestial dragon whose status is more noble than ordinary celestial dragons. The identity of ordinary celestial dragons is enough to make all other races kneel down on the spot, crawl on the ground and dare not look up. And he, the celestial dragon among celestial dragons, was actually despised when he was traveling. And the playful attitude on the other party's face made Nadbantani Ya feel uncomfortable. He could clearly sense that the two men opposite him were laughing at and mocking his behavior. How dare someone stand before the great Saint Tenia of Nadu? Where is Marine? Where are the people from the CP organization? Hurry up and capture those two untouchables for me. This saint is going to turn each of them into a supersized version of a centipede. Chapter 20, Celestial Dragons. With a distorted face, Najabantania cursed Marine and the CP organization members next to him, then he immediately took out the precious pistol made entirely of gold from his waist, pointed it at Luo Ho's heart, and fired several shots. However, after several consecutive shots, Najabantania looked at the bullets made of gold shells with some surprise, which were pushed down by Luo Ho's chest muscles one after another. Even his golden pistol, which had been specially modified by the Marine Science Corps, was unable to cause even the slightest harm to Luo Ho. Oh? You're still a tough guy. But no matter how powerful you are, you must kneel before me and sing Conquer today. Someone put some pressure on this untouchable. After realizing that he could not hurt the man in front of him with his gun, Saint Nadbantania directly took back his pistol. As a member of one of the most powerful celestial dragon families in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, he is certainly not as stupid as other celestial dragons. As a celestial dragon who had seen the world, he knew that there were some powerful beings on this sea who were not afraid of the privileges of celestial dragons. For example, Rock's pirate, who is now dividing the world with the world government, is one of them. He, Nadbantanya, can enjoy all kinds of privileges from the world's nobles in front of ordinary people, but only in front of the strong, he will choose to take a step back. Like those stupid guys who were obsessed with their identity as gods all day long, Debantanya didn't even consider them as his compatriots. However, even though he will retreat, it does not mean that he is afraid of his current situation. After all, he is afraid of death by nature, so before going out this time, he brought the Admiral, the highest combat force in the naval headquarters, with him. The purpose is to deal with various emergencies and to protect one's precious life from being killed. This time, I encountered Luo Ho, a guy with a murderous look on his face. On the other side, after the order was given by the Saint of Nadu, Tenia, the group of CP organization agents dressed in black suits rushed towards Luo Ho's position like a swarm of hornets. However, at this moment, Luo Ho has completed his transformation into a strong man. Faced with the swarm of guard dogs, Luo Ho just shook Conqueror's haki, and it was like a thunderclap on the spot, which immediately shocked all the 200 to 300 CP organization members on the spot and made them faint on the spot. Faced with this scene, even experienced celestial dragons like Najabantania were stunned. He certainly knew how difficult it was to awaken the innate kingly aspirations of Conqueror's haki. Even the few rare geniuses within their family only looked at the conquerors who had awakened to the initial stage. And within their holy land of Marie Joyce, the only ones who can reach the top level of Conqueror's haki are the 5 elders who hold the highest power. But now the person who appeared in front of him was a pariah with Conqueror's haki. Such a gap immediately made Nadu State Tenia feel extremely humiliated. Even a Protoss like him didn't have the chance to awaken Conqueror's haki, but Luo Ho, who he considered to be just a pariah from the frontier, was able to possess such a kingly ambition. How could he bear this? Damn it! These CP members are too weak. Next time I must let those old guys equip me with CP0 agents. After watching his subordinates, a bunch of good-for-nothings, being pressed to the ground in an instant, Najabantinia spat on the ground viciously. Then he turned his head and looked at Kongwu, who was tall and strong and had a serious expression on his face. Hey, hey, hey! Kongwu! What are you still looking at? He is humiliating the great world nobles. I command you to arrest him immediately. I want him to be my lifelong slave. This is a slave who possesses Conqueror's haki. Those guys in the Holy Land will definitely envy me. However, at this moment, Admiral of Headquarters Kongwu simply did not have time to deal with this noisy guy. Although on the surface their Admiral of Headquarters is only used to protect the lives and safety of celestial dragons. But at the critical moment, Kongwu will still choose to consider the overall situation. For example, in this case, a pirates with a high-level Conqueror's haki is already worthy of his attention. Although it is not uncommon for pirates to possess Conqueror's haki in this era, it is really rare to be able to directly reach the advanced level. I understand. But for the sake of Saint Bontinia's safety, I still suggest you leave here first. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of your safety. Kongwu looked solemnly at Luoho and Kaido, who were full of murderous aura and seemed ready to take action. Damn you! Aren't you the top admiral of the naval headquarters? How come you need to be so cautious even when trying to capture a lowly pirate? Seeing Kongwu's serious mood, Najabantinia also calmed down a bit, although he wanted to directly use his rights to make a scene. But as a smart celestial dragon, he knew that now was not the time for him to come into play. Since Kongwu has already said that staying here would very likely put his life in danger, he naturally would not allow anything to happen to his precious body here. The old patriarch of their family, Labunrado, once said that true bravery is not to touch danger, but to choose to protect yourself at the critical moment. Therefore, for the sake of his own extravagant life for the next few decades, Nadbantania would not choose to throw a tantrum like those stupid celestial dragons. However, in order to save some face for his identity as a god, he still scolded Kongwu a few times with an unhappy look on his face before choosing to leave. But, how could Luoho let him out of his sight so easily? While these damn celestial dragons are still within my attack range. The armament haki in Luoho's body surged out instantly and directly wrapped around the granite next to him, which weighed about 1 or 2 tons. After taking a little aim, Luoho suddenly pulled his right leg back, his muscles instantly tensed as hard as steel, and then he aimed at the black granite on the ground and launched a powerful shot. Bang! Since this huge piece of granite was completely covered with Luoho's armament haki, it did not crack even after being bombarded with tremendous force. Even under the blessing of this powerful force, it was like a flaming meteorite, rushing towards the back of Najabantinia's head in an instant. However, this direct and blatant attack on the celestial dragons also instantly attracted the attention of the pirates, who were kneeling on the ground and dared not move. No way! This! How dare this guy attack celestial dragons in front of the Admiral of Headquarters? Isn't this a bit too brave? Does he think he is a Rocks pirate officer? If he really causes any damage to the celestial dragons, the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters will hunt him down together. Nothing is impossible. Haven't you heard that there are 2 young and crazy newcomers in our pirates community recently? Are you talking about Luoho and Kaido, the 2 who stole the world government's Sky Gold transport ship the day before yesterday and offered a bounty of 100 million Baileys for their crimes? Chapter 21 Whitebeard arrives. A group of pirates were shocked that Luoho directly killed the celestial dragons and started to analyze the situation at the scene. It has to be said that wherever there are people gathering, there will definitely be some people who are naturally well informed. Some of the more sharp-eyed pirates have already recognized Luo Ho as the newcomer in their pirate group, who is said to have talent comparable to that of Rock's pirate cotters. He is just a young-looking kid, but he is already the owner of a high-level conqueror's haki. And according to the rumors coming out from the world government, Luo Ho also obtained a paramecia power fruit when he robbed the golden transport ship in the sky. At such a young age, he has already reached the high-level conqueror's haki and obtained a perfect fruit of power. Such talent plus luck are enough to make 99% of the pirates in the world envious. Do you think he can really kill celestial dragons? If such a large piece of granite falls on a celestial dragon, it will be paralyzed even if it doesn't die. How is that possible? Could you please think carefully about it? Is Kong a vegetarian? He is the Marine Admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. That makes sense. After all, this is the Admiral, the highest ranking officer in the naval headquarters. Even if a Rock's pirate officer comes, he may not be able to defeat Kong. In my opinion, this ignorant young brat will most likely be pinned to death by Kong Gu's fist. After all, a genius who has not grown up is nothing. Not necessarily. After all, Luo Ho already possesses a high-level conqueror's haki at such a young age. Even if the admiral of the naval headquarters is so powerful, he can't be killed with just one punch, right? The pirates gathered at the scene and had a shocked discussion about Luo Ho's open attack on celestial dragons. A group of noobs who would cower and kneel on the ground in fear and dare not move when facing the admiral of headquarters, however, seemed to have turned into military advisors when it came to commenting on others, spitting and debating with the crowd. They looked just as confident as those keyboard warriors in their previous lives who manipulated keyboards across the internet. However, the situation at the scene was exactly as they had guessed. Kong Gu is, after all, an extremely talented admiral of headquarters. If Luo Ho can really kill a celestial dragon in an instant in front of him, then his level as an admiral of headquarters is really as low as a sewer. Facing Luo Ho's powerful shot, the thing flew towards him like a meteorite. Kong Gu's face was extremely calm. After throwing away the almost burnt cigarette butt, he suddenly strode forward, and the whole person seemed to turn into an eagle. His 5 fingers flashed with a black light like sharp hooks. In an instant, it hit directly on the huge piece of granite. Black claw collides with the boulder. There was a loud bang at the scene. This piece of granite, which was entangled with high-level armament haki, was directly crushed into debris on the spot, just like tofu pudding hitting a hydraulic press, with no ability to resist. As expected of the admiral of the naval headquarters, he is really capable. Luo Ho was a little surprised to see that his attack was so easily resolved by Kong Gu. After all, his current haki level is already extremely high. And it is somewhat disrespectful for him to knock away his attack so easily. However, in this situation, Luo Ho can only say that he came at the right time. The stronger Kong Gu is, the more terrifying Luo Ho's strength will become after today. After all, he is a man who can absorb attributes. As long as the basic attribute data can be on par with Kong Gu, then, Luo Ho can pretend to join Rock's pirate and kill everyone in the upcoming Battle of God Valley. You must be the Luo Ho who robbed the world government's gold transport the day before yesterday. It's really wrong for someone so young to commit such a crime. Kong Gu sighed with a hint of regret and looked at Luo Ho. Such talented and capable young people should join the naval headquarters and contribute to the just cause. But now, for the so-called gold wealth, he has become a disgusting pirate. It's obvious. Kong Gu, who had not yet understood what had happened, still believed that young people like Luo Ho chose to commit such a despicable act as robbing the world government's Tianshangxing transport ship just because they were greedy for gold and wealth. If he knew Luo Ho's life experience, even if he wanted to defend the world government, he would still have to shut up and remain silent. Luo Ho's life experience was too miserable. A harmonious and happy family was broken apart just because of celestial dragons. He. A crime? I guess it's just like what you said. But Laozi is in a good mood today, so I'll tell you one more thing. If nothing unexpected happens, all celestial dragons on this island will die today. Facing Kong Gusai, Luo Ho did not choose to explain anything, but just let out a strange laugh. For him now, the process is no longer important. His only goal in life is to kill all the noble celestial dragons in the holy land of Marie Joyce. These beasts don't deserve to live in this world. These celestial dragons are as evil as the blood-sucking and marrow-destroying Jews in World War II. They do not consider any race other than their own celestial dragons as their own. On the contrary, those bystanders are just pariahs for their entertainment. Kill if you want, it won't have any impact at all. Ha 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 ha, what an interesting young man. Although I respect your ideas very much. But if you want to kill celestial dragons in front of me, then give it a try. I'm not afraid to tell you, these 5 fingers of mine are 3 times harder than steel. However, facing Luo Ho's shameless words, Kong Gu did not choose to laugh. On the contrary, he just took a stance, and his 5 fingers instantly bent like hooks, emitting a pitch-black light. Looking at Kong Gu, who was in a fighting posture, huge balls of basic attribute gradually began to condense on his body. Luo Ho looked calm on the surface, but inside he was extremely happy. This is the basic attribute of the Admiral of Headquarters level. As long as he can absorb it all, his strength will be directly promoted to the level of Kong Gu. And this is the level of Marine Admiral in the Rocks Pirates era. In this era, if someone is recognized as the highest-ranking admiral in the naval headquarters, then he is definitely quite capable. No matter which of the 3 Admiral of Headquarters, Kong, Garp the Fist, or Black Arm Zephyr, he is definitely the supreme Haki. The combat power of these 3 Admirals of Headquarters is completely different from the 3 Admirals of Chicken, Dog, and Monkey in later generations. It can be said that if it is just a one-on-one duel, the Admiral of Headquarters in this era can completely dominate or even beat Chicken, Dog, Monkey. Among these 3 people, Garp is the only one who has never agreed to be promoted to Admiral of Headquarters. But whether it is the pirates or the Marines, they all absolutely recognize the strength of the other side's admiral. However, the confident expression on Luo Ho's face was completely shocking to the little pirates who could only kneel and watch the game. This is so damn gentle. Did I hear correctly? This newcomer actually wants to kill celestial dragons, a world noble? And he is so brazen as to challenge Kong. Yes, you heard it right. This new guy just said that he would kill all celestial dragons in front of Admiral of Headquarters Kong. With such courage, it's no wonder that he was able to awaken the king-like conqueror's haki. For ordinary little Karami pirates like me, the best I can do in my life is scare children with this face with one eye blinded. I'm really looking forward to it. Our pirate's rookie king is going to challenge the naval headquarters already famous Kong. Anyone want to place a bet? The odds are 1 to 300. Be quick and you'll miss out. Just as the pirates were clamoring to open the bets. On the other side, at the port of Devil's Island, a tall man with a height of 666 centimeters and a beard like a crescent moon came. Gulala, this is Luo Ho's little brat, he has quite a powerful aura. Chapter 22 Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Come on, Kong. Let me see what the top admiral of the naval headquarters is capable of. Seeing Kong's 5 fingers in front of him become as hard as iron and reveal a dangerous edge under Haki's rendering, Luo Ho's eyes flashed with a sneer. If he wants to kill all the celestial dragons and their lackeys on Devil's Island today, he must first pass Kong. If it really comes down to hard power alone, there is no way Luo Ho can defeat this guy who is about to be promoted to Marshal of the Naval Headquarters. However, if he could quickly absorb the basic attributes during the battle and copy the opponent's fighting skills, then Luo Ho would only need a few minutes to reach Kong Gu's top-level combat power. After all, this guy is the boss of the future marine hero Monkey D. Garp. If his strength could reach this level, Luo Ho would definitely be able to kill as many celestial dragons as he wanted. Even if the 5 old men of the world government tried their best to get rid of Luo Ho, they would have to at least send out all the Admiral combat forces. However, Luo Ho's next goal is to directly join Rock's Pirate and get a basic membership. As long as they join Rock's Pirate, no matter how angry the 5 elders are, they can only watch helplessly and dare not say a word. Because no matter how you look at it, the Rock's Pirates are now a giant pirate group that can confront all the forces under their world government. If they were not fully prepared, even the 5 elders would not dare to offend Rocks. What's more, after Luo Ho reaches the combat effectiveness of Admiral of Headquarters, the number of cadre members of Rock's Pirate will be further increased. However, facing Luo Ho's idiotic behavior and words, Kong Gu was stunned for a moment. He had been around the world and Grand Line for many years, but he had never seen such a brave newcomer. Whose general is this? How dare he propose a one-on-one duel with a veteran like him who had been addicted for so long? What is impure is that the old man ate arsenic. Is he tired of living? Are you sure you want to fight me? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Turn around and leave Devil's Island immediately. I can still pretend that you never showed up. Kong Gu tried to make a final effort. He really didn't want such a young man to be killed accidentally by him for trying to kill celestial dragons in front of him. As an admiral of headquarters, he knew best that his duty was to protect these celestial dragons. But doing so would go against one's own inner justice, and that is also the case. If the little devil Luo Ho killed celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago or even some other islands, then it would have nothing to do with him Kong Gu. But until now, this stubborn little devil insisted on killing celestial dragons in front of him. Isn't this just trying to seduce him as the Admiral of Headquarters? Stop talking nonsense and just attack. Today it's either you or me. If you have the strength to stop me, those celestial dragons can go back. If you, the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, are just a show-off without any real strength, then I will string the heads of the 3 celestial dragons through ropes one by one, like hanging salted fish, and hang them on the bow of the boat as bait for baiting. Luo Ho ignored Kong Gu's advice. This opponent is like a Beijing roast duck that comes to his doorstep. Such a huge amount of basic attribute value is waiting for him to absorb. Nothing can let Kong Gu leave so easily. Kong Gu frowned slightly. He had already admonished this young and hot-tempered kid many times. But the other party seemed to have no appreciation for the old man's kindness at all. That being the case, no wonder he was so ruthless and bullied the weak. Facing Kong Gu, whose aura had gradually changed from peaceful to fierce, Luo Ho did not dare to be careless at all. He directly controlled the conqueror's haki that was dormant in his body and it roared out instantly. Judging from his current strength, if Kong Gu directly used his all-out attack and used his trump card as the first move, he would definitely be killed instantly on the ground. So although Luo Ho appeared calm on the surface, he was still somewhat panicked inside. As a large amount of black lightning continued to strike all the surrounding matter, the eyes of the old man and the young man met directly. Luo Ho did not choose to take action first. He just tensed all his muscles and activated his armament haki and observation haki to the maximum to resist Kong's first wave of attacks. Kong Gu didn't have too many ideas. He just wanted to let the young and energetic kid in front of him see what kind of power the strong man above the sea has. Swish! After an almost inaudible sound appeared, Luo Ho's eyes widened. In his observation haki perception, Kong Gu, who had been standing like an iron tower, actually disappeared on the spot. Wow! Did the old man start out so strong right away? Luo Ho's words were not finished yet. The air gradually began to solidify, and then a man over 3 meters tall, covered in muscles, who looked as terrifying as a silverback gorilla, suddenly appeared. The distance between the two people at this moment was only less than 3 meters. Therefore, Luo Ho could clearly see the thick and powerful muscles on Kong Gu's forearms, which had been fully trained to the state of drawing. This is the first time that Luo Ho faces the admiral-level combat power of this era. Kong Gu's 5 thick and powerful fingers bent like a beast, and at the same time directly wrapped around the pitch-black armament haki. With his powerful body and strong finger joints, Kong at this moment looks like a fly swooping down from the sky to hunt. Kong Eagle Claw Fist. After quickly approaching to within a few dozen centimeters in front of Luo Ho, Kong Gu suddenly raised his eagle claws and aimed at Luo Ho's shoulder. Looking at the position of Kong Gu's attack, it was obvious that he wanted to leave some room, and he did not attack the vital position right away. However, this does not mean that Kong Gu can take on this attack so easily. Will this old man break Lao Zi's shoulder with one claw? You must hold on. Facing the bone-shaking gust of wind that was stirred up by Kong Gu's casual attack, Luo Ho did not dare to be careless. He quickly clenched his fist and wrapped it around the armament haki. Then he raised his arm high and slapped Kong Gu's claws that were waving at him. Thundering 8 trigrams. Chapter 23, Fighting and Becoming Stronger. This is Kaido's attack technique with a mace. According to Luo Ho's own understanding, the thunderous 8 trigrams developed by Kaido himself is actually not much different from the Tongbaikwan, which has been passed down for a long time on the other side of the earth in terms of the essential force-generating techniques. They all attack by utilizing the powerful explosive force generated by muscle swinging. However, if this technique is used on this side of the pirate's world, it is not just muscle strength, but also requires the use of armament haki or even conqueror's haki, which is a pervert energy. The current thunderous 8 trigrams is just Kaido's initial version. To get the thunderous 8 trigrams that can really help King Luffy get rid of his addiction to being a king, he would need to cultivate both armament haki and conqueror's haki to the top level at the same time, and wrap them all around his weapons to release them. Luo Ho currently only possesses conqueror's haki, and has not yet mastered the advanced combat technique of direct entanglement attack. However, although it is only supported by armament haki, this is a combat skill that can directly reach the world's top level in the future. Apart from anything else, the basic power is still there. Boom! There was a dull sound of flesh colliding. Luo Ho's fist collided directly with Kong Gu's eagle claw technique. Almost in an instant, Luo Ho was knocked away for dozens of meters. After knocking down several unlucky pirates in half and leaving them bleeding all over the ground, Luo Ho finally stopped his uncontrollable body. Look, let me tell you. Although he is a very talented pirate, he is definitely asking for trouble if he challenges the Marine to protect DJI. I've always told young people not to be too impulsive. If Kong's claw had hit the kid's head directly, his head would have at least exploded. Luo Ho was seen being sent flying almost effortlessly by Kong Gu's claw. The pirates at the scene finally felt relieved. After all, they were wrong in the first place, so what hope did this young man have? After all, apart from that man, basically no one in this age group can beat the Admiral, the most powerful person in the naval headquarters. However, at this moment, Luo Ho, who was knocked away by a move, had a distorted face, a huge bruise appeared on the place where he was hit, and he even felt deep pain vaguely. But he is in pain and happy. Not for anything else, just for the high attribute gains that Kong Gu's punch just now brought him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 26,346 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 16,321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 37,546 points of physical strength. The huge amount of basic attributes that dropped after Kong Gu's punch made Luo Ho feel full of power almost instantly. In addition to the 3 basic attribute values of strength, agility, and stamina, Luo Ho also absorbed the haki attribute and attack skill attribute ball dropped by Kong Gu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament haki attribute. Top level, 12.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, 13.96%. Ha 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 ha. I feel the power. Luo Ho rubbed his numb and bruised arms with rosy complexion and excitement, then stood up again and looked at Kong, who looked like a treasure boy. As far as the strength of the admiral of headquarters of this era is concerned, Kong Gu is indeed top-notch. Without using all his strength, a single punch more than doubled Luo Ho's basic strength. Luo Ho, the perfect driver for taking advantage of others, has become increasingly addicted. As long as he continues to withstand a few more attacks from the opponent, his strength will be directly equal to that of the Marine Admiral. Even because Kong Gu himself is very powerful, Luo Ho's combat effectiveness will directly surpass that of several other Marine Admirals. However, during this beating, Luo He was surprised that Kong did not have Conqueror's Haki. It is no wonder that the other party has made great progress in the subsequent development. Able to go to the Holy Land of Marijois and become the commander-in-chief of the three armies. The world government is absolutely unwilling to allow those who possess Conqueror's Haki and are naturally unwilling to follow orders to rise to the top and take charge of the military power. For example, in the original work, after the Summit War, Naval Headquarters Marshal Fuyu Sengoku resigned from the post of Marshal. However, Sengoku did not directly replace Kong as the commander-in-chief of the three armies. This is also due to the unstable factor that Sengoku has Conqueror's Haki. Little brat! I just showed mercy to you. Those who are in the real world should leave Devil's Island immediately. Celestial dragons are not something that young brats like you can touch. Kong Gu looked at Luo Ho with some annoyance, as he was clearly no match for him but was still walking forward. Of course he knew that most people in the world would hate creatures like celestial dragons. But this was the first time he had met someone as persistent as Luo Ho, other than Rox D. Zebek, the captain of the pirates. However, facing Kong Gu's words, Luo Ho ignored it. He just slowly extended his middle finger. Then he showed a mocking smile and hooked his finger in the direction of Kong Gu. Faced with Luo Ho's extremely sarcastic and provocative action, Kong Gu's forehead instantly turned black with veins exposed. He can't bear it anymore. Today he must let this little devil in front of him know why he is called Kong by the world. Boom! In a flash, Kong Gu clenched his claws into fists with incredible speed and performed the act of disappearing on the spot again. However, this time, Luo Ho, whose observation haki had been upgraded to top-level status, was able to barely keep up with Kong Gu's movements. However, he was still lacking in speed to dodge the opponent's attack. Kong Heavy Punch. The voice was deep and powerful. Kong Gu used all his strength to deliver a terrifying punch. In the middle of it all was mixed in his top-level armament haki, which was already close to its limit. However, facing this scene, Luo Ho was naturally unwilling to show weakness and was knocked away by the opponent again. He saw that the fist as big as a sandbag was almost approaching the top of his head. Luo Ho immediately took a stance, changed the movements of his 5 fingers, and imitated Kong Gu's previous Eagle Claw Fist attack method, and swung it directly. Eagle Claw Fist. The collision of fists and claws. The sound of the hard armament haki colliding with each other was as harsh and dull as cold steel. Luo Ho used all his strength and with the help of the super popular power fruit, he managed to withstand Kong Gu's heavy punch, but the price he paid was just retreating 2 or 3 steps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 16,346 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 10,015 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 27,546 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament haki attribute. Top level, 39.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, 51.99%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special attack skill Heavy Punch, top level. This. How is this possible? You little devil's power. Could it be that Paramecia's fruit of power has awakened? And what's with this move? Can you learn my Eagle Claw Fist directly in battle? Kong looked at the young kid in front of him with shock, who was able to withstand his full-strength attack. And Luo Ho didn't even give Kong Gu any chance to react. The whole body flashed by and almost completely replicated the speed of disappearing on the spot just now. "Stop talking nonsense. Come and fight again." Luo Ho's extremely excited voice sounded from this moment on. They are attacking and defending the aliens. Chapter 24 Admiral Level Combat Power. Armed Heavy Punch. Looking at Kong Gu, who seemed a little dazed and had not yet reacted, Luo Ho did not give him any time to dodge. At this moment, he just wanted to squeeze out every last bit of value from the most powerful admiral in the naval headquarters. You! Bang! Before Kong Gu could finish his words, Luo Ho suddenly appeared and raised his fist. His fist, as big as a water tank, hit Kong Gu's chest in an instant. The fist tip flashed with a deep black light, and with the extremely hard characteristics of armament haki, it burst out with a terrifying wave, and with one punch, it directly knocked Kong Gu away for more than 20 meters. And after this punch, a large number of basic attribute values and haki attribute balls with slightly unique characteristics fell from Kong Gu's body again. Come on! Laozi wants more power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 15,346 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 11,321 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 37,546 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 43.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 77.96%. After a while of continuous attribute absorption prompt sounds, Luo Ho directly felt that the power in his body became even stronger. At this moment, he is definitely not inferior to any admiral of headquarters of this era in terms of basic attributes and haki. Even under the special blessing of the Paramecia power fruit, Luo Ho's personal power will become even more terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can even directly suppress a strong man at the level of a general emperor. Cough. A slightly hoarse and weak cough sounded from the flying dust. At this moment, Kong Gu no longer had the absolutely confident look he had at the beginning. Luo Ho, who he originally thought was just a young, frivolous, and hot-tempered kid, was now on the same level as him. As the world's top power, Kong Gu could clearly sense that every time the monster Luo Ho fought against him, his strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of horrible physical talent is this? Even Rox D. Zebek, who is known as the king of pirates, can never have such a monstrous improvement speed. Even this freak Luo Ho could actually learn all the fighting skills that he had summed up after years of risking his life on the battlefield directly in the battle. Such a strange talent truly made him feel indescribably shocked and deeply frightened. If it was just in a battle. If they can achieve such a terrifying improvement, then who in their naval headquarters or even the entire world government can stop this guy Luo Ho in the future? If such a person directly joined Rox Pirate, wouldn't it be easy to create another monster like Rox D. Zebek? There are two strong men of Rox level in a pirates group. Just thinking about it is enough to make people feel suffocated. However, compared to Kong Gu, who was thinking deeply, the Marine Vice Admiral and pirates' minions beside him were completely stunned at this moment. They simply couldn't understand why Luo Ho, a new pirates member, could grow from a state where he could be knocked away by a single blow to a state that would be enough for them to look up to for the rest of their lives in just a few minutes. Did I see that correctly? That new guy knocked Kong out. This is too scary. He is the highest-ranking representative of the naval headquarters. I think we need to leave this island first. If even Kong can't stop Luo Ho, then the 3 celestial dragons will definitely die today. And if 3 celestial dragons die on this island, it goes without saying that the world government will definitely wipe out this island. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely die. After a group of pirates looked at each other, a few pirate captains who were a little smarter simply chose to leave Devil's Island, which was in a place that could be destroyed at any time. However, there were still some crazy guys who chose to stay where they were, wanting to witness with their own eyes such a terrible incident of the world's nobles being slaughtered like fish. Not to mention anything else, just if they could use the camera den mushy to save the footage of the celestial dragons being killed in public, store it as a backup, and then sell it, it would be enough to make them worry-free for the rest of their lives. In this oppressive era, no one would choose to refuse to spend 10,000 Baileys to watch the real world and see the beautiful sight of nobles being beheaded. Even this videotape can be passed down to future generations. What a terrible young man! I can feel your strength. It has more than tripled in just 3 minutes. Are you intentionally hiding your strength, or are you really able to quickly improve your physique in battle? Gently wiping away the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, Kong Gu expressed an outrageous thought that he himself was unwilling to believe. Unless this young man was really hiding his abilities from the beginning, his thesis club haki would definitely not be wrong. This young man directly raised his strength to his level during the battle, and now he is even stronger than him. If this Luo Ho had never concealed his strength, and had really rapidly improved his physical strength in the battle with him, then this extremely terrifying and dangerous element is definitely a cholera factor that cannot be ignored in the currently relatively stable world situation. And judging from the other party's initial remarks, such a person is definitely filled with the most extreme hatred towards the world government. In other words, Luo Ho is a man even more dangerous than Rox D. Zebek. He. Did you react so quickly? It's a pity it's still a little too late. Now you have no ability to stop me from killing those pigs. Luo Ho did not choose to hide anything from Kong Gu's doubts. After all, given his condition, anyone with a clear mind could easily find out the truth. This rapidly improving state is absolutely visible to observation haki. And after hearing the answer given by Luo Ho, Kong Gu's already solemn expression became even more rigid. Is that really the case? It seems that I am going to become a remnant of the old times after all. Although he had already clearly sensed the weirdness of Luo Ho, Kong Gu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat after hearing the affirmative answer from the person involved. Such crazy pirates are really too dangerous. Even now, the situation is no longer something that he, the admiral of the naval headquarters, can handle. This matter must be reported to the government and decided by the 5 elders, the world's highest authority. Chapter 25 Flowing Haki. Remnants of the old times? You haven't reached that stage yet. I came here today to do only 3 things. The first thing is to kill celestial dragons, the second thing is also to kill celestial dragons, and the third thing is to kill celestial dragons. Luo Ho smiled as he looked at Kong, who had realized that something was wrong and was unwilling to fight him anymore. Kong Gu, the admiral of headquarters, is generally still in a justice sequence. At least, the other party did not intend to kill this villain who was about to threaten the celestial dragons with one punch at the beginning. Luo Ho actually doesn't have much opinion about the Marine group. As long as these guys who always shout about justice don't stand against him, it will be fine. If these Marines ignore the true justice and fail to uphold it, but instead obey the orders of the world government to interfere with his actions, then, Luo Ho had no choice but to kill and completely destroy these false justices. Ha. As the admiral of the naval headquarters, I naturally have my own responsibilities. If you want to kill celestial dragons, then you should defeat me first. After all, I really want to see how strong you, a crazy guy, will become. Faced with Luo Ho's undisguised words that clearly stated he wanted to kill the celestial dragons, Kong Gu chose not to say anything more. As the admiral of the naval headquarters, if he just gave up his position and let Luo Ho kill the celestial dragons, then he would have no chance to continue his job as admiral. Even he felt unhappy with the pervert race like celestial dragons. But Monkey D. Garp, a famous theorist, philosopher, and outstanding marine, once said, "When an actor encounters something he doesn't want to do, that's when his acting skills are at their best in his life." Therefore, even though Kong Gu knew that he could not stop Luo Ho today, he at least had to go back with wounds all over his body to report to the world government. It's impossible that all the celestial dragons were killed just because he suffered some minor wounds, right? If that's the case, the 5 elders would never believe him even if he talked his mouth off. "Since you said it so sincerely, Lao Zi will do as you wish." Before he finished his words, Luo Ho disappeared from the spot like a fleeting shooting star. At this moment, his speed has reached the top level in the world. Combined with the extra power brought by the super popular power fruit, Luo Ho's speed will also be improved to a certain extent. In general, under the effect of devil fruit, Luo Ho's basic attributes have completely surpassed Kong. Swish! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard. Luo Ho's muscular body flashed to within a few dozen centimeters in front of Kong Gu, and he suddenly swung out a heavy punch that flashed with a strong black light. "Come on! You are really good at learning my heavy punch to such perfection. But that's not enough." Kong. Seeing that Luo Ho's heavy punch was about to hit the bridge of his nose, Kong Gu caught the last bit of movement with his top-level sword Soul Haki in a flash. He did not choose to dodge, but raised his right fist high. The muscles on his arm swelled extremely, and the thick armament haki instantly turned black. However, this time's armament haki is obviously different from before. Under the thick darkness, a faint flow of pink energy began to appear. At this moment, Kong Gu's momentum was greatly enhanced. It was as if he was originally just a heavy sword that was good at breaking everything with one force. But now, this heavy machete has become even sharper due to its own power. Kong Gu's aura rose wildly, directly suppressing the air around Luo Ho, forming circle after circle of terrifying air waves. He was fully focused, leaving no room for error as he unleashed all his haki and strength to meet Luo Ho's attack. Heavy punch. Boom. With the help of top-level armament haki, the two sandbag-sized fists were like thousands of kilograms of steel colliding with each other, and a thunderous roar broke out. The power between the two sides, haki, is tearing each other apart and confronting each other head-on. This is the highest level of armament haki. Let your own haki flow to cause damage to the enemy's interior. The corners of Kong Gu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile like a dragon king, and then he directly relied on his perfect haki skills to force Luo Ho to retreat 3 full steps. But that's not all. After he felt the pain and took a few steps back, a hint of pink appeared on the black and thick armament haki on Luo Ho's fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 1,346 points of power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 2,746 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 63.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the observation haki attribute. Top level, current progress, 87.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the armament haki usage technique flow, emission. After being attacked by Kong Gu's flowing haki punch, Luo Ho also successfully mastered the opponent's attack technique. Flowing haki, specifically, means turning the haki that was originally just covering the surface of the body to form a hardened attack into a state as agile as flowing water. This kind of armament haki that can flow out can, to a certain extent, directly penetrate into the interior of the target, and then directly destroy the body tissue from the vulnerable parts inside. This is a very good technique ahem. After swinging his body slightly and directly removing the last of Kong Gu's strength, Luo Ho clenched his fists again. After seeing this scene, Kong Gu was so shocked that he was speechless. "You little brat! You can actually copy my haki skills. Kong Gu widened his eyes, still seeming a little bit unbelievable. However, this shock only lasted for a few seconds, and then he returned to normal. After all, this monster Luo Ho can copy his strength, speed, and even the attacking skills that he has been obsessed with for a long time directly on the spot. In this light, it is not so outrageous that he can directly absorb his armament haki usage skills. After successfully mastering the highest level of armament haki, Luo Ho's figure suddenly disappeared again. But this time, Kong Gu did not choose to fight back. He just stood there with a calm expression, allowing the sandbag-sized fist to continue to grow larger in front of his pupils. Armed heavy punch. It was still that extremely heavy punch, but this time Luo Ho was no longer limited to covering the armament haki and wrapping it around his fist. At this moment, he was able to make his armament haki flow like Kong Gu, invading the enemy's interior and causing the greatest degree of destruction. Under the effect of the paramecia power fruit, Luo Ho's muscles began to swell, with blue veins exposed everywhere, just like thick green earthworms covering every inch of his skin after the rain. Bang! Luo Ho threw a punch, accompanied by an extremely violent sonic boom, and hit the center of Kong Gu's chest with a bang. The jet-black flowing haki, as the fist touched the chest, was like a flood of crabs, rushing directly into Kong Gu's body. Snap! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Kong Gu, who was known as the most powerful admiral in Kong's naval headquarters, had a 3 or 4 centimeter long sunken wound on his chest. Then, Luo Ho's terrifying power generated by the devil fruit directly blew him away dozens of meters. This shocking scene almost instantly caused the 2 waves of marine pirates who were also engaged in a battle nearby to freeze in a state. Hey, hey, hey! Is this true? Admiral Kong has a broken bone. That guy can really beat a naval headquarters top combat power admiral who has been famous for a long time at this age. We are really doomed this time. If guys like this really join the Rocks Pirates, what can our Marines do to resist them? Chapter 26 Whitebeard. However, at this moment, compared to the shocked looks of the Marine Pirates, the man who had been standing quietly like a wooden stake for about 7 or 8 minutes not far from the battlefield showed an expression of great appreciation. The man who had been watching the battle from the side without saying a word or getting involved was Whitebeard, who was sent by Rocks from Hakinosu Island. The moment he landed on Devil's Island, Whitebeard had already sensed the fierce battle between Luo Ho and Kong Gu through his capacitor device. He witnessed with his own eyes how Luo Ho went from being easily suppressed the first time to gradually becoming able to handle the fight with ease. It's only been a dozen minutes now, but they have been able to directly repel Kong Gu, the most powerful admiral in the naval headquarters. Such an extremely outrageous and enchanting talent was something that even Whitebeard envied. After all, even at this stage, it is not an easy task for him to defeat Kong Gu head-on. Both sides are strong people of the same level. If they want to decide the winner, it will take at least 3 days. What shocked Whitebeard even more was Luo Ho's talent of being able to learn other people's fighting skills directly during battle. Even the captain of the Rocks pirate cannot achieve such a high level of learning ability. And Luo Ho's apparent age is only around 18 years old. A kid who has just reached adulthood has already achieved such strength. This speed even surpassed their captain Rocks Dzebek. After all, Rocks is also very awesome. But it really can't be compared with a man like Luo Ho who can do a handstand like a little cow and is so awesome. Thinking of this, Whitebeard didn't waste any time and immediately strode towards Luo Ho's side. He wanted to directly complete the task assigned to him by the captain and recruit this gifted guy and Kaido from a special race into their Rocks pirates and train them into cotters. At this time, Luo Ho, who had successfully absorbed all the basic attributes of Kong Gu's body, naturally noticed Whitebeard, a man with a height of 666, who was very eye-catching wherever he went. Edward Newgate, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Seeing Whitebeard, who was later known as the strongest man in the world, standing in front of him alive, Luo Ho also looked at him twice more. After all, it is a bit surprising that this kind of comics is reflected in reality. Although Kaido is a guy who appears very frequently in the entire plot, he is still slightly inferior to Whitebeard, who is directly defined by Oda as the strongest man in the world. In the entire Pirates King anime, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the most popular male character. The title of the strongest man in the world is not a lie. Gulala, I didn't expect a little brat like you could actually recognize me. Laozi is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. After discovering that Luoho, who was so talented that he could pervert, could actually recognize him directly, Whitebeard laughed heartily but a little weirdly. However, compared to the calm attitude of Luoho, Kongu and a group of marine vice-admirals nearby were not so relaxed. Edward Newgate is a real means, a strong and powerful pirates. As the captain of the first team in Rock's Pirate, his bounty is as high as over 1 billion Baileys. Moreover, the opponent's sword, which is recognized as one of the 12 supreme swords, Kosugawa Kaire, is used to perfection and its power is terrifying. Whitebeard's personal combat capability is definitely among the top few people in this ocean. Kongu even thought that it was basically impossible for him to defeat such a guy. After all, Whitebeard is most famous for his swordsmanship at the absolute master level, but what is even more terrifying is his innate gift of extraordinary strength. Monkey D. Garp, a famous philosopher and excellent marine who had the honor of fighting Whitebeard, once said, if he had to fight a freak like Whitebeard, he would rather go back to East Blue for vacation. Captain Rox is very optimistic about you, come join us Rox Pirate. After taking a quick look around and making sure that the reinforcements from naval headquarters would not arrive so soon, Whitebeard directly invited Luoho to join the Rox Pirate. As a person who was also a lonely person because of the destruction of his family by the world government, Whitebeard can better empathize with Luoho, a young man who has almost the same experience as him. At this moment, he truly regarded the little boy in front of him as his partner and even relative. After all, compared to fighting and killing all day long, Whitebeard would rather build a team with family ties as the bond. But it's obvious that he hasn't reached that level yet in terms of age. So Whitebeard could only suppress his desire to adopt a son as usual. Admiral Kong. What should we do next? Do we need to launch a direct charge to break through and escort the world's nobles out of here? I think we should just get out of the way, these two guys are perverts. No. We can't retreat. For Marine's justice. Laozi must sacrifice his life. Just when a group of Marines were chattering and trying to ask the only admiral on the scene what to do next, a naval headquarters rear admiral who seemed to be born very stubborn suddenly drew the saber from his waist, shouted all the way, for justice and rushed towards Whitebeard. After seeing this scene, even Kongu didn't have time to stop this idiot. Facing Luoho and Whitebeard, two admiral-level fighters, he would have to think twice even if he wanted to take action. But this guy is obviously someone who has been brainwashed by the justice of the world government. Sure enough, at this naval headquarters, 3 seconds had passed since the rear admiral launched the charge. Whitebeard's tall body suddenly pulled out the large guandao next to him, Kosugawa Kaire, and after a few fancy turns of the sword on the spot, he slashed forward fiercely like sweeping across an army. Phew! There were almost no surprises at the scene. This brainwashed and crazy naval headquarters rear admiral had his head chopped off by Whitebeard's sword and it fell to the ground. The scene was so horrific, with blood splattered everywhere. Even this guy's body, under the influence of inertia, spun like a top for 7 or 8 times before collapsing. Gulala la 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 Kongu, I came here today just to receive the captain's order to bring these two guys back to Rock's Pirate. If you don't want to cause loss of life on the beach, just get out of the way. After hacking an ungrateful guy to death with one blow, Whitebeard used his left leg to stop the still spinning head on the ground, looked at Kong and smiled. It was obvious that a big pirate like him could never be a nice guy as rumored. For a person whose methods are not fierce enough, it would be wishful thinking for him to survive in this dark age, let alone become a famous pirate. Only those who don't have brains. That's why I think Whitebeard is a person who only wants family affection and never wants to fight and kill. Just thinking about it, you know this is impossible. If no one was killed, where did the bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys come from? However, facing this scene, Kongu remained silent for a long time. Then he took out a Marine Premium cigar from the pocket of his marine coat, lit it, and started smoking it as if no one was around. Now that things have come to this, what else can this old man say? As long as you don't touch these Marines under my command, you can take them away if you want. No matter how powerful you rocks pirates are, the ones who should be giving me a headache are not me, but those old men in the world government. Kongu, who was smoking a cigar and responding to Whitebeard in a bad way, stood up silently and walked to the side. It seems like he really intends to be a bad Marine Admiral. Gulala, you're smart old man. In response, Whitebeard laughed loudly and then planned to take Luoho and Kaido directly to the pirates group he brought with him and return to Hakinosu. However, at this moment, Luoho, who had not yet completed the goal of his trip, would naturally not leave directly. Please wait a moment, I still have something to deal with. This time he came to Devil's Island specifically to chase the celestial dragons. If he doesn't kill celestial dragons, then there is no point in him coming here. Gulala, no problem. I'll help you keep an eye on this guy Kongu, just don't worry. After the words fell. After Luoho flashed a few times on the spot, he chased directly towards the luxury cruise ship that was sailing away into the distance. Whitebeard also kept his promise and just stared at Kongu. In this regard, Kongu could only helplessly stand there smoking his opium and chose not to pay attention to Whitebeard. Chapter 27 Catch the Celestial Dragons. Oink oink. The calf muscles suddenly exert force. Luoho's whole body was like the power technique of Marine 6 styles, stepping on his left foot with his right foot, stepping on the air and chasing after him. In just less than 3 or 2 minutes, Luoho's figure had already caught up with the deck of the luxury cruise ship where the celestial dragons were. On the cruise ship, the members of the CP organization who were responsible for protecting the celestial dragons' daily life and safety all had their expressions changed drastically. Although in order to protect the absolute safety of celestial dragons with more noble status like Saint Nad Bantinia, they are all powerful agents carefully selected from the CP0 organization. But, that doesn't mean they can defeat a monster like Luoho. The opponent is a man who can even break the bones of Admiral Kong by hammering him. Needless to say, that kind of force is beyond their ability to withstand. However, as CP agents who have been completely brainwashed by the world government, they know very well that they are no match for Luoho. But they were also very loyal. A large number of them rushed out and surrounded Luoho, leaving no room for any harm to the celestial dragons. You want to disrespect the great god? Get past us first. We are the CP0 Special Agent Team. The agents in the crowd, all of whom looked fierce and had killed many people, kept shouting in an attempt to scare away the enemies in front of them. But, who is Luoho? At this moment, his heart was 10 times colder than those old workers who had been killing live fish in RT Mart for 30 years. They are just a few celestial dragons' guard dogs, how can they stop his murderous aura? Let's attack together. He may not be able to kill us before he runs out of energy. Among the crowd, an agent who looked very smart suddenly realized it. They have an absolute numerical advantage, and perhaps they can use the human wave tactics to exhaust the opponent's physical strength and then win. That's right. Lao Zi is an agent among agents. Can he kill Lao Zi instantly? Let's go together. For the gods. After a commotion, about 17 or 18 CP0 agents drew their knives and attacked Luoho's vital parts at almost the same time. Almost all of these agents are powerful warriors who have awakened the two-color haki. The blade in each of their hands is wrapped with black haki, turning into a black knife. But, at this moment, Luoho is no longer the fisherman who stood on the island like a thug. He is a strong man who has truly reached the world's top admiral level of combat power. It's big pirates like Whitebeard and Golden Lion. And men who are on the same level as the highest powered admirals in the naval headquarters, such as Congo, Garp, and Zephyr. They are just a few CP0s and they don't even have the desire to take action. But since the other party has already launched the attack, Luoho will naturally have to send these agents to meet their god as he wishes. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, more than a dozen muffled sounds were heard. The suits of the dozen or so CP0 agents in front of Luoho all exploded, blood splattered, and the scene instantly became extremely bloody. The CP0 agents who rushed over didn't have any chance to react at all before they were punched one by Luoho. And all of them were hit in the face accurately. The scene was like a hydraulic press hitting a watermelon. More than a dozen heads exploded and headless corpses flew everywhere and fell into the sea, dyeing the sea surface blood red. After casually slapping a dozen flies to death, Luoho tore off his clothes which had become rags. And shake off the blood on your fist. Finally, with an extremely cold expression, he continued to walk towards the room inside the cruise ship. After such a bloody battle, even the CP0 agents nearby wanted to step forward to stop it, but no one dared to move. However, just as Luoho was about to push the door open and look for traces of the celestial dragons, a man wearing a ghost mask on his head suddenly opened the door and walked out. Behind him, there were about 7 or 8 men and women wearing different masks. Luoho narrowed his eyes slightly. This CP agent wears a mask on his face. It is obvious that he is a CP0 captain level strongman like the so-called 800 years rare genius Rob Lucci in later generations. Generally speaking, agents of this level will wear specially made ghost masks on their faces to conceal their identities. They are very strong. Even the Haki level is basically at a high level. He is a guy who is specifically responsible for handling some problems that ordinary CP agents cannot handle. However, at this moment, Luoho just wanted to tear off the celestial dragons' heads and crush them. I didn't have the energy to listen to any nonsense from this CP captain who suddenly appeared. If a mere guard dog dares to block the road, just send him to death. Luoho had an indifferent expression on his face, and he teleported forward directly. His whole body seemed to have turned into an eagle, and his 5 fingers were like hooks that flashed black light. As fast as lightning, he directly grabbed the throat of the CP0 captain who was walking in front and was the most pretentious. Armed eagle claw fist. There was only a teeth-grinding snapping sound at the scene. Luoho grabbed a large piece of throat cartilage from the CP0 captain who was similar to Rob Lucci. It was bleeding profusely, as if he had been crushed by a hawk soaring in the sky. It looked extremely horrifying. To the captains who are also the best in the CP0 Special Forces team, such a bloody and violent scene seems as terrifying as a god. Damn it! What kind of speed is this? There was no time for Haki to cover his body and he was caught and killed. Didn't this guy just offer a bounty of 100 million berries? How could he be so powerful? Is the intelligence wrong? A group of CP0 team leaders looked at each other, their foreheads covered with cold sweat. But Luoho doesn't have the leisure to talk so much nonsense like a villain. He just continued to punch hard. With a bang, it passed through the head in front of it that was still reacting, and exploded instantly. Red and white splashed everywhere. The CP0 captain died on the spot, and the remaining half of his body twitched in place like a fish with its head chopped off. I'll give you 3 seconds. Go and grab your master now. After 3 seconds, if I don't see any celestial dragons, you will all die. After easily taking care of the most powerful captain among this group of CP0, Luoho looked coldly at this group of agents who specialized in serving celestial dragons. However, it was obvious that his desire to let the other party live a few more minutes was ultimately betrayed. These team leaders who were obviously extremely brainwashed simply could not bear to hear any words that would hurt the celestial dragons. Before Luoho could say anything, as soon as the 7 or 8 men landed, they brandished steel knives, performed Marine 6 styles and various killing techniques, and rushed towards him. In this regard, Luo Ho could only go along with people's wishes. The fingers of both hands are slightly bent to form an eagle claw posture, and the thick armament haki flows up again and covers every inch of muscle fibers. The next moment, the whole body flashed on the spot, and then he waved the eagle claw fist continuously, and his 5 fingers were like iron rods. The terrifying force tore off the cheekbones of 3 or 4 team leaders' faces. At this moment, the CP0 team leaders who suffered such severe facial injuries could only scream miserably, no matter how well they had trained and how well they could control their emotions. However, this howl alone was still not enough to hide the pain in Luo Ho's heart. These CP agents who aid and abet the evil are all special weapons designed to protect celestial dragons. Even if I kill 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of them, it won't have any emotional impact. On the outer deck of the cruise ship, after wasting a dozen seconds, all the CP organization members present were crushed to death one by Luo Ho. After getting rid of all the external forces that were blocking him, Luo Ho's low, devilish voice lingered throughout the cruise ship. Let me guess, where is the great celestial dragons hiding? In fact, according to observation haki's perception, the monkeys inside have already discovered the narrow room where the celestial dragons are hiding. I have to say, these celestial dragons are quite smart. At least I can still hide in the corner of the toilet and live a miserable life. But unfortunately, celestial dragons like them are ignorant and have no way of realizing how accurate the radar-like skill observation haki is. With a bang, the golden toilet door was kicked open. Luo Ho directly grabbed out 3 celestial dragons that were neatly arranged and crowded together like a jura. At this moment, even the extremely honorable Saint Nad Bantanya felt the uncomfortable coming of death on Luo Ho. BCH. No, Master Pirates, please let me go. I am Saint Nader Bantania. As long as you let me go, our Nader family will definitely treat you as the most distinguished guest. Please, I don't want to die yet. Chapter 28. Even if you beg for mercy, you will die. It seems that it is inherently different from other celestial dragons with abnormal intelligence. When it feels the threat of death on Tinia, Nadu. However, he was still able to give up his dignity in an instant and kneel on the ground to beg Luo Ho to spare his life. But compared to Nad Bantanya, the 2 celestial dragons next to him did not have such awareness. When they saw that Saint Nad Banthania, who was much more noble than them, actually chose to kneel in front of a pariah and cry bitterly. These 2 celestial dragons have such walnut-sized brains that they simply can't figure out what the current situation is. The 2 celestial dragons widened their eyes, totally unable to believe what they were seeing. You beastly untouchable! How dare you make Saint Lord Tinia of Nadu kneel on the ground? Where did Kongu go? Why don't you come over and protect me? However, the celestial dragons with a mental disorder had just finished speaking. Luo Ho swept across with an incredibly swift slap without even using haki. He simply used his physical strength above the admiral level to slap the noisy guy's head, causing him to spin 18 times on the spot, and then he fell to the ground with a tumble. After successfully killing the first of the celestial dragons, Luo Ho felt as if a biological current was flowing in his heart, and he felt waves of special numbness. This is just like the breakthrough in realm of thought often described in novels, which makes one's senses leap with joy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect killing celestial dragons would be such a satisfying experience. Luo Ho burst into laughter, and his whole person turned into a cheerful mood of revenge. Even though he only killed 1 celestial dragon, at least he had taken a step towards revenge. After killing this one, there are still thousands of celestial dragons waiting for his sword. Clang! Luo Ho drew out the double-edged sword hanging from his waist. Although he has not learned any swordsmanship. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a lot of pigs running. After all, as an authentic Hyuxia, who hasn't used a straight and smooth wooden stick as a sword to travel around the world when he was a child. Apart from anything else, Luo Ho thought that he had no problem using the sword skills he created in his childhood to kill celestial dragons. My lord, Please don't kill me if you want to kill them, they are all fools. I am smart enough. If you are willing to let me go, I will use all the rights of the world's nobles to serve you. He saw Luo Ho actually draw out a bloody sword and start waving it up and down in front of him. Nadutinia was almost frightened to death. The image of his stupid compatriot's head being knocked off by a slap was still fresh in his mind. Now, do you have to face the pain of this sharp sword cutting through your body? Thinking of his skin being cut by the blade, revealing the deep muscle tissue and even internal organs, Najabantanya felt a chill and twitch in his heart. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt on the ground, and kept kowtowed with his noble head against the ground, begging Luo Ho to spare his life. However, Luo Ho, who was in a hurry at the moment, didn't have the time to say a few more words. He drew out the sword and gestured with it for a while. Luo Ho thrust his double-edged sword into Najabantanya's heart and rubbed it back and forth like slaughtering a pig. As blood splattered everywhere, the light in Najabantanya's pupils gradually dissipated. As he was dying, there was a look of madness in his eyes. You pariah, the great god, will never let you go. This saint is waiting for you, a pariah, to come to heaven. After uttering his last unwilling words, Nadbantanya simply closed his lifeless eyes. After killing another celestial dragons, Luo Ho finally experienced the feeling of bioelectricity running through his body. So cool. This is how it feels. No wonder the world government emphasizes that the lives of celestial dragons are the most precious. It turns out that killing these so-called gods can be so wonderful. After wiping the blood off the blade of the sword of virtue, Luo Ho turned around and slashed at the last celestial dragon that was scared to the point of peeing its pants. Now it's time to join Rock's pirate. As long as we can absorb the basic attributes of the sea overlord like rocks, then we may be able to take advantage of the battle in the Valley of the Gods to severely damage the world government. After thinking about his next plan for a while, Luo Ho just stepped on the air and walked towards Whitebeard. This is moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. It is a special force-generating technique. The reaction force transmitted through continuous stepping can make the human body float and walk in the air. This superb physical skill is a special ability that Luo Ho absorbed and upgraded to an advanced level after killing countless CP organization agents. Generally speaking, a CP agent or a general in the naval headquarters would only specialize in 3 or 4 of the 6 style physical techniques. However, after Luo Ho killed a large number of agents, all these advanced physical skills were absorbed into his body in the form of attributes. In addition, he also absorbed the opponent's 6 styles experience through the battle with Admiral Kong, the highest combat power of naval headquarters. So at this moment, Luo Ho has already reached the top level in terms of Marine 6 styles, Iron Body, Finger Pistol, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, and Paper Arts. After flying in the air for a while by stepping on the air continuously, Luo Ho once again returned to the center of Alcatraz. Whitebeard still stood there like an iron tower, holding Kusakumokiri tightly in his hand, and looked at the 3 figures standing opposite him. Luo Ho looked at the 3 marines with a slightly serious look, whose aura was definitely not weaker than Kongu's. Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm Zephyr. And Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Alternate Admiral Buddha's Sengoku, Garp the Fist. Among these 3 marines, only Zephyr is the highest combat force in the naval headquarters at the same level as Kongwu. However, this does not mean that the 2 substitute admirals have no strength. After all, a vice admiral like Garp is really not something that ordinary people can compare to. He just didn't want to be promoted to the rank of admiral, and was restricted by the world government and forced to protect the celestial dragons. If there really are pirates who treat Garp as an ordinary vice admiral, then I guess they will definitely get hit in the head by that iron fist. However, at this moment, Garp's name was not as famous as it would be in later generations. Because the war in the Valley of Gods has not yet broken out, Garp also did not join forces with Roger to defeat Rox D. Zebek and gain the title of a heroic marine. Gulala, you're finally back. If you were a little slower, Laozi would really have to fight these three guys. Whitebeard, who had been frowning, finally calmed down a little after Luo Ho finally came back. Although he was confident, if he were to fight four famous marines, Kangu, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, at the same time, he would obviously be beaten up and lose face. You and Kaido go ahead, I'll cover you. Whitebeard haki is unparalleled. An extremely strong conqueror's haki swept across the entire island as soon as he finished speaking. In an instant, all the ordinary pirates and marines at the scene were frightened to the point of foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. However, just as Whitebeard was about to take the first step and attack, Luo Ho simply raised his hand to signal the other party to stop. Just when Whitebeard felt a little confused, Luo Ho actually took out a celestial dragon with its hands and feet chopped off, which looked like a human pig, out of thin air. Chapter 29 Garp's Smile. This was the one he kept as a backup after he had killed two celestial dragons when he was chasing them at the beginning. With this absolute identity token, even the Admiral of Headquarters would have to consider whether to continue hunting them down. Although Luo Ho was very envious of the ultimate armament haki on Garp, the pain in his shoulder at this moment forced him to choose to leave for the time being. During the battle between Luo Ho and Kongu, a crack appeared in the bone of his left arm when he suffered his first attack. At this moment, if he continued to stay here and fight with these people, he would most likely lose his life due to serious injuries. So Luo Ho had a unique trick up his sleeve before killing the celestial dragons. The purpose is to use a trump card that can be useful in avoiding being chased by the reinforcements from the naval headquarters. Whitebeard, who originally didn't understand, couldn't help laughing after seeing the celestial dragons in Luo Ho's hand. I see. As expected of you, Luo Ho. With these celestial dragons as hostages, let's see if those marines dare to chase us. Gulalalalala. In this world, everyone knows that the naval headquarters is dedicated to serving celestial dragons. If you have the lives of celestial dragons in your hands, then it will be easy to command the Admiral of Headquarters. Just like that, under the protection of celestial dragons, Luo Ho, Whitebeard, and Kaido left Devil's Island in front of 4 Admiral-level fighters from the naval headquarters. Then they boarded the pirate ship brought by Whitebeard and headed towards Hakinosu. As for what the 4 marines, Kangu, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, are thinking at this moment, no one knows. The 4 people just stood quietly on the island and watched Luo Ho and Whitebeard disappear above the sea. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, Garp suddenly burst into laughter from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha. Kong didn't expect that a guy like you couldn't even protect a few rubbish celestial dragons. Now when you go back to the naval headquarters, you'll be scolded by that Marshal Netanya. Ha 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 ha. Garp has never been interested in the garbage celestial dragons since he joined the naval headquarters. This time, Luo Ho killed 2 celestial dragons so openly and took the other one away as a hostage. This was exactly what Garp wanted. At this moment, he just wanted to shout out in his heart, "Good kill! Luo Ho, this crazy kid, did something that even Garp didn't dare to do. It's absolutely amazing." However, just as Garp was about to continue his heaven-defying remarks, his good friend Sengoku next to him suddenly slapped him on the back of the head. "Garp! How many times have I told you? Don't say that in public." Facing Sengoku's accusation, Garp did not feel any dissatisfaction. He just raised his eyes slightly and looked at the few CP organization members who were still alive. Then he directly activated his unique Devil Fruit ability. "I'm sorry, I said that wrong just now, just pretend I never said that, ha 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 ha." Garp crossed his arms and there was no apology on his face. He just explained and retracted his words out of helplessness. Overall, his withdrawal fruit is indeed very useful. At least in the face of absolute strength. The members of the CP organization nearby did not dare to fart and could only nod to indicate that they agreed that they had not heard that sentence. After cleaning up the scene, Kong and the others drove in the opposite direction of Whitebeard on their way back to naval headquarters. In the warship's conference room, Kongu looked at the people present with a serious expression. "Everyone, I want to tell you something very serious." After briefly telling him everything that had happened to him today, be it Zephyr, Sengoku or the heartless Garp, everyone at the scene became gloomy. Originally, they thought that the reason why Kongu failed to protect the celestial dragons was because of the intervention of the great pirate's Whitebeard. But they never expected that Luoho could actually tie with or even injure Kongu with his own strength. In other words, this young man who had only appeared on the sea in the last few days was actually able to defeat the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. What is Kongu's strength? They are the ones who know best. Not to mention anything else, it would be impossible for any cotter in Rock's pirate to defeat him easily. But Luoho actually did it. This kid has only been out to sea for a few days? Has he already reached the level of an admiral? Everyone looked at Kongu in disbelief, hoping that he was just joking. Otherwise, once such a genius joins Rock's pirate, the impact will be absolutely earth-shaking. In other words, there is a high possibility that a real vice-captain will appear in Rock's pirate. Luoho's talent is definitely not inferior to Rock's, and is even obviously stronger than that monster Rock's. This is absolutely disadvantageous to their marine. That kid is very weird. He seems to have an ability that can quickly increase his strength, speed, and even physical strength during a battle. And his haki level improved from the advanced stage at the beginning to the top level, and in the end it was not inferior to mine at all, and it only took 7 or 8 minutes. I think he must have some kind of devil fruit that can absorb other people's abilities. Kongu explained the seriousness of the matter word by word to his comrades. Does this devil fruit ability really exist in this world? Rapidly increasing strength while being able to absorb the haki level of others. Sengoku looked at Kongu in shock. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. Even though he had lived for decades, he had never heard of such an outrageous thing. Even the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia of Naval Headquarters has never recorded such a powerful devil fruit ability. It's true. I watched that little devil grow stronger every second. Rock's pirate is really going to appoint a real vice-captain this time. How can our Marines resist such terrorist organizations in the future? Kongu's tone was somewhat solemn. Luoho's extremely strange ability really made him a little anxious. But deep down, Kongu never thought that Luoho had done anything wrong. Because just now Zephyr and Sengoku had handed him an investigation report on Luoho. After seeing clearly Luoho's life experience before becoming a pirate, even Kongu could not hide his inner anger. It's those damn celestial dragons again. If it weren't for the celestial dragons, perhaps this talented young man should have joined their naval headquarters and contributed to the cause of justice. But unfortunately, it is too late to say anything now. Such people have been completely offended by those pigs of the world government. Ha 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 ha, don't be so sad. No matter how powerful the Rock's pirates are, they are still the 5 elders' headaches, right? Don't we Marines just need to do our own thing? Facing the gloomy mood of the crowd, Garp smiled disapprovingly. Everyone was speechless. After all, they simply could not have the same heartless attitude towards life as Garp. Let's go back to the headquarters first. We must inform the Holy Land Marijois first. All 3 celestial dragons are dead, and the Nader family's Naderbentinia saint also died at the hands of Luoho. This is too serious. Kongu sighed with a headache. He didn't know how to explain to the Netanya marshal from the government that 3 distinguished celestial dragons died at once under his effective protection. He is the main person in charge of this matter. Garp and others can only be regarded as inadequate follow-up support, and their responsibility is not serious. That's it. Inside the Marine warship, only Garp's cheerful laughter and the sighs of other Marine high-ranking officials were left. Chapter 35 Elders Shock. The front half of the Grand Line, at the Naval Headquarters in Marine Ford. At this time, the Office of Naval Headquarters Marshal Netanya once again gathered the top personnel of Naval Headquarters, including Kongu, Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru staff. In addition to these high-level Marines, there were also 30 or 40 Vice Admiral Marines, the backbone of the naval headquarters, gathered here, large and small. Currently, most Marines have expressions of tension and fear on their faces. Because they are about to welcome the 5 elders from the world government, who are known as the world's highest authority and are also the direct leaders of all their top Marines. The reason was that their naval headquarters and CP organization failed to provide adequate protection, resulting in the death of 3 honorable celestial dragons outside the Holy Land. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. The depressing space at the scene even made the sound of the den den mushy sound a bit dull. After a few minutes passed, the video phone placed in the center of the conference room, which was specially used for screen projection, was connected. The content projected on the phone was still the extremely luxuriously decorated World Power Hall on the other side of the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. 4 old men with frizzy hair, including Whitebeard who had been frozen, and another 5 elders who still looked middle-aged, appeared in front of everyone. As this scene appeared, an aura as if of an absolute king was directed towards everyone through the phone. Hiss, is this the oppressive feeling from the highest power in the world? I can no longer feel my own breathing. Isn't this too majestic? There's no expression on his face at all. The sounds of difficult swallowing and heavy breathing filled the entire conference room. Due to the power of the 5 elders, most of the Marines in the naval headquarters are not qualified to meet them. So this also led to more than 90% of the Marines and Vice Admirals currently in the conference room have never experienced such pressure from the world's highest power. The 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world. The true immortals. Except for the admirals and marine marshals, the rest of the Marines present did not have the courage to face the gazes from the 5 elders. Marshal Netanya, Saint Najabantinya and 2 other celestial dragons are dead. You, the naval headquarters, bear the highest responsibility for this matter. Tell me your reasons. I'll only give you 3 minutes to argue. The 5 elders, who were transmitting the image through the camera phone, seemed to look through the den den mushy and directly fix their gaze on Netanya's face. Although the naval headquarters marshal was appointed by the Marines after being selected from the government by their 5 elders. But this does not mean that they have recognized this naval headquarters marshal as their man. In this world, except for the celestial dragons inside Marie Joyce, the 5 elders view any individual or even a race as nothing more than lowly objects. There is no other reason. This is the confidence that comes from strength and background. Dear 5 elders, we at the naval headquarters have done our best to deal with the killing of celestial dragons, and in this incident, Rock's pirate officers were involved. This is why our Marines and the CP organization were careless for a moment. Netanya humbly explained to the 5 elders the reasons why their Marine guards were ineffective. However, the 5 elders ignored the involvement of the Rock's pirate cotters mentioned by Netanya and directly asked about the key points. Carelessness? The celestial dragons are so noble, can you excuse it just because you, the Marine, were careless? The person in charge of personal protection this time is Kong from your naval headquarters, right? Where is he? The 5 elders had not yet finished their words. Sitting quietly in the corner, Kong, whose chest was already covered with bandages, stood up and responded. Lord 5 elders, this is what happened this time. After briefly expressing his respect for the 5 elders and others, Kong Gu began to tell them everything that happened on Devil Island. The 5 elders listened to Kong Gu's report calmly with a calm expression, and no emotion could be seen from their faces. However, when Kong Gu told Luo Ho that he could quickly increase his strength and haki intensity in battle, and could also learn various combat skills at an extremely fast speed, a look of suspicion immediately appeared on the 5 elders' faces. Can he absorb power and haki directly during battle and even learn other people's fighting skills directly? This kind of rhetoric sounds like it's trying to fool people. However, it happened that the one who reported the mission this time was Kong Gu, a Marine admiral who was considered to be very honest by the 5 elders. If the person who reported this time was Garp, the 5 elders with the cannon, he might have started cursing on the spot. If this is indeed true, then the situation is too serious. This kind of talent, even Rox D. Zebek, the genius that hasn't been seen in 800 years, can't do it. The 5 elders looked at each other, and the originally calm expressions on their faces had turned into a livid state as if they were constipated. The last time they looked so unhappy. Or the news that Rox D. Zebek had just formed Rox Pirate, and then openly killed 18 celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago and then left. And now, in this sea battle, a talented monster has appeared again, who is not weaker than Rox and is even slightly stronger. I have the Paramecia Power Fruit as my base. Ability to quickly boost strength, agility, and even hacky strength in battle. You can also directly learn combat skills that others have spent years to learn through combat. Currently, his strength has reached the Admiral level, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. How can all these information conditions converge on one person? 5 elders had a headache and pressed his temples. Although they were also distressed, they could not show weakness in front of the naval headquarters subordinates. Because their performance will greatly affect the military prestige. Marines are often unwilling to obey the government because of the word justice. Once these people know that the world government is powerless to fight against the Rox pirates, it would be strange if the Marines did not rebel. Especially Monkey D. Garp, who had the audacity to eat donuts in the conference room while the meeting was taking place in front of them. This kind of Marine who can possess Conqueror's haki in the naval headquarters is definitely the most difficult person to deal with. And the most important thing is, Garp's son Monkey D. Dragon may be young, but he is still a very talented owner of Conqueror's haki. If nothing unexpected happens, once the world government makes a mistake or reveals a weakness, these father and son are definitely the biggest cancer. When the 5 elders thought of this, they suddenly felt a splitting headache. They have lived for more than 800 years. According to historical practice, a king will rise every 100 years, and they have long been accustomed to this kind of thing. But the 800th year had just begun when the terrifying force of Rox pirates descended upon us. And, in the justice sequence under their command, there are several admirals in the naval headquarters who do not obey orders but do not follow instructions. Luoho, a freak who is no weaker than Rox, has become a person with extreme resentment towards world government because of some stupid celestial dragons, and now he has joined Rox Pirate. It was hard for the 5 elders to imagine how serious the resistance they would encounter from the Rox Pirates in their upcoming human hunting competition held every 3 years. After all, the conflict between world government and Rox is not a short one. If there is any disturbance on their side, that guy Rox will definitely come up and bite like a wild dog. Even if celestial dragons were holding a birthday party on an island, Rox would rush over with a knife and chop the cake in half. The current situation is extremely serious. Fortunately, the commander of the Knights of God within their government, Figaland Galansheng, has recently raised the haki level to another level. This is good news. At least they have a candidate who can barely resist Rox, the freak. In order to prepare security personnel for the upcoming hunting competition, 5 elders simply waved his hand, signaling the CP organization agents next to him to prepare to close the communication with the naval headquarters. Let's end today's meeting here. We have decided not to pursue the responsibility of Kong's poor guarding. We hope that you Marines will continue to work hard and make greater contributions to the government's cause. After moving his mouth and uttering some nice words, 5 elders also stood up and left the meeting screen. And their words had just fallen. Before the Marines could hear the Cameradendon Mushy signal clearly, it was cut off by the terminal on the other side. A group of Marine soldiers were left at the scene, bewildered. Chapter 32, Devil's Title. After the world government signing meeting at the naval headquarters ended, the group also started their own internal pricing meeting within the Marine. The reason is simple: extremely dangerous terrorists like Luoho have completely switched to the Rox pirate side. As the justice sequence in the world, the naval headquarters still needs to issue a justice reward to it, at least on the surface. In addition to being able to show the people of the world government member countries the Marines' determination and courage in hunting down serious criminals. More importantly, it can let everyone know the level of danger that this young newcomer pirates possesses. After a few days, because the last bad incident led by Luo Ho had caused extremely serious reputational impact on the world government, the naval headquarters, under the order of the government, carried out a wave of cleanup operations against a large number of pirates in the four seas of southeast, northwest, and northeast. This will prove to the kings of the many member countries of the world government that the power of the government is still sufficient to maintain world peace. However, pirates around the world did not buy into the series of actions of the world government and the naval headquarters. At this time, a series of rumors were already bustling among the major pirates franchise teams affiliated with Rock's Pirate within the Grand Line. Hey, hey, hey! Brothers, have you heard? We at Rock's Group are going to have a new coder soon. I heard that guy killed 3 celestial dragons on the island a while ago. The bounty that the naval headquarters has set for him seems to be 1.98 billion Baileys, right? Even his nickname is named after the devil. What a scary newcomer. Even those well-known officers may not have such a bounty. By the way, did the Celestial Dragon's naval headquarters not send the naval headquarters top admiral after they killed him? Did they go over there to cause trouble? Or is this new officer already able to directly confront the Marine Admiral one-on-one? The Celestial Dragons were killed. This kind of heinous thing must have been caused by the Admiral of Headquarters. My second aunt's sister-in-law, his brother's sister and his husband were watching at the scene. There were a total of 4 Admiral-level guys from the Naval Headquarters. How is this possible? If Marine really sent 4 admirals, how could the Celestial Dragons be killed? If this were true, I would eat this den mushy right now. Tisk, people's physiques are different, right? There were indeed 4 Admiral-level warriors from the Naval Headquarters, but they arrived quite late. They arrived only after all the Celestial Dragons had been killed. What a terrifying newcomer! The first bounty was as high as 100 million Baileys, and now, after only 2 or 3 days, it has soared tenfold to 1 billion Baileys. How can we compare the differences between people? The difference between people and dogs is so much bigger. In the countless islands and bars in the second half of the Grand Line, wherever there are pirates, everyone is discussing the legendary deeds of Luo Ho, the new pirates member. No matter it is the old pirates who have been addicted for a long time or the newcomers who have just become pirates, they are all deeply shocked by what Luo Ho has done. Just 3 days after appearing in public, 2 major incidents occurred. First, they snatched the Sky Gold transport ship handed over by the world government member states. Then, before the government could react, they went to the island with celestial dragons and killed 3 world nobles in front of the Admiral of Headquarters. This kind of terrifying courage is something that all the pirates can be proud of. Compared to the discussions between these ordinary pirates. At this time, on a pirate ship named the Golden Jackson, a man wearing a captain's hat and with nose hair even more exaggerated than his beard was holding a brand new newspaper in his hand and was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Hey Rayleigh! Did you see that? These are interesting times. Besides rocks, there are people who are capable of committing such crazy acts of suicide. How about we go meet this new guy together? The men on the Golden Jackson pirates ship are not ordinary pirates, but the ones who will reach the final island of the world and become the recognized pirate king in the future. Gold Roger. However, at this moment they have not yet completed their voyage. They are still on an adventure tour and are just looking for historical text signposts. Of course, even if Roger finds the 4 signposts now, he still cannot become the king of pirates according to the historical text. After all, above him stands Rox D. Zebek, known as the Overlord of the Sea. As long as Rox is alive, Gold Roger will never become the king of pirates. Don't talk nonsense, Roger. Luo Ho, who was called a devil by Marine, is now a member of Rock's Pirates. We are not members of the Rock's Pirates. If we go straight over there, they will easily think we are provoking us. Rayleigh, who was drinking rum at the side, heard this stubborn captain actually say that he wanted to go to the Rock's Pirates headquarters to find Luo-ho, the pirate alien, to fight with him. The whole person was choked so much that even the refreshing drink he had just drunk sprayed all over the floor. Now who doesn't know that Rock's Pirate is the absolute overlord of the entire Grand Line? When they invited their captain Roger to join Rock's Pirate, this guy refused without hesitation. Now they are proposing the idea of going to their base camp and challenging their cotters in a one-on-one fight. Isn't this a naked provocation? Hey, what are you doing, Rayleigh? We're just having a friendly exchange, how can that be considered a provocation? Roger didn't take Rayleigh's rebuttal seriously at all. Instead, he became more determined to challenge Luo-ho to a duel. He really likes people who dare to mess with the world government directly. This fearless character is exactly like Gold Roger. After all, he had come all the way from East Blue. It wasn't until the Sabayati archipelago that I openly killed several celestial dragons before escaping to the second half of the Grand Line. If you want to become a great pirate who goes down in history, you can't call yourself a great pirate if you don't have a few celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, in your hands. After a few minutes of fierce quarrel, Rayleigh and other crew members were ultimately unable to overcome Captain Roger's wishes. They were forced to change course and head towards Hakinosu Island, the base of the Rock's Pirates. Compared to Roger's excitement, Rayleigh was filled with anxiety at this moment. As one of the few think tanks left in the team, he must think clearly about them. What kind of trouble will the Roger Pirates cause after arriving at the Rock's Pirates base? After all, when the Rock's Pirates came to invite Roger, this guy simply cut off their arms. What a despicable guy! He must have burned down my house in East Blue. Was his purpose to trick me into becoming a pirate on the ship? Rayleigh looked at Roger, who had snatched all his wine bottles, and muttered with an unhappy look on his face. He seriously doubted that his originally planned retirement life was interrupted by this Roger. But it was no use saying anything now. He had already followed this man through all the hardships and came to the last section of the Grand Line. If nothing unexpected happens, Rayleigh is also looking forward to being the one to witness history. But who can be sure about things like history? Pirates like them might be singing and dancing today, but their heads might fall off tomorrow. This is a dangerous era after all. How can world government be that simple? Compared to Rayleigh's depressed mood. At this time, Luo-ho and Kaido, led by Whitebeard, have arrived at Hakinosu Island, the base of the Rock's Pirates. This is the Rock's Pirate headquarters area, which is said by the world to be able to directly confront the world government. Chapter 33 Golden Lion. As Whitebeard, a pirate's cotter with a very distinctive figure and appearance, walked down from the pirate's ship, the scattered minions at the scene stopped what they were doing and looked over. This is Captain Whitebeard of our Rock's Pirates, Edward Newgate. I heard from my neighbor that Captain Whitebeard went out this time because Captain Rocks ordered him to invite the new pirates member known as the Devil. Is this true? That new guy who is less than 18 years old and has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys has also joined our Rock's Pirates. Zhao. I saw it. The guy next to Captain Whitebeard. He is Luo-ho, who is called the Evil Ghost by the naval headquarters. I heard that this new guy will soon be promoted to a Rock's Pirate cotter. I wonder if this rumor is fake. It's definitely not a rumor. Captain Rocks will definitely make an exception and promote a newcomer who is so powerful and has made a mortal enemy of the world government to a team leader. How terrible! Does this mean that the number of Rock's pirate officers will increase from 6 to 7? Then the world government will shout about sanctions against us in the newspapers again. The more Luo-ho listened to the noisy discussions of a group of noisy pirates, the more he felt an unpleasant emotion rising. These guys are just as nagging as those aunties in their 40s and 50s at the entrance of the village who have nothing to do all day and just complain about other people having too few chickens and too many pigs. As they were talking, this group of people even had no moral integrity and started discussing the origins and identity of this newcomer, Luo Ho. Seeing these little Karami talking with relish, Luo Ho's originally black pupils instantly turned deep red like blood. Then, a dark red energy wave instantly spread out rapidly around him, centered on where he was standing, to a distance of several hundred meters. Plop! 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 The sound of a heart beating rapidly as if under pressure was transmitted to every pirate who was chatting and laughing around. The next moment, the pupils of the pirates who were originally chattering about Luo Ho's life experience suddenly rolled up and turned into a turbid white. Even the corners of his mouth began to involuntarily emit circles of white foam as a reaction of his body functions. It only took less than 3 seconds. Luo Ho used his advanced Conqueror's Haki to knock thousands of pirates unconscious on the scene. Except for a few who had strong willpower and still had some consciousness, almost everyone was in a horrible state. After all, a high-level Conqueror's Haki is already very strong for these ordinary pirates. If the Conquerors have reached the top level, it is even possible that their consciousness will be shattered directly, turning them into a state of dementia. However, Luo Ho came here this time to join Rock's pirate. As a lesson to these ignorant little pirates, there is no problem. If there are large-scale casualties, the impact will be very bad. After all, he hasn't been approved to join the team yet. Gulala, it would be good to teach these little brats a lesson. After all, newcomers need to establish their authority. Whitebeard had no dissatisfaction with Luo Ho's behavior of intimidating the little pirates. On the contrary, he was very supportive of Luo Ho. Seeing that a group of ordinary pirates were almost all foaming at the mouth, Luo Ho also took back his Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Luo Ho suddenly saw 2 children about 8 or 9 years old who were right in front of the pirates who were foaming at the mouth, actually withstood the impact of his Conqueror's Haki. How interesting! Luo Ho looked at these 2 children who seemed to have very unusual temperaments with some interest. Especially the child with eyes as sharp as an eagle and a wooden knife hanging around his waist. This little guy really looks a bit like my hawk, the eagle eye who attacked all the way to New World from the beginning of the comics. Luo Ho took a quick look at the expressionless child and said secretly in his heart, "Kulala Captain Rocks took these 2 little guys in by chance. One is called Dracula my hawk, and the other one seems to be called Crocodile. These 2 little guys are very valued by the captain." Whitebeard grabbed his still very lubricated blonde hair and thought for a moment before remembering the names of the 2 little brats. As far as he could remember, Captain Rocks seemed to have personally taught my hawk swordsmanship. It's just that Captain Rocks is still very busy now and doesn't have much time to take care of these 2 little guys. After listening to Whitebeard's introduction, Luo Ho was also stunned. He originally thought that they were just 2 talented and unique little guys, but now it seems that is not the case. When reading the comics, some One Piece fans speculated that Mihawk and Crocodile, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, had once been on the Rocks pirate. It's just that not long after they joined the group when they were just little kids, Rocks pirate was defeated by the naval headquarters and the world government, so the 2 of them never mentioned this matter in detail. Understanding this can also explain why they are the only 2 people who are so arrogant among the 7 warlords of the sea. It turns out that I was an intern in a giant like King of Rocks pirates. Who wouldn't be proud of such an identity? After all, in that era of great navigation, Kaido, who was also an intern like them, also sat in the 4th ring position. I see, these 2 little guys are really talented, we can focus on training them. Luo Ho followed Whitebeard's words and praised the 2 of them. At this age, he is able to withstand the impact of Conqueror's Haki, so his talent is absolutely beyond doubt. As long as you develop well, you can at least achieve the level of a general emperor in the future. Let's go meet Captain Rocks first. After I take you over to report, Laozi is going to go drink. After a short pause, Whitebeard continued walking towards the skull-shaped room. At this moment, several terrifying figures walked over from the road nearby. Chapter 34 Paramecia Lion Fruit Attributes are coming soon. Ha 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 ha, Newgate is back. Let me guess, Laozi, this little guy is not the pirate's newcomer you brought back, right? He doesn't look that good. You must have been drunk and brought the wrong person, right? The figures walking over were the other pirates' cotters in Rock's Pirate. Except for Whitebeard. These people are Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe Hobarot, Pirate Leader Akoku, and a slightly shorter Captain John. The person who spoke with an unpleasant voice like a duck was Golden Lion Shiki, one of the captains of Rock's Pirate. This guy was feeling jealous because Whitebeard got the title of captain of the first team, so he started to make sarcastic remarks about Whitebeard. Mama, he's still so young, and he's awakened conqueror's haki. He's also very good looking. How could I have pulled the wrong person? If such a talented kid could be honest with me and exercise for a few days, I might have another talented crew member in my squad. At this time, her figure has not been deformed due to having too many children. Her waist is still that endless flat vest line. And the bubble milk tea is definitely above grade D, Charlotte Linlin smiled shyly. In her mind, no one other than her family can be trusted. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin has always intended to build a team bonded by blood with the goal of giving birth to a large number of gifted children. So far, she has given birth to 7 or 8 children, although these children have not shown much talent. But Charlotte Linlin believed that as long as she persisted in finding a spouse with stronger blood talent and had in-depth communication with him, she would definitely be able to give birth to a child with even stronger talent than him. For example, Luo Ho, who appeared in front of him now, was a very good target. At such a young age, he has reached the combat power of Admiral of Headquarters level and has also awakened Conqueror's haki. Most importantly, Charlotte Linlin is also very satisfied with his appearance. After all, few of the men she has communicated with over the years are talented, and their looks are also very average. If Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and other team leaders hadn't ignored her, Charlotte Linlin would have wanted to find these teammates and have some fun with them. However, before Charlotte Linlin could finish her words, Whitebeard's towering figure. He just stood in front of Luo Ho and didn't give her any chance. Kulala la 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 Linlin. You should look for another man. Luo Ho is my Whitebeard's family member. I can't let you bring harm to him. The other squad leaders nearby all smiled knowingly at the same time. Of course they knew what Whitebeard meant by doing this. Isn't it because you dislike Linlin for being an indecent guy? Although Charlotte Linlin does have a well-proportioned figure and a pretty face, with your current status and position, can you find any woman you want? It would be somewhat embarrassing for these squad leaders to board this Rock's Pirate all-weather bus that could even ruin a little pirate. And who can guarantee it? If I exercise with a woman like this, will I accidentally get some disease like mugwort, acne, or warts? Therefore, under the constraints of this situation, even if Charlotte Linlin flirts with others all day long, she still cannot seduce these captains. Although Luo Ho did not understand these things in detail. But even though he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Just by watching the anime, you can tell how crazy Charlotte Linlin is by the number of children in the pirates group she formed. This means that children are being created almost every day and night. Maybe it's a group exercise, let's see who has better luck and who can inherit the bloodline. So after Luo Ho came to his senses, he subconsciously distanced himself from Charlotte Linlin. That's because I'm afraid of getting entangled by accident. The second one is the younger version of Charlotte Linlin. However, just when Charlotte Linlin was about to get angry at Whitebeard, Shiki next to her happily interrupted the conversation again. Ha 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 ha, Luo Ho, right? Laozi has heard that Captain Rox is planning to promote you directly to the same level as us, a squad leader who can recruit troops on his own. But, Laozi looked left and right but couldn't see what strength you had that could be on par with Laozi. At this time, the Golden Lion's legs were not broken, and the standard admiral with a height of more than 3 meters and extremely powerful momentum stood in front of Luo Ho. But, it was obvious that Luo Ho would not be overwhelmed by this guy's momentum at all at this moment. Just a Golden Lion. He has now learned all the special skills of Admiral Kong, the top fighter of the naval headquarters. If nothing else, at least there should be no problem in fighting a tie with this Golden Lion. Moreover, during the fight, Luo Ho can once again absorb Shiki's attributes that are stronger than his own, making his own strength even more terrifying. Especially the existence of the Paramecia Lion Fruit, a devil fruit with god-level ability, on the opponent's body made Luo Ho very excited. Thinking of this, Luo Ho of course began to provoke Golden Lion, the long-famous pirates, with all his might. If you can't tell, why don't we just test who has the harder fist? Come over here and fight me. Have you ever seen a dead person? Do you think I can hold you? His words had just fallen. The Golden Lion really was just as he thought, possessing the dignity that truly belonged to the strong. Faced with such blatant provocation from Luo Ho, he immediately pulled out the 2 sharp swords, Muku and Sakura Ten, from his waist. Ha 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 ha, young people are full of vigor. Then let Laozi teach you a lesson and let you know what a real pirate is. Just when the Golden Lion was ready to attack at any time, John suddenly looked at Whitebeard who was standing next to him without making any move. Newgate, I seem to have heard that Luo Ho, the newcomer, defeated Kong Gu, the highest-ranking admiral of the naval headquarters, head-on before coming to Hakinosu, right? Hearing this, Whitebeard did not deny it. He laughed out loud and said that it was true. He didn't say anything just now, he just wanted to watch Shiki, the arrogant guy, fall into the pit. He was inexplicably happy when he thought about how he couldn't defeat a new player after fighting for a long time. Kulalalalalalalal, it's like this. And Luo Ho's talent is much stronger than ours. He can not only grow rapidly in battle. I even learned Kong Gu's Eagle Claw Fist and Kong Heavy Punch. Whitebeard told the truth about what he saw and heard at the time. But it's obvious. The captains around him absolutely did not believe this outrageous introduction. After all, everyone has worked hard to develop their own unique skills, so how could they be learned so easily? And it's not just step-by-step instruction, you can figure it out on your own during battle. Even their captain Rox D. Zebek couldn't do it. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, you old thief, don't even think about deceiving Laozi. You want to see Laozi given because he can't beat the new guy, right? Laozi won't let you have your way. Can he learn Laozi's moves in a fight? If he could really learn them, Laozi would eat these 2 knives right there. Faced with Newgate's bluffing and deceiving expression, Shiki rolled his eyes and immediately concluded that Newgate was deceiving him. If he really gave up here today, his title of Golden Lion would become a laughing stock. Moreover, how could such a thing as being able to learn the enemy's special skills directly in battle be possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 35 Conqueror's Haki's Impact. Boy, don't accuse Laozi of bullying the weak. As long as you can hold out for 100 rounds under my double swordsmanship, then I, Golden Lion, will acknowledge that you have an equal status with us. If not, you should just start as an intern. Faced with Golden Lion's serious words, Luo Ho naturally had no intention of retreating. What he is lacking right now is swordsmanship, an attack method with a high attack range and a large attack range. Although the Eagle Claw Fist and Kong Heavy Punch that were taken from Kong Gu were extremely powerful, they were ultimately just single-target attack methods. Luo Ho's only current move that can cause ranged attacks is to release Conqueror's Haki to cause dizziness. Although Conqueror's Haki is very effective, it is not enough to deal with opponents with slightly stronger strength. If you want to fight, just come at me. Don't bother with that nonsense. Be polite. Laozi still calls you a senior. If you're not polite, "You're just a chicken neck." Seeing that he was about to have the opportunity to absorb the skill attributes of the Golden Lion, Luo Ho immediately began to use Bai Qi ultimate skill with all his might and activated his taunting power to the maximum. The best way to deal with such an opponent who has the dignity of a strong man is to rub his dignity to the ground. Only in this way can he better absorb all the attribute balls from the opponent to strengthen himself. As expected. As soon as Luo Ho finished speaking, Golden Lion's originally cheerful face suddenly turned dark. Even two thick blue veins appeared out of nowhere on his originally smooth forehead. All these behaviors show that this lion, who has been proud for half his life, is really about to get angry. You are looking for death. In the decades since he went to sea, Golden Lion has almost always been respected by everyone, and no one has ever dared to disobey him. Until today, he still thought that he was just a brat who had the guts to lose face in front of so many colleagues. Shiki's body slowly floated up uncontrollably, with an unbridled sneer on his face. The wild sea breeze blew on his cheeks and golden hair, and the two large knives in his hands, Muku and Sakura, burst out with a dazzling cold light. His eyes were fixed on Luo Ho in front of him, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Whitebeard raised his brows and uttered a slight sound of confusion. Based on his understanding of this crazy guy Golden Lion, it seems that this guy really got angry because of one sentence. After looking at the other person for a while, Whitebeard coughed twice to signal Luo Ho to be careful. After all, Golden Lion is one of the most powerful pirates in this ocean. Although Luo Ho himself has a record of directly repelling the Admiral, the highest-powered admiral in the naval headquarters, he still needs to be cautious and not take it lightly. But overall, Whitebeard doesn't have too much to worry about. He was watching the entire battle between Luo Ho and Konggu. The mere ability to quickly adapt and increase one's strength in battle is enough to make one invincible. Plus, you can learn other people's top skills while fighting. That is definitely a freak-level talent. So even though Golden Lion looked like he was about to get angry, Whitebeard still didn't take it seriously. He had even begun to prepare himself. Wanting to see the stunned look on Golden Lion's face after learning all his special moves. Ha 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 ha. Then let Lao Zi see what kind of strength you have that allows you to be so arrogant at this age. The Golden Lion sneered, and his aura suddenly surged. Then, the fingers moved. A small island about the size of 10 football fields was directly pulled over by it through the Devil Fruit ability. After determining the venue for the duel, Golden Lion flipped his palms, and then his whole body seemed to lose gravity in an instant, and flew rapidly to the island in the air. Luo Ho was naturally unwilling to retreat. Although he won't fly up directly like Golden Lion. But, he learned the Marine 6 styles of taking off with one foot from the naval headquarters and the CP organization. Although the flying posture is a bit ugly, at least it can get up. Following the two figures, they ran to the Sky Island. The remaining Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Akoku, and others naturally jumped onto the island and chose to watch the battle. Because, except for Whitebeard, no one at the scene had ever seen Luo Ho's terrifying talent. At this moment, they all wanted to see the world and see if this talent of being able to instantly learn other people's special moves really existed. If Luo Ho really has this ability, then it is time for them to consider what kind of benefits they should use to make friends with this young strong man. People will eventually grow old, and their era is almost half over. The future is destined to belong to new people. A moment later. Under the watchful eyes of a group of top players on the ocean, Luo Ho and Shiki stood facing each other on a relatively flat island and immediately started the eye-to-eye fight that is the beginning of a battle between two strong men. Oh no, or rather, it's a contest of quality and strength between conquerors. Haki. Buzz. After a slight sound passed, the originally black pupils of Luo Ho and Shiki instantly turned blood red. Frenzied haki also began to be released from the two people's bodies, and then suddenly it was like two powerful convection currents collided, generating a dense black haki lightning. The scene was almost like two newly formed typhoons confronting each other, madly tilting towards each other. The aura is constantly strengthening. The output strength of the two conquerors' haki was also constantly increasing. The scene was almost like two huge storms descending, neither of them giving in. If an ordinary person were to be in the collision position of these two haki, it goes without saying that he would be stunned by the shocking effect of conqueror's haki, or even suffer brain death. It's just a pity that all the people watching the battle are pirates who have awakened conqueror's haki. Even though the haki confrontation between the two people generated a strong atmosphere and shock, it never had any effect on the people watching. Even under the impact of the two waves of haki, only their hair was blown back. But, besides them, there are a lot of ordinary pirates who have just awakened on Hakinosu Island below Sky Island. These guys have just opened their confused eyes, wanting to see if this chaotic world is still turning. The next moment, his awakened mind was shattered by two streams of haki that washed down from above, and he fell back asleep. This time, Mihawk and Crocodile, who had been complacently enduring the impact of Conqueror's haki, both rolled their eyes and fainted with foam at the mouth. Before they fainted, both of them were mumbling something with embarrassed expressions. Damn, Conquerors! Chapter 36 Top Conqueror's haki. Ha 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 ha. Boy, your Conqueror's haki isn't thick enough, and your spirit isn't strong enough. As the Conqueror's haki of both sides continued to release more and more power, Golden Lion also clearly felt the Conqueror's decline in Luoho. As the few top-tier powers on the sea, all of them, once they awaken Conqueror's haki, will start from the top level. Furthermore, Conqueror's haki is a recognized haki that cannot be cultivated through external forces. It can only become more solid by relying on the growth of one's own spirit. However, a person's temperament is basically determined by nature, and it is difficult to make any breakthroughs. So what is the Conqueror's haki level at the beginning? Then it will basically remain at this level for the next few decades. Although Luoho is only at the advanced stage of haki, it is undeniable that Golden Lion still recognizes this young man in his heart. At least when he knew clearly that Conqueror's haki could not defeat him, Luoho still dared to come up and fight him. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary pirates can possess. Of course, what Golden Lion didn't know was that Luoho's heart was already blossoming with joy at this moment. When fighting against Golden Lion with Conqueror's haki, the reminder sound of the system absorbing Conqueror's haki's attribute ball rang almost continuously in his mind. His haki is constantly growing. Now it's close to the top level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced, 61.96%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced, 78.79%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced, 90.15%. Luoho's eyes were fixed on the Golden Lion flying in the air in front of him. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes that was crazier than his own and even perverted. He wants to improve so much. This Golden Lion is simply the perfect nutrient. Moreover, the opponent possesses the ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit, an excellent god-level fruit. There is no way he will get away today. Luoho planned secretly in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Conqueror's haki attributes. Advanced, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Conqueror's haki attribute. Top level, 11.33%. Just when Luoho's plan was finalized, the system's prompt for absorbing Conqueror's haki sounded again. At this moment, Luoho's whole body suddenly shook, and a cool feeling appeared in his head. His Conqueror's haki directly reached the top level under the generous gift of Golden Lion. And since Golden Lion's Conqueror's haki still needs to improve a little bit at the top level, Luoho's Conqueror's is still in a stage of slow growth. At this point, Luoho, who was originally being suppressed by the Golden Lion and was about to be pushed back into the Conqueror's body, suddenly exerted force. In a flash, they started competing with Golden Lion's conquerors for a position. In fact, it seemed that Golden Lion's conquerors no longer had the perfect chance to suppress it. But Golden Lion is obviously no ordinary player. The moment I discovered that Luo Ho Conqueror's haki was enhanced, he realized that his conqueror's haki actually directly contributed to the haki of that BD Luo Ho. In his life, this could almost be said to be the first time he had encountered such a horrific incident. He even suspected that his conqueror's haki was directly absorbed by Luo Ho. Otherwise, why would the opponent's quality of conqueror's haki increase so rapidly? But after thinking about it, Golden Lion still didn't get a reasonable answer. After all, if Luo Ho could absorb haki, then the haki energy in his body should be reduced. But the fact is, his conqueror's haki did not show any signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was just that the conqueror's haki on Laha was constantly getting stronger, thus forming a counterattack against him. Golden Lion carefully observed Luo Ho's movements through observation haki. He wanted to get the answers he wanted through Luo Ho's eyes. But unfortunately, at this moment, Luo Ho's eyes were filled with only greed. He was trying his best to absorb the last conqueror's haki attribute from the Golden Lion to replenish himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing conqueror's haki attribute. Top level, 41.77%. Suddenly, the dark red conqueror's haki attribute ball no longer dropped from the Golden Lion. Luo Ho also received the last message from the system. His conqueror's haki was fixed at the top, 41.77% progress. This is the best improvement Golden Lion can give him. The opponent has been completely drained and can no longer drop any conqueror's haki attributes. Luo Ho controlled his conqueror's haki with ease, and took advantage of the moment when Golden Lion had not yet reacted to suddenly increase its strength. He blasted the opponent away on the spot and smashed him heavily to the ground. This extremely weird and outrageous scene stunned several pirates' officers who were standing nearby and watching the battle. They stood there motionless with shocked faces. Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Akoku, and others present at the scene were all in a state of stunned silence, as if their expressions were frozen under a spell. Even Whitebeard, who had seen Luo Ho's talent before, couldn't help but open his mouth and eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost, and turned into a petrified state. He just knew that Luo Ho would become stronger rapidly during the battle. But he never expected that such a natural ability would directly involve the field of haki. As we all know, conqueror's haki cannot be practiced. Otherwise, with their talents, there would be a way for them to reach Captain Rock's ultimate conqueror's haki. But now this extremely outrageous and weird scene is actually happening in front of them. Luo Ho really quickly strengthened his conqueror's haki during the battle, until just that second, he blasted the Golden Lion away in one go. Who is Golden Lion? He's the guy who ranks second in conqueror's haki among the Rock's pirates. Even Whitebeard, the captain of the first division, has a conqueror's haki that is slightly inferior to Golden Lion's. This can be said throughout the entire Rock's pirate. No one except Rock's Dzebek can surpass him in conqueror's haki. And now, Golden Lion was actually defeated by the newcomer Luo Ho in the conqueror's haki duel. Hey, is this true? The advanced stage conqueror's haki was directly upgraded to the top level in just 1 minute. Isn't this Golden Lion guy trying to trick us? How could his conqueror's haki be inferior to that of a newcomer? Kulalalalalalalal, what a pervert-like talent. Looks like it won't be long before we at Rock's Pirates will add a new position of vice captain. Compared to the group of people at the scene who were doubting their lives, Whitebeard did not feel any jealousy towards Luo Ho for having such a freak talent. He has always been like this, a born upright man. After learning that Luo Ho's life story was almost identical to his own, Whitebeard had already made up his mind to treat this kid as his own brother. Now seeing that his own brother had actually defeated the arrogant Golden Lion in front of him all day long in the conqueror's haki, Whitebeard almost wanted to open champagne on the spot to celebrate this wonderful scene. Shiki has been too arrogant recently. Let the new guy take a bite out of him. His prestige is pretty good. After the intense shock, everyone came back to their senses. They secretly made up their minds not to become an enemy of this newcomer who could quickly enhance their strength. You can't even have any contact with the other party. Remember to prevent your unique skills from being learned by Luo Ho, just as Whitebeard said. We should always leave some room for maneuver. They are all gathered in Rock's Pirate for various interests. Otherwise, with all of them being top-level conquerors haki, how could they be inferior to others? They are all kings in their respective fields. However, at this moment, compared to the reactions of the onlookers, Golden Lion still hasn't come to his senses. Luo Ho actually used his conqueror's haki in the battle, and then upgraded his conquerors to the same level as him. Damn it! What on earth did this guy eat to grow up? What kind of freak talent does he have? Golden Lion muttered something while lying on the ground. After slowly coming to his senses, he got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, accepting the fact that he could not compete with the newcomer Luo Ho in Conqueror's haki. But he didn't think he had lost. He also has unparalleled swordsmanship as a dual sword master. He also has an advanced attack technique with Conqueror's haki entangled. Plus the power of Paramecia Lion Fruit. Golden Lion believed that there was no way he would fail today. At least, he would never allow himself to lose directly to a newcomer. Because in his opinion, talent is talent after all. Attack techniques like swordsmanship and Conqueror's entanglement require a long time or even years of practice before you can perform them with ease. As for the devil fruit, a person can only eat one in his lifetime. This is absolutely common knowledge. It's impossible that all of his treasures could be absorbed by this Luo Ho. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 37, The Attributes of a Dual Blade Master. And the stunning Golden Lion. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled appearance, Golden Lion resumed his arrogant attitude. Next, he planned to use all his tricks to impress the newcomer Luo Ho. Ha 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 ha. You're really an interesting guy. Laozi admits that you are indeed very talented. But that's all. Next, Laozi will show you the power of a true dual blade master. After Golden Lion let out a sinister laugh and forced an explanation, his aura suddenly surged again. Under the effect of the devil fruit's ability, the whole body was directly raised to a distance of 70 or 80 meters and turned into a small golden dot in the air. He held the two famous swords, Muku and Sakura, high in his hands, and his gorgeous golden hair fluttered in the wind in the hurricane at high altitude. After tightly grasping the handles of Muku and Sakura Ten's swords with both hands, the muscles in Golden Lion's arms tensed instantly. The muscle memory acquired from long-term swordsmanship practice enabled him to quickly perform a series of difficult swordsmanship techniques. Lion Majesty. Slash Wave. Laugh. The moment the sword fell, the upper layer of clouds starting from the Golden Lion was instantly cut into two huge gullies, and the sea of clouds surged continuously. The devastating golden sword energy, as if it could cut through everything in the world, fell from top to bottom towards Luo Ho's position. Good to come. Luo Ho was even more excited. Although he consciously felt that the slash wave swung by the Golden Lion was very powerful. But, it's of no use. Soon, it will be his. As long as you can't kill him instantly with one move, then even the most powerful moves will be taken away by him. After swinging out this slash wave with all his strength, Golden Lion wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He always had a bad feeling. But I still can't tell why this happened. Damn it, Golden Lion's double-blade swordsmanship has gotten even stronger. Could it be that he went to Captain Rock's to learn and improve himself secretly? Compared to Luo Ho's excitement. At this time, the other captains who were watching the battle were looking at the swing of Golden Lion in shock, which directly tore the sky into two sword energies that spread for several kilometers. At this moment, even Whitebeard felt that his position as captain of the first squadron was somewhat unstable. Although on the surface Golden Lion's fighting ability is definitely not as good as his. The difference in combat power between the two is just like the difference between Aokiji and Akainu when they competed for the position of marshal after the Summit War. Very close, but not by much. But, this BD Golden Lion has the power of Devil Fruit. Just like Akainu's Lava Fruit is naturally able to counter Aokiji's Ice Fruit. Just relying on the ability to fly, Whitebeard has no way to deal with the opponent. The Golden Lion flying in the air is as scary as a green-headed fly wandering around in the toilet. Imagine an enemy who is not much weaker than you. It can also attack you with sword energy from a position you can't attack. Just thinking about such an enemy is terrifying. He ignored the shock of the crowd. Luoho stared greedily at the golden sword energy that was getting closer and closer to him. As long as his body can come into contact with this sword energy, he will directly become an absolute dual-sword swordsman. Even in terms of swordsmanship, he will be no weaker than Golden Lion. Luoho's figure stepped out of a spider web on the spot, and then suddenly jumped up, and the whole person rushed towards the golden sword energy as quickly as a cannonball with a ignited primer. This was because he had previously fought a series of fierce battles with Admiral Kong, the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, and absorbed a high amount of strength attributes. Therefore, Luoho's body has reached an astonishing height of more than 3 meters at this time. In addition, now that he is in the middle of a battle, his muscles are completely stretched and expanded, with thick blue veins twisted, winding, and bulging out. His muscles are all bulging and piled together, looking indescribably hideous and terrifying. A thick black light gathered in his palm and then spread directly to his 2 arms. Top Armament Haki. Kong Heavy Punch. Boom. Before everyone could react, Luoho suddenly unleashed Kong-gu's most proud special move, the Heavy Punch. The terrifying fist, as big as a sandbag and completely black, as if made of steel, instantly hit the center of the golden sword energy shot by the Golden Lion. The fist and sword collided, consuming each other and bursting into a dense flame. The black haki in the palm of his hand kept flowing and constantly eroding into the interior of the sword energy, erupting into pieces of terrifying waves. Zzz. The jet black armament haki flowed into the sword energy and began to wreak havoc. However, the slash wave released by the Golden Lion only lasted for a few seconds due to lack of follow-up power. Luoho turned his fist into a claw, and with the sharp movements of the eagle claw fist given by Kong-gu, he directly grabbed it and shattered it into a piece of golden light. At the moment when the golden light shattered, Luoho's mind immediately emerged with the various experiences that Golden Lion had accumulated from practicing double-sword swordsmanship for decades. And the sword technique Lion Majesty Slash Wave, which is in the same class as Eagle Claw and Kong Heavy Punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the dual-blade swordsmanship attributes. The current progress is, top level, 56.91%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special sword fighting technique Lion Majesty Slash Wave. Top level, 100%. The process of absorbing this special skill attribute may seem complicated, but it is actually relatively simple. As long as the body comes into physical contact with the opponent's attack, it is possible to directly decompose the opponent's most skilled combat experience and replicate such a unique move. After Luoho absorbed the swordsmanship attributes of the dual sword master from Golden Lion, the Golden Lion, who was floating in the air, clearly felt something extremely wrong. His sensitive observation haki had already sensed a scent from Luoho that was exactly the same as his own. That is a unique feeling that only exists between swordsmen. This guy, isn't this true? How is this possible? Just by touching Lao Zi's swordsmanship, did you immediately comprehend the dual-blade swordsmanship? Golden Lion looked at Luoho's increasingly solid and smooth aura of a great swordsman with some disbelief. This newcomer really replicated his dual-sword swordsmanship. Moreover, he directly crossed the 2 realms of swordsman and swordsman from nothing and reached the level of a top swordsman like him. It really is like a monster. Fight against conquerors and your morale will increase instantly. Now that I have shattered his slash wave, I have directly mastered his dual sword swordsmanship." Golden Lion began to doubt his life, feeling as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. He wondered if his decades of hard work were just a joke after all. Does the watershed of talent between people really begin with amniotic fluid? Chapter 38 Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. He practiced dual sword swordsmanship for more than 10 years before reaching his current level as a top dual sword swordsman. Now that BD Luoho has learned it in one go. No wonder Whitebeard never stops smiling. If you have a good relationship with him, then you have been prepared to laugh at his joke. Damn it! If I can't take down that BD Luoho today, how will Lao Zi continue to stay in Rock's Pirate? The famous pirates are now behind a newcomer. And he was the one who proposed the duel. Now he is really in a dilemma. Keep fighting, and all your unique sword skills will be learned. If he surrendered directly, he would lose all his face. Let's not talk about the jokes that Newgate and other captains make day and night. Just the chatter from those little pirates below was enough to make him very upset. But at this moment, I truly witnessed Luoho's talent, which was so terrifying that it could be called a pervert. He also had some thoughts of cooperating with Luoho. After all, the reason why several captain-level pirates joined Rock's Pirate is not just because Rock's is so powerful. They rely more on operating independently within this terrifying force. If Rock's falls one day, these people will definitely scatter like birds and beasts and form their own forces. How could a king with conqueror's haki be willing to be inferior to others? After all, there is an old saying. As the saying goes, a real man lives between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? Ordinary people still have this thought. What's more, these people are born with kingly temperament. Now Luoho's terrifying talent has been directly recognized by Golden Lion. If such a person is willing to team up with him to form a new pirates group, it goes without saying that this will be a powerful force that is definitely not weaker than Rock's Pirate. Thinking of this, Golden Lion no longer concealed his sword skills that he had been immersed in for decades, and decided on the spot to give these foreign objects to the monster Luoho. Just treat it as his initial investment. Ha 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 ha. Your talent is truly unprecedentedly terrifying, UBD. I, the great pirate's Golden Lion Shiki, am not a stingy person. Since you have the talent to learn special moves just by looking at them, then you can take everything that Lao Zi has. The Golden Lion floating in the sky gave what it thought was a very kind smile and smiled towards Luoho's position. On the other side, Luoho would naturally not refuse after hearing what the Golden Lion said. Although he didn't understand why Golden Lion was so generous. However, as a spokesperson for contemporary college students, Luoho said that for this kind of thing, if the other party offers it, then you should take it. If the other party doesn't give it, then he should go and ask in person if he can give it. Then thank you for the gift, Mr. Shiki. Since you are so generous, why not give me the Conqueror's entanglement technique as well? Luoho stepped on Moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, and tried his best to float in the air and be on the same level as Golden Lion. After all, he hasn't absorbed the attributes of the lion fruit ability yet. If you want to fly in the air, you still need some skills. Ha 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 ha. Conqueror's entanglement. You are such a greedy kid. Let Lao Zi see if you can hold on. After hearing Luoho's greedy words, Golden Lion grinned fiercely, and swung the two large swords in his hands as fast as lightning, slashing at the air continuously. The force is getting heavier and heavier. The speed is getting faster and faster. As the Golden Lion swung his arm down, sword energy that was no less powerful than the golden slash wave just now emerged densely. After about 3 or 4 seconds, this small island was almost covered with sword energy shining with golden light. If anyone who is not capable enough is located in the center of this gap, then needless to say, he will be cut into a pulp by the sword energy. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion's voice was very high-spirited, just like a lion in its prime. The sword energy that he swung out quickly swept across everyone on the island without any distinction at this moment. This attack method that did not distinguish between friend and foe instantly caused extreme dissatisfaction among Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Akoku, and John. They were just there to watch the fight, but they didn't expect that they would be caught up in the attack of that BD Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha. This is the sword technique that Lao Zi improved from Lion Majesty/Wave sword technique. By swinging the sword quickly, a sword net is created that can surround the enemy in a large area. If you can learn it directly with your talent, then consider it a gift from Lao Zi to you. Golden Lion laughed loudly, ignoring Newgate and the others who were cursing and clearing their sword energy nearby. At the same time, violent black and red lightning began to emerge from the blades of the 10 famous swords, Muku and Sakura, and it looked as if the blades were dragging lightning snakes. This is his Conqueror's Haki Entangle attack. The Golden Lion is waiting. If Luo Ho can really learn his Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley again, then it will directly use Conqueror's Haki to attack the opponent. Using Conqueror's Haki to entangle the attack will cause monsters like Luo Ho to directly learn this Haki usage technique. But at this time, Golden Lion has already regarded all of this as its own initial investment. Of course, this cunning man has more than just this idea. In addition to wanting to invest in the newcomer Luo Ho through Conqueror's Haki entanglement, what he cares more about is using Conqueror's entanglement to hit the bull from a distance. He just slashed Luo Ho, the BD who didn't give him face, away with one blow, so that he could get back some face for himself as a big pirates. However, at this moment, Luo Ho silently drew out the white double-edged sword that he had slung across his waist. After appraisal, the quality of this double-edged sword is roughly around that of a 21 grade large sword. It's not great, but it's barely enough. Facing the sword energy flying all over the sky and flying towards him at high speed, Luo Ho held his sword of virtue tightly in both hands. At this moment, the fruit of power exploded, and thick blue veins began to grow and spread on Luo Ho's arms, looking as hideous and terrifying as earthworms. Luo Ho felt the memory of the attributes of the double sword swordsmanship from deep in his mind. The next second, Luo Ho struck a pose similar to that of Golden Lion and swung the double-edged sword. Since he didn't have two swords, Luo Ho only swung one sword, but this sword was obviously about twice as powerful as the Golden Lion. Call out! A terrifying white sword energy rose from the ground. The sword energy wielded by Luo Ho is almost identical to Golden Lion/Wave. Moreover, the power of this sword energy was so great that it could be said to be sweeping all the way. It directly defeated the Thousand Slices Valley where the Golden Lion was flying all over the sky like a rotten wood. Then continue to fly away from Sky Island at high speed. It directly split the white clouds in the sky in two. The range of the sword energy spread over more than 200 kilometers before it barely stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the special sword technique, Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley, top level, 100%. Chapter 39, Punch Out Lion Fruit. Ah! Damn it! He actually learned Lao Zi's/Wave. And he performed it even more powerfully than Lao Zi. Although the Golden Lion flying in the sky had expected this, he was still stunned after witnessing the sword energy that Luo Ho unleashed. Moreover, this method of using only a sword blade to directly release sword energy that is more powerful than his own is just like sprinkling salt on his wound and then poking a devil pepper. It is so terrible. As for the scene, apart from the stunned look of Golden Lion, the other captain-level pirates were also in deep shock. Originally, during the battle against Conqueror's Haki, the talent that could quickly increase its level was enough to surprise them. Now the newcomer Luo Ho has directly replicated the trick that Golden Lion is so proud of. Mama Newgate, please don't stop me. This kind of extremely talented guy is simply my standard match. If you really can't make it, just pick one. Do you want money or a person? Give me some conditions. I really can't bear it anymore. Compared to the shock of the other people, Charlotte Linlin's mind was obviously thinking of something deeper at this moment. Whitebeard, who had been standing quietly, just glanced and didn't bother to pay attention to Charlotte Linlin, who was just like a pig. What the hell, he just had several twins a while ago, and he hasn't recovered yet. And now he's planning to find someone to give birth to his kids. Moreover, this stupid guy even targeted Luo Ho, whom Whitebeard regarded as a family member. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but spit heavily. Even if he was beaten to death on the road, he would never let Charlotte Linlin bring harm to his family. In this world, as long as you have enough military force, you can find any beautiful woman you want. Besides, who knows if this Charlotte Linlin is carrying some special virus like me ya. Kulala. Linlin, if you don't have a mirror with you, just take APS and use it as a mirror. What kind of woman can't Luo Ho find with his talent and strength? If you hadn't given birth to so many sons and said such things, Lao Zi might have considered it for him, but now your status is not worthy of Luo Ho's talent. Whitebeard didn't hesitate to launch into a fiery verbal attack. Judging from his tough character over the years, he would never give any face to anyone he dislikes. This is also true even if the opponent is extremely strong. After all, although Whitebeard's sword does not cut the elderly, the weak, women and children, it does not include Charlotte Linlin, the steel balloon. Do you think Luo Ho will learn Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley as well? No matter how terrifying the talent is, it can't be so perverted, right? That's the advanced swordsmanship of Slashwave. Not necessarily. It's only been less than a few minutes since this newcomer quickly improved from Conqueror's Haki at the beginning to Slashwave directly now. I think it's very likely that he has already mastered all of Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Apart from Charlotte Linlin, who had been sulking because of Whitebeard, several squad leaders at the scene were still discussing with great curiosity the terrifying talent of Luo Ho, who could instantly learn the Golden Lion's special moves. Although every one of them who can become a pirate's coder in Rock's Pirate is a top-notch penultimate. But family members know their own business. Compared to their talents, Luo Ho is the real monster-level guy. After all, everyone who can become a great pirate will have his own set or two of special fighting skills, or unique tricks. But Luo Ho's talent of being able to directly learn the unique skills that others have spent decades to figure out is truly too powerful. If this new guy learns all the special skills of the captains, then you can imagine what kind of monster will appear in Rock's Pirate. Everyone is selfish. They will never have any conflict with Luo Ho before they have gained enough benefits. In order to prevent your unique skills from being exposed and learned by others. However, Whitebeard among them was thinking about what unique skills he had that he could pass on to Luo Ho. But no matter how much he thought about it, he could not get any answer. Whitebeard suddenly found that he didn't seem to have any special tricks. He was able to reach such a great pirate status entirely by relying on his innate talent for super strength, and with the supreme sword Kusukome Kiri as a weapon, he was able to defeat a group of pirates and become a coder of Rock's Pirates. After a brainstorming session, Whitebeard began to wonder if he also needed to develop a special trick for himself. After all, everyone has it, but it's really embarrassing that he doesn't. Besides, if he keeps relying on his extraordinary strength to kill people, it would not be like a great pirate's. On the other hand, Luo Ho, who had just received a system prompt and absorbed the attributes of the ultimate move, did not hide the fact that he could already use Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. His current target is the Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the two famous swords of the Golden Lion. As long as Golden Lion can use Conqueror's Haki to chop him, he will be able to directly absorb this advanced Haki usage technique. By then he will be able to truly step into the level of real great pirates. Although he could also find Whitebeard and learn Conqueror's entanglement from him, but now that Golden Lion has come to his door, Luo Ho just didn't hold back. Anyway, he has gained enough benefits from Golden Lion. Now one more Conqueror's entanglement wouldn't be too much. After a brief recollection, the specific operating techniques of Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley were already engraved deep in his mind. Luo Ho quickly drew the sword of virtue from his waist. Then, without saying anything, he swung his sword rapidly in front of everyone's gazes, and then a dense white sword energy burst out. As expected, Luoho really learned Golden Lion's Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Moreover, it was obvious that the sword energy he wielded this time was still faster and more powerful than Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. This dense white sword energy flew quickly into the sky and directly tore the white cloud, which had been broken into two halves, into a messy fish scale shape. The Golden Lion flying high in the sky was the one who saw Luoho using the Thousand Slice Valley swordsmanship most directly. Although he appeared calm on the surface at this moment, his heart was actually already surging with shock. This BD Luoho not only learned his swordsmanship, but his sword energy was also faster and stronger than his. He is simply not a human being. However, as a true great pirate recognized by the world, Golden Lion still possesses a certain courage. Although he felt a little envious, Golden Lion finally chose to let Luoho learn all his special skills. After a moment of silence, sizzle! The black and red lightning, like boiling liquid, took on a web-like shape and instantly covered the Golden Lion's body. This is a special state that occurs when Conqueror's Haki is blown to ultimate. Golden Lion wanted to regain all the face he had lost before through this move. Even though there was a high possibility that Luoho would learn all of his Conqueror's Haki skills, he didn't mind doing it. He looked towards Luoho's position. Ha 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 ha. Damn Luoho! This is Conqueror's Haki. As long as you can hold on, Laozi will admit that you are qualified to be the captain of Rock's pirate. The Golden Lion laughed. Then, without further ado, he raised the double swords covered with Conqueror's Haki in his hands and slashed towards Luoho viciously. Luoho was naturally happy to accept the gift from the Golden Lion. With his current strength, there is absolutely no way that he can be killed instantly by anyone. And those who fail to kill him will become nutrients for his growth, making him even more extremely powerful. Facing the Conqueror's entanglement attack of the Golden Lion, Luoho was excited but not careless. After all, this is an attack skill that must be learned if you want to gain a foothold in the sea. With his current physical condition, it is possible that he would be seriously injured if he was not careful. Luoho's eyes were dignified, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the fruit of power began to activate. Thick blue veins began to emerge on the body, and the muscles all over the body became extremely tense, while the thick armament Haki in the body climbed up even more. Kong heavy punch! After a loud shout, Luoho punched out. Boom! The fists and swords collided, but because of the entanglement of Golden Lion Conqueror's Haki, the two sides did not touch each other, but were just wrestling in the air. The stalemate lasted less than 3 seconds before Luoho was dizzy and flew backwards due to the Conqueror's Haki that was wrapped around Muku and Sakura by the Golden Lion. At this moment, Luoho only felt a sweet taste in his mouth. After quickly spitting out a mouthful of bright blood, his figure flew backwards like a cannonball, directly blowing the entire small sky island into pieces. Only now did he fully understand how big the gap was between being able to entangle Conqueror's Haki and not being able to entangle Conqueror's Haki. It was no joke that the famous pirate's King Luffy was smashed into pieces by Teacher Kaido and became King Meng. However, Luoho did not regret confronting Golden Lion's sword head-on. Because at this moment he has clearly felt that he has the control over the Conqueror's Haki deep in his mind as if he is controlling it with his own arms. And a new power of devil fruit began to spread and flow throughout his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the advanced combat technique Conqueror's Haki Entanglement 100%, top level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing 100% of the Paramecia Lion Fruit ability attributes, Awakening. Chapter 40, Shattering the Island with One Punch. After being entangled by the Golden Lion's sword, Conqueror's was directly blasted into the soil at a depth of more than 10 meters, and even the small sky island was almost smashed into pieces on the spot. Luoho successfully absorbed the Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki Entanglement attack technique, as well as the God-level Paramecia Lion Fruit ability. Conqueror's Entanglement is an advanced attack technique that is essential for the top warriors above the sea. Basically, if you don't have Conqueror's Entanglement attack, you can't be considered a top-notch expert. Needless to say, Paramecia's lion fruit is a very strong fruit. In addition to Golden Lion's extremely strong personal strength, it is more because of the ability of this supermobile fruit that he has the opportunity to become the captain of the Rocks Pirate 2nd Division. After all, there are actually quite a few big pirates like Golden Lion. Whether it is John, Akoku, or Charlotte Linlin, they are all people who can compete with him head-on. But after possessing this lion fruit, Golden Lion is invincible, to say the least. It is simply a piece of cake. As long as he wants, no one in the world can fly faster than him. Of course, if it's a certain glowing and wretched marine recruit who has just joined the naval headquarters, it might be a different story. After quietly waiting for the pain in his body to gradually subside, Luoho's body slowly floated out of the huge pit created by the explosion. After this series of fights, the new shirt that Luoho had just put on was completely torn into pieces, revealing the muscles inside that looked like they were carved out of fine steel. Feeling the demonic power in his body that was completely different from the fruit of power, Luoho indulged in the feeling of losing gravity and being able to control his body to float forward at will. Luoho calmly twisted his stiff neck with a crackling sound, then raised his head and looked at the Golden Lion in the sky. At this moment, a strange red light directly replaced Luoho's originally black pupils, which looked full of violence and blood. The corner of his mouth curled up in an unbridled arc. This is a special performance that only occurs when Conqueror's haki entangles. From today on, Luoho has officially entered the realm where he can be called a great pirate in the era of rocks. As expected, even Conqueror's entanglement can be understood directly. Golden Lion stared in amazement at Luoho, whose pupils had turned completely crimson, and a storm began to surge in his heart. At this moment, the squad leaders nearby had not yet noticed that Luoho and Golden Lion were floating in the same posture. They were still immersed in the shock of Luoho instantly mastering the Conqueror's haki and the entanglement attack. With this Conqueror's haki wrapped around his heavy punch, even the admiral with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters would not be able to withstand a single punch from him. Luoho clenched his right fist tightly, and instantly burst out with a terrifying force. The veins on his arm muscles kept wriggling, as scary as a black and blue earthworm that had just crawled out of the mud after the rain. This is the highest muscle strength that can be displayed when the fruit of power is pushed to ultimate. But this is not over yet. After all the muscles in his body were running to ultimate, Luoho's red pupils began to become brighter, and long black Conqueror's lightning began to bombard the soil in all directions. As these Conqueror's haki transformed into energy and wrapped around his right fist, Luoho only felt that a power that could destroy everything in the world was grasped in his hands. Different from the previous pure armament haki and muscle strength. The most important thing about Conqueror's haki entanglement is to avoid touching the enemy's body, but it can directly cause fatal damage. That is to say, if you don't learn Conqueror's haki entanglement, unless the opponent lets you go, there is basically no chance of defeating the opponent with just armament haki. Because you don't have any chance to get in touch with them at all. But the enemy can hit you directly. Mama, what a monstrous talent. No. What does this BD want to do? Damn it, he wants to use this sky island to test the power of Conqueror's haki entanglement. The captains of the teams, who were still in a state of shock, jumped away with their faces changed drastically after seeing Luoho punching the small sky island under their feet. As we all know, Conqueror's haki has an extremely wide attack range. If you accidentally touch it, you can easily be hit by the sudden attack and suffer serious injuries. So at this moment, even though they were all top-notch pirates, they still didn't dare to take on the challenge easily. They could only choose to jump back to Hakinosu Island and wait and see what happened. Luoho naturally didn't care about so many things. At this moment, he just wanted to release the terrifying power in his heart. Strong punch. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Luoho's punch, which was wrapped in two-color haki and carried boundless muscle power, hit the center of Sky Island directly. The terrifying black and red Conqueror's haki formed an energy light in the center of the fist peak that seemed to be able to destroy everything. This is the real power. Celestial dragons. Wait for Lao Zi to die. Ha 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 ha. Luoho grinned wildly and arrogantly, then, using up the last of his strength, he directly input the Conqueror's haki and the flowing armament haki in his hand into the interior of Sky Island. At this moment, the air seemed to be immersed for a few seconds. But this is just the calm before the storm. As the haki energies left Luoho's body, their terrifying destructive power was immediately and vividly demonstrated. A loud bang like a high-energy explosive explosion sounded in the air. In an instant, this medium-sized Sky Island, which was not very large in size, was directly blown to pieces by Luoho's haki energy, turning into a pile of rubble. Then, after the island shattered, it was as if an invisible force from the underworld swept through the void. The clouds in the sky above Sky Island, which had already been broken into pieces like fish scales, disappeared completely. It was as if a mushroom cloud exploded in the sky, revealing the extremely clean blue sky without any obstruction. After smashing the Sky Island with one punch, Luoho's figure slowly floated to the Hakinosu Island below. Hiss! Whitebeard and the others who had already jumped onto Hakinosu Island at this time naturally gasped after seeing this gorgeous scene that looked like fireworks exploding. The newcomer Luoho not only instantly learned the Conqueror's haki entanglement attack technique. Moreover, with the help of the power fruit ability and the internal destruction of armament haki, the range damage and destructive power of this deck is far more terrifying than any of them. Perhaps. At this stage, in the entire Rocks Pirate, only Captain Rocks can fight Luoho one-on-one. Whitebeard and Golden Lion should be able to fight, but they definitely cannot beat Luoho. The best they can do is a draw. As for the remaining John, Akoku, Silver Axe, and others, there is absolutely no chance for them to fight. Luoho's strength level has reached a level second only to Captain Rocks. Everyone was silent as they looked at Luoho floating in the sky. The pirates who had just recovered from the shock of Conqueror's haki showed a series of expressions of envy, jealousy, shock, fear, and submission. After seeing Luoho smash Sky Island with one punch and the other captains' equally stunned expressions, they clearly realized that Rocks Pirate really needed to add another captain. The next moment, when they noticed that Luoho was floating in the air at the same height as the captain of Golden Lion, everyone was shocked again. Hey! Captain Luoho can actually use the Lion Fruit ability to float like Captain Golden Lion. Yet, it seems like there has never been anything like this before. That's not right. I remember that the wanted notice issued by Naval Headquarters said that Captain Luoho ate the power fruit of Paramecia. How could he also have the ability of the Lion Fruit? And the Golden Lion captain didn't die, and the Lion Fruit ability couldn't have regenerated him, and then he was eaten directly. I have a not very practical idea. Captain Luoho might be the legendary dual fruit ability user. Is this true? How is it possible for someone to have dual fruit abilities? Laozi has never heard of it before. At this moment, my hawk and crocodile, two little kids who had just woken up from the ground, were also extremely shocked to see Luoho floating in the sky like a god. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and others nearby also noticed this strange scene without exception. After spending so many years with Golden Lion, they are very sure that the Devil Fruit ability that Luoho is using at this moment is exactly the Lion Fruit of Golden Lion. But what puzzled them all was that at this moment, the Golden Lion was still floating beside them. So where did Luoho get his Lion Fruit ability from? Could it be that in addition to learning their special skills, Luoho can also learn other people's Devil Fruit abilities? In that case, this kind of talent is more than just terrifying. It's so scary. It's really so scary. This is simply like aliens coming to their world and killing people indiscriminately. Kulala la 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 la, you are worthy of being a family member recognized by Whitebeard. Such a terrifying talent is really enviable. Whitebeard was only shocked for less than 3 seconds about Luo Ho's talent for possessing the ability of the armor fruit, and then he laughed heartily. Compared to his friends who were so envious and jealous that they were about to go to heaven, he was truly happy for Luo Ho's talent. Chapter 41 Rocks. Facing the continuous exclamations from the pirates' minions, Luo Ho had no intention of paying any attention. At this point, his personal strength had basically reached the top level, and he only wanted to be able to participate in the God's Valley battle, which was like a feast for the gluttons, as soon as possible. As one of the few super battles in the pirates' world, the Battle of God Valley will definitely gather countless celestial dragons. As long as I can find an opportunity in the Battle of God Valley, then Luo Ho could hold the sword of virtue in his hand and slaughter those worse than pigs to the ground, completely venting the hatred that had been pent up in his heart for a long time. Although he had killed 3 celestial dragons on Devil's Island before joining the Rocks pirates. But this is just an appetizer. The lives of just 3 stupid celestial dragons are not enough to repay the debt. Luo Ho just wants to go completely crazy in a big battle. Lose his humanity and kill all the bastards who stand in his way. Open the data panel. Host Luo Ho. Age, 18. Power, 119,777, peak Emperor level. Agility, 108,810, peak Emperor level. Physical strength, 159,900, peak Emperor level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, top 56.11%. Armament Haki, top 62.33%. Observation Haki, top 73.96%. Physical skills, Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley, Lion Majesty / Wave, Eagle Claw Fist, Kong Punch, Thunderous 8 Trigrams, Descending the Third World to Induce Naraku. Fruit Ability, Paramecia Power Fruit, Paramecia Lion Fruit. Finally, I am no longer the fisherman standing like a minion in front of the village. Looking at his currently extremely luxurious data panel, Luo Ho couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It has been less than a month since he went to sea, but he has already transformed from an ordinary person's body into a real pirate. A top-level powerhouse who is equal to the peak 4 Emperors level, and even surpasses the 4 Emperors in some aspects. But at this moment, Luo Ho did not lose his mind just because of his sudden increase in strength. Before officially declaring war on the world government, Luo Ho plans to continue to strengthen his weaknesses. He doesn't ask for a breakthrough to become too strong. Just practice to the Rocks level. After all, according to the more than 1,000 episodes of anime that Luo Ho has read, even a ruthless person like Rocks was directly crushed to death in the Valley of the Gods by the world government. For the sake of his own safety, Luo Ho felt that he needed to continue to strengthen his strength. If there is currently no one strong enough to obtain the attribute balls in terms of strength, agility, and stamina, then just look to the Devil Fruit. As for the very necessary attribute of Conqueror's Haki, we can only wait and see if there is a chance to challenge Captain Rocks in a one-on-one duel. After all, judging from the current Haki levels of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, the 2 captains of the first and second squads, the 2 of them now definitely don't have any extra Haki attributes that can be dropped for him to absorb. Where can I find the right Devil Fruit ability to absorb? After controlling his body through Lion Fruit and slowly descending to the ground, Luo Ho walked towards the location of Whitebeard and Kaido while thinking about the Devil Fruit ability that best suits him. At this moment, when Kaido looked at Luo Ho, his eyes were almost full of stars. Originally, he admired Luo Ho's strong talent very much. Now, seeing that Luo Ho dared to confront the big pirates like Golden Lion head-on and was not at all inferior to him, he was even more full of admiration. Maybe, I can take some time to go to Sky Island to take a look at that Devil Fruit that is considered to be of God level or even higher level. After walking together with several captains, Luo Ho had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and suddenly remembered the strongest moment in Logia Devil Fruit. Thunder Fruit. This devil fruit not only has the fastest speed in the world, but also has the most damaging and violent lightning in terms of attack power. In the original story, thunder fruit was eaten by a long-eared thief named Enel. And that guy also developed a series of very powerful attacks based on thunder fruit. But in the end, due to Oda's classic plot, even if Enel ate the Logia devil fruit, he still fell to Luffy's powerful opponent. However, this does not mean that thunder fruit is doomed. If you can find such a devil fruit on Sky Island, it will definitely greatly improve your strength. After all, Luoho's current single attack is already very powerful. If he can add the lightning effect of the thunder fruit ability, that's just like the effect of Zhuezhuazi's super paralysis ring. Not only does each punch have great offensive power, it can also cause the opponent to fall into a state of paralysis as if lightning entered the body. The improvement in strength is absolutely significant. In addition to speed and attack, the more important thing about thunder fruit is that it can greatly enhance the sensing range of observation haki. In the original story, Enel's sword soul haki is not outstanding. However, relying on the electromagnetic induction stimulated by the thunder fruit, it is possible to directly cover dozens of sky islands. Luoho couldn't even imagine how large the range of monitoring would be if a top-level observation haki like himself was enhanced by the power of thunder fruit. By then, even if he stood in East Blue and turned on observation haki, he would probably be able to directly monitor the color of the panties of Pirates Queen Boa Hancock in the Com Belt today. The more Luoho thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was very feasible. After all, according to Oda's introduction in SBS, thunder fruit hasn't appeared in Qinghai for hundreds of years. And if there is no thunder fruit in Qinghai, then this devil fruit is very likely to appear in the White Sea or White Sea area of Sky Island. However, just when Luoho made up his mind to go to Sky Island before the battle in God Valley, in the skeleton room located in the core area of Hakinosu Island not far from the captain's, a tall man about 4 or 5 meters tall was standing there leaning against the wall. After noticing the man leaning against the door, the cheers of the pirates at the scene almost stopped instantly. Everyone looked at the man with pale faces who was emitting Conqueror's haki all the time. Built Rock's pirate. And the Sea Overlord who openly took away 1/3 of the world government's territory. Rock's DZ-Beck. Rock's reference image. Chapter 42, Squad 7. Are you the pirates Luoho who killed 3 celestial dragons? After realizing that his appearance had broken the carnival atmosphere at the scene, Rox was rarely embarrassed for a moment. But I also watched the whole battle. Having intuitively understood Luoho's terrifying talent, he was very happy to have such a newcomer join his team. Able to quickly increase strength and haki level during battle. And you can also directly learn the opponent's special moves. Luoho's pervert talents made even the Overlord of the Sea feel ashamed. Even Rox himself had a vague feeling that Luoho would directly replace him and become the new Overlord of the Sea in the near future. However, as a man of courage, he would not worry about these material things. The purpose of Rox DZ-Beck's birth is to overthrow the world government that has ruled this world for 800 years. Now that a newcomer with terrifying talent like Luoho has joined, it won't be long before he overthrows the world government and truly rules the world. Although Rox also understood very well that the sense of belonging of these captains under him to his Rox pirate was almost zero. But as a man with absolute power, he doesn't care about the loyalty of his subordinates. So far, no one has ever dared to betray him since he founded Rox Pirate. Because, betrayal in Rox Pirate definitely means death. Even those so-called big pirates could not escape his butcher knife falling on their necks. A new member of the pirates? Your identity doesn't matter. I just want to kill all the celestial dragons. Facing the question from Rox, the Overlord of the Sea, Luoho pondered for a moment and finally accepted his current identity as a pirate. After all, in this world, anyone who does anything detrimental to the world government will be identified as a pirate. That is to say, you don't have to burn, kill, and loot to be a pirate. Many times you just can't help yourself. Otherwise, how could so many people want to overthrow the world government over the past few hundred years? The existence of celestial dragons is the root cause of world unrest. The human hunting competition they hold every 3 years is enough to prove all these evils. Recognized according to the regulations of the world government. As long as the country is not a member of the world government, the civilians under its flag will be considered abnormal people. This explanation of abnormal people actually means that the world government, in a large sense, shows that there are no real humans in this country. As the world's nobles, celestial dragons can kill these abnormal people freely. This is what happened to Luoho and Whitebeard. What an interesting guy, he actually wants to kill all celestial dragons. After hearing Luoho's thoughts, Rox also revealed an evil smile. The philosophy of the newcomer Luoho is very much in line with his. He wants to completely overthrow the world government and rule the world. What Luoho wants is to kill all celestial dragons. The two people can be said to be completely stinky, the same kind of people. Moreover, Luoho's personal talent is much more terrifying than that of this so-called overlord of the sea. Although he was only a teenager, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds and reached the ranks of true pirates. This kind of terrifying talent hasn't been achieved even after 3 years. In general, as long as there are such crazy and pervert crew members joining Rock's pirate, it will definitely be a great help to him. In that case, then the captain declares, Luoho will be the captain of our Rock's Pirates 7th squad. He will also have the freedom to form his own new pirates group. Rock's slightly hoarse voice was transmitted to Hakinosu and all the pirates' islands to which Rock's pirate belonged through the Den Mushi next to him. This was terrifying and explosive information, which immediately caused an uproar on the spot. As we all know, there are actually quite a few big pirates in Rock's pirate. If you want to become a true pirate's coder, in addition to having basic strength, you also have to pass the assessments of several other squad leaders. The fact that Luoho, a newcomer, was announced by Rox himself as the captain of the 7th Division and had the right to establish the pirates group of the 7th Division naturally proved Luoho's strength and status. Oh my god, I didn't expect this new guy to jump to the position of captain of the 7th Division all of a sudden. It's really terrifying. At this time, you still dare to call Captain Luoho a newcomer? You are simply courting death. I heard from people in the naval headquarters that Captain Luoho is a cruel pirate who kills people without blinking an eye and likes to eat the heads of his enemies alive. I'm so envious. I've been a member of Rock's Pirate for so many years and still can't get a position. I didn't expect that a newcomer who just joined would become the captain of the 7th Division in less than a day. I wonder what the conditions are for joining the 7th Division? The benefits of the newly formed division must be very good. After a brief moment of shock and envy, a large group of pirates in Rock's Pirates began to inquire about the specific requirements for joining the 7th team. However, Luoho has just become the captain of the 7th Division, so naturally he has not released any news yet. However, even Luoho set specific requirements for pirates to join his team. These can only be described as trash pirates among trash, and naturally they have no qualifications to join Luoho's team. Luoho becomes the captain of the 7th Division. He should be on an equal footing with the rest of you. There should be no objection, right? If there are any captains who don't recognize his ability, you can challenge him now. I will personally serve as the referee between you. After sending out all the information, Rox glanced at the captains of the squads around him, including Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Other people's opinions don't matter. However, he still needs to worry about the mood of these old cotters who have followed him for many years. However, Rox did not expect this. After hearing his question, the captains of his squads, who were always in chaos, unanimously chose to agree. There is no opinion at all. In other words, except for Golden Lion and Whitebeard, the other captains did not dare to express any opinions at all. After all, the scene of Luoho just punching Conqueror's entanglement and directly smashing a small or medium-sized sky island was still imprinted in front of their eyes. Who would dare to cause trouble for a guy with such a terrifying learning talent? It's already good enough that John and others can beg Luo Ho not to come and pick a fight with them. Kulalalalalalalal. I have no objection to Luo Ho becoming the captain of the 7th Division, Captain Rocks. Ha 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 ha, Lao Zi has no objection. But this kid even managed to copy Lao Zi's lion fruit. This is simply unreasonable. Mama, although it's a bit regrettable that I can't have a proper exchange with Luo Ho for the time being, I don't have any objections. Chapter 42 Human Fruit. We have no objection. We are proud that Luo Ho can become the captain of the 7th Division. Yes, Captain Luo Ho, please take care of us colleagues and brothers in the future. Seeing that the two captains of the 1st and 2nd Divisions, Golden Lion and Whitebeard, had no objections, the remaining John, Silver Axe, Akoku, and others naturally did not dare to say anything. Even after realizing that Luo Ho's talent would sooner or later surpass that of Captain Rocks, everyone still had some thoughts of winning him over. Especially now that Charlotte Linlin has a slim figure and a very pure and beautiful face, she frequently casts seductive glances and reveals her private parts to Luo Ho. According to Charlotte Linlin's own guess, as long as she could have a stimulating exchange with a talented young man like Luo Ho, she would definitely get another chance to give birth to one or more gifted children. And the talents possessed by these children who have the excellent genes of both of them are likely to directly surpass her greatest masterpiece so far. She is the second son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri. But it is naturally impossible for Luo Ho to set his sights on Charlotte Linlin. Although Charlotte Linlin during this period was indeed impeccable in terms of figure and appearance. But Luo Ho himself is a born macho man with a complex, not one of those men who can only yell about the legacy of Wu Wei and Mengda's thoughts. If we have it now, we still need something better. Very good, in that case, from today on, Luo Ho will be the captain of our Rocks Pirate 7th Division. Seeing that these captains who used to fight with each other every day actually spoke in unison today and made the same choice without any objections, Rocks was very satisfied. He looked at Luo Ho and began to introduce the rules of Rocks Pirate, which he established. Luo Ho naturally perked up and listened a little. So-called rules are actually mostly just about the distribution of rights. As the captain of Rocks Pirate, Luo Ho has the right to form his own pirates team. You can also select the crew members you like from all the pirates under Rocks Pirate. You can even directly select crew members from the fleets of other captains. Of course, if you want to take people from other captains, you naturally have to talk about strength or interests. For example, as long as you can defeat Golden Lion, there will be no problem in directly picking people from his flying fleet. Or you can devote your body to have an in-depth discussion with Charlotte Linlin until she becomes pregnant, or you can choose someone from her team. As for John, Akoku, and others, it is even simpler. One just needs to throw money at the other party until he opens his mouth, while the other can just beat him up until he gives in. The remaining Whitebeard did not form his own pirates group due to personal reasons. The reason is that Whitebeard is still struggling with whether he should adopt his son or not. Should he form the pirates group as a father? That's the specific situation of Rocks Pirate. You can learn the rest slowly by yourself. Don't move too far recently. We Rocks Pirates are going to have a big operation near West Blue. After quickly introducing the basic rules of Rocks Pirate, Rock's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot before everyone could react. Luo Ho was completely stunned when he saw this scene. He originally thought that since he had absorbed the basic attributes of so many powerful men and possessed such high agility, he should at least be able to see Rock's body movements clearly. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It is obvious that Rock's strength is no longer comparable to that of the Emperor level. He is at least a stronger person at a higher level. Kulalalalalalalal, you still haven't understood Captain Rock's abilities, have you? Captain Rocks ate the Paramecia teleportation fruit recently, and now he is a teleporter with a very fast burst speed. His speed is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to keep up with. Whitebeard laughed at the confused Luoho, and then carefully explained the reason why rocks suddenly disappeared. Teleportation fruit. Luoho looked at Whitebeard in surprise. He really didn't understand this aspect of things. According to Luoho's own experience of watching anime, rocks should have obtained the dark fruit ability at the end, during the battle in God Valley. But the fact seems not to be the case, or in other words, Rocks is a monster exactly like Blackbeard, who can absorb the power of two fruits. It is no wonder that the other party did not show any strange look when seeing that he possessed both the power fruit and the lion fruit. It seems that people can also possess double or even multiple fruit abilities. Kulalalalalalalal. That's right, Captain Rocks has already cultivated the teleportation fruit to the point of awakening. And the captain was born with two hearts that can accommodate two devil fruits. After Whitebeard looked around, he chose to carefully tell Luoho about this gossip. After all, it's common for walls to overhear things. They, the Rocks pirates, have accomplices within the marine. Naval headquarters and CP hosts are naturally capable of infiltrating Rocks pirate. If you accidentally reveal your cards, you may easily suffer losses in the next actions. I see. Thank you, Newgate. After listening to the gossip shared by Whitebeard, Laha thanked him very politely. The still very young Whitebeard naturally patted Luoho's shoulder happily, saying something like, "You're all gay, buddy. Next, you should form your own team. If you need anything, you can always come to me for help." Seeing that there was nothing that needed his help at the moment, Whitebeard walked towards his own Leopard Girl Spa Club while reminding Luoho that it was time to set up his own pirates group. As soon as Whitebeard's tall figure left, a group of young pirates who had been eager to make a move quickly gathered around him, wanting to be the first to join the Rocks Pirates' newly added 7th team. They had already obtained all the information clearly. Luoho, the captain of Rocks Pirates' 7th Division, is a tough guy who stole a golden transport ship from the world government. In addition to the captain's strength, joining such a team must be full of benefits, and there is no shortage of money to spend. Of course, in most cases, it is because other captains look down on these little Karami pirates, so they rush to join Luoho's team to get points. Captain Luoho. Please let me join your team. I have been wandering for half my life and have never met a wise leader. Captain. I am the user of Zoan, the dog fruit, the normal type, the grey wolf form. With my joining, the 7th Division will surely develop rapidly and brilliantly. Captain Luoho. I am Zoan, the human fruit, a normal type, a formless ability user. I can control my body with absolute precision, and I promise I won't hold back the 7th Division, Captain. Chapter 43 Kaido, My Hawk, and Sand Crocodile join. Luoho looked at the ordinary pirates who surrounded him with some numbness. All of them, except for a few members who are still acceptable. Most of the remaining guys are parallel import members. Otherwise, they would have been snatched away by other captains long ago, so how could it be his turn? Especially that guy in the Zoan human fruit ordinary man form. What is the use of this devil fruit ability? What's the use of eating it other than turning into an ordinary person? Of course, if this devil fruit can be eaten by a Sea King, perhaps it can really create a Sea King level crew member. After all, after this devil fruit was eaten by Tony Chopper, a raccoon with an annual bounty of 50 Baileys, he was able to fight against the 4 emperors. Although I do look down on these ordinary little pirates. But after careful consideration, Luoho decided to select 30 or 40 strong and capable pirates, as well as a dozen beautiful female pirates who could cook and were pleasing to the eye, to join his fleet. After all, even if these people don't have any real ability, they can still be used to do odd jobs in your team. It's impossible that he has become a pirate's coder in Rocks Pirates and has to do things like sweeping the floor and cooking by himself, right? Then you must recruit people aggressively, give yourself some free time, and become a hands-off boss. These 70 or 80 strong men and 30 or 40 female pirates all jumped up and down with excitement when they saw that they were really selected to join the 7th Division. Who doesn't know about the terrifying talent level of Luo Ho, the captain of the 7th Division? He was a man who defeated the captain of the 2nd Division, Golden Lion Pirates, on the 2nd day after joining the team at a young age. Following such a young and capable captain, not only will you be able to rise to prominence, but at least you will start out without worries about food and clothing. This is almost equivalent to passing the civil service exam in developed areas without taking an exam. It can really be said that there is a promising future ahead. And those pirates who didn't have the chance to join in were beating their chests and sighing. They originally thought that the 7th team would be just like the previous teams and would be very difficult to enter, so they had no hope of participating. They never expected that dozens of people would join the 7th Division so easily. Besides, except for the good-looking female pirates, these pirates basically have no real strength at all. But now that things have come to this, these pirates can only shed tears of envy and jealousy. Because Luo Ho's 7th team really only recruited 100 people and then stopped recruiting. I have to say that sometimes luck is much more important than choice. However, just when everyone thought that the on-site recruitment of the 7th Division had ended in such a hasty manner, a man about 4 or 5 meters tall, with muscles as solid as granite all over his body, opened his hands and tore the crowd apart, leaving a huge gap in front of Luo Ho. Luo Ho looked up. He discovered that the person in front of him was the young Kaido who met him at sea, robbed Tian Shangjin along the way, and rushed to Devil's Island to kill celestial dragons. Brother Luo, I want to join the 7th Division too. It's a waste of time to start as an intern in Rock's Pirate. I'd better just follow Brother Luo. No matter what, I, Kaido, have been through fire and water with Luo Ji, and we even robbed the world government's gold together. It's not too much for the 7th Division to leave a position for me. Kaido's huge body of 4 or 5 meters tall does not reflect his tough posture. Instead, he looks funny like a fanboy begging for his idol's autograph. Luo Ho was also very surprised by this. He originally thought that after Kaido boarded Hakinosu with him, he would directly become a Rock's Pirate trainee according to the original plot. Then they continued to do this until the Rock's Pirates were completely disbanded after the Battle of God Valley. But Luo Ho never expected that Kaido would actually want to join his 7th Division as a crew member. This is a bit of an unexpected surprise. After all, Kaido is a special race with excellent talents. That's the man who will become one of the 4 sea emperors ruling the new world in the future. Naturally, there would be many benefits to having such a powerful and rapidly improving crew member join his 7th Division. Of course, no problem. Since you don't want to start as an intern, why don't you just come to my ship and be a fighter? Luo Ho did not reject Kaido's idea, but directly pulled him into his team and joined the team as a fighter. Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Akoku, John, and others who had not walked far nearby were drooling with envy after seeing this scene. Although they don't know that Kaido will become the king of the sea in the subsequent plot. But as big pirates, they naturally have a very sharp vision. It can be seen that Kaido's talent is by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. After all, how could a guy who has already mastered Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level at such a young age be simple? In other words, isn't the current Kaido a weakened version of Luo Ho? As soon as they saw Kaido for the first time, several of them took turns to invite this young man from the Demon Clan and wanted to forcibly recruit him into their team for training. But unfortunately, each of them was rejected mercilessly by Kaido. Even when Captain Rox personally invited Kaido to become a trainee of Rock's Pirate, Kaido did not agree. Originally, everyone thought that Kaido was an ambitious guy who wanted to form a team like them in the future, but they didn't expect that this guy now looked so familiar with Luo Ho. They even have to force themselves to join the other team as fighters. But it's not their fault that they don't understand the situation. After all, Whitebeard is only responsible for bringing people back to Hakinosu. Whitebeard was definitely too lazy to explain the details of the relationship between Luoho and Kaido to these guys who were always fighting and making trouble. A newly established team has joined such a high-quality crew with Conqueror's haki. This kind of wealth that came right to one's doorstep even made Golden Lion and others shed tears of envy. After recruiting Kaido, just as Luoho was about to go to the Rocks Pirates Special Shipyard to pick up a pirate's ship of his own, suddenly a few young figures rushed in front of him again. "Captain Luoho, please allow me to join the 7th Division. I want to learn swordsmanship from you." "Add me. I want to join the 7th Division too." The figures who rushed over with Kaido were Dracula, Mihawk and Crocodile, whom Luoho had seen at the beginning. Although these two young men are not very old, it can be seen from the determined look in each other's eyes that they are definitely two talented kids. Luoho naturally did not choose to reject these two little devils who would become very arrogant in the future. Instead, he directly incorporated them both into his team. After all, these two people will become the world's #1 swordsman and Summit War MVP in the future. If Luoho wants to have more stable and continuous output and kill celestial dragons, he naturally needs a group of younger brothers to attract away those small marines and CP organizations. Although these two kids are indeed a little too young at the moment. However, the age of people in the pirates' world cannot be viewed as that of ordinary people. Wasn't Bullet, who was only 8 years old, also invincible on the battlefield and killing people as easily as butchering a dog? Bullet, 8 years old. Chapter 44, Sky Island Route. It's really abominable. Why do all these young brats choose to join Luoho's 7th Division? Is it because the reputations of us veteran captains are not big enough? Seeing two young men praised by Captain Rocks being accepted into the 7th Division, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Akoku, and others were almost autistic due to envy. There are indeed many famous pirates in their team, and there are even quite a few with bounties exceeding 100 million. But if we really talk about talent, there are really few who can fight. Before, they were very far-sighted and acted in unison to invite Kaido and Mihawk, two little kids, to train them well. But Kaido was not willing to join their team as an intern. Mihawk and Crocodile declined the captain's invitations, saying they were still considering it. After officially forming his 7th squad, Luoho took the crew to attend a banquet specially organized by Rocks Pirate for their 7th squad. This banquet includes almost all the delicacies found in the world. Even the specialties of the Fishmen Island under the sea can be brought directly to the table for a feast. Those crew members who successfully joined the 7th Division opened their bloody mouths wide and wolfed down the delicious food they had never eaten before. While eating, they loudly praised it as a gift from the captain. This is a special party that has been going on for many years in Rocks Pirate. Every time a new captain successfully forms a pirates group, he will directly use the massive amount of funds accumulated by Rocks Pirates over the years to hold a grand banquet to entertain everyone. And during this banquet, while Luoho was tasting the rare tribute wine of the nobility, Charlotte Linlin, who has a beautiful figure and a prominent waistline, took this opportunity to walk directly to Luoho and tried to continue to seduce the young pirates to change his mind. However, even though Luoho was attracted by the other party's perfect figure, he still rejected Charlotte Linlin, the powerful female pirates, with his strong willpower. It was not for any other reason, Luoho just didn't want such a good young man like herself to be abandoned by the world. He now has the ability and good looks, and he is also the captain of the Rocks Pirate 7th Division. What could be missing under such conditions? His identity is placed in the countries protected by Rocks Pirate. I don't know how many princesses turned into fans and pursued him crazily. Who has the time to take care of a mere Charlotte? After forcibly driving Charlotte Linlin away, Luoho turned to look at Kaido, who was drinking from more than a dozen bottles of rum, and warned the boy meaningfully not to be seduced by the female thief Charlotte Linlin. Although according to the information revealed in the comics, Kaido definitely had no involvement with Charlotte Linlin. But Luoho has tried many methods. But I still can't get that bad anime out of my mind. He never expected it. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Luffy can actually have their own comics. In order to prevent such vulgar things from happening in his own team, Luo Ho could only righteously warn Kaido and the other kids not to get involved with Charlotte Linlin. After all, in this pirate's world, it's hard to find a Charlotte with 2 legs. But there are still many beauties with long legs. After warning all the crew members, the banquet on the scene fell into a carnival atmosphere again, and it did not end until 3 days and 3 nights had passed. The next morning, Luo Ho stood in front of a medium-sized pirate's ship and gathered his crew of about 100 people to prepare to set off to Sky Island. In this era, countless pirates naturally yearn for and are even willing to believe in the existence of Sky Island. In other words, everyone in this Rocks era is a pirate with dreams. After hearing the order from Captain Luo Ho to head to Sky Island, the crew members naturally cheered and started to get busy. Among this group of people, each person's professional division of labor is very clear, and many of them are very experienced veteran sailors. However, since Luo Ho already had the power of the Paramecia lion fruit as his driving energy, he naturally didn't need to navigate by ocean currents and wind direction like ordinary pirates. After ordering all the crew members to get ready, Luo Ho stretched out his hand and lightly placed it on the brand new pirate's ship. The moment the palm touched the deck, the strange devil fruit energy began to quickly transmit to the entire hull. Then, a special anti-gravity force began to appear. Under the control of Luo Ho's thoughts and gestures, the pirate's ship began to fly rapidly into the sky. In just less than 3 or 2 minutes, it had already flown to an altitude of 3,000 or 4,000 meters. Look at the location on the sea chart and make sure to head towards Gaia Island. After becoming more and more proficient in controlling the flying pirate ship with the power of the devil fruit, Luo Ho directly ordered the female pirate who was responsible for acting as the navigator. Following the other party's skilled and experienced instructions, everyone moved forward at a speed as fast as a spaceship. In fact, there are many Sky Island areas in the entire pirate's world. Almost every once in a while, there is a small, unknown Sky Island in the sky above a special area. The reason why Luo Ho had to go to the area of Gaia Island was simply because the thunder fruit was likely to appear there. According to the plot in the comics, thunder fruit has not appeared in Qinghai for almost hundreds of years, so the only possible place for it to appear now is in the Baihei or Bibaihei area. Enel, who was lucky enough to eat the thunder fruit at that time, was originally just a little kid who was brought to Sky Island from Qinghai. In the Sky Island area, after suffering humiliation and abuse, he was lucky enough to steal a thunder fruit from the altar offerings on a small Sky Island called Birka. After obtaining this godlike power, the darkness in your heart was completely aroused. Having been tortured and abused, he directly listed all the people of Sky Island as targets for revenge. After destroying all the people of Sky Island in his hometown, Enel, whose hatred had mostly disappeared, went to Arpayatu and used the power of the Logia thunder fruit to act as a charlatan disguised as a god. But none of this matters anymore, because this thunder fruit will definitely fall into Luo Ho's hands in the end. As for whether he will put the devil fruit back to its original place after absorbing the properties of this thunder fruit, it depends on his mood. Instead of leaving the devil fruit to others, it is better to pack it up and take it away. And give it directly to your talented crew members. Although doing so would certainly make Enel suffer and make him suffer for a few more years, Luo Ho is not a saint, so how could he care so much? If it really doesn't work, he can send someone over to take over Enel in Qinghai and train Haki. But after all, this is all about the future, who can say for sure? Maybe in the next battle of God Valley, Luo Ho will be drowned in the ocean along with Rocks, the son of the era, and disappear completely. After all, the dangers in the Battle of God Valley are indeed unknown. Luo Ho wasn't even sure whether the 5 elders, who represented world power, had participated in the battle. And whether the so-called leader of the Knights of God was the one who caused fatal damage to Rocks. Chapter 45, Arrival at Sky Island. After flying at high speed in the air for about half a month, Luo Ho slowly raised his palm and moved forward to control the lion fruit's ability to slowly slow down the pirate's ship. At this time, according to the instructions on the nautical chart and his memory of this special area of Gaia Island, Luo Ho has confirmed that his team has indeed arrived at Gaia Island, which has always been a gathering place for pirates. Although we are not in the crazy era of pirates now, the number of pirates is not that rare. After controlling the pirate's ship to slowly descend in altitude until it docked at the port area of Gaia Island, Luo Ho took the crew off the ship to carry out the necessary supplies to Sky Island. Judging from the necessary items that the Straw Hat Pirates prepared when they went to Sky Island, the most basic requirement to go to Sky Island is to prepare a guide bird called Nananmi Torai. The body of the Nananjianyao is slightly bloated due to the influence of the environmental magnetic field and racial factors, and its expression is very dull. The only function of this bird is that its head always points to the south like a needle. Although Luo Ho has tried his best to keep a low profile and avoid attracting the attention of the naval headquarters and the world government and causing trouble, but he ultimately underestimated how much influence the Rocks Pirates flag had on pirates in ordinary areas. Before Luo Ho could give any order, all the pirates on Gaia Island had already gathered in front of him, awaiting his orders. Although these pirates do not belong to the Rocks Pirates, it is obvious that the Rocks Pirates, as the terrorist force that commands this era, are still very much supported by a group of pirates. With the help of these ordinary pirates, Luo Ho quickly gathered all the necessities needed to go to Sky Island. These include the most important Nananmi Tori and the various drinks and barbecues that Kaido will drink along the way. Because he possessed the lion fruit's ability to float and fly, Luo Ho did not need to wait for the so-called surging ocean current and could set off directly. After the supplies were completed, Luo Ho immediately led the fleet to fly rapidly in an almost vertical direction towards the sky. With abundant physical output, Luo Ho took less than half an hour to control the pirates to fly to an area composed of dense white clouds and many small sky islands. This is the Baihei area, which is known as the closest to Qinghai. The height of Baihei is about 7,000 meters in Qinghai. The air there is relatively thin, so if you go to Sky Island for the first time, you will experience some discomfort, which is commonly known as altitude sickness. Moreover, in the White Sea area, one can vaguely see the existence of countless small sky islands of various sizes. The White Sea can usually be entered from the top of the western sky or the rushing ocean current, and returned from the end of the eastern clouds. On the upper level of the White Sea is the White Sea that Luffy and others later arrived at. There is a country called the Sanctuary, which is the kingdom of God where Enel lives. The height of the Bibai Sea from the Grand Line is about 10,000 meters. There are Angel Island, God's Island, Arpayatu and other small islands scattered on it. After continuing to control the pirate's ship and suddenly exerting upward force, Luo Ho and others directly broke through a sea of white clouds and officially arrived at the White Sea area. Although I have already known about it in the comics. However, when Luo Ho first came into contact with this amazing area of the White Sea, he was still shocked. When the pirate's ship breaks through the ocean like clouds, it will also create waves like the sea area of the Grand Line. What a surprising trip! It turns out that the Sky Island mentioned in Rolando's storybook really exists. The air here is obviously much thinner. If I practice swordsmanship in this place, I will definitely be able to experience more easily what Captain Rocks said about the breathing of all things. Like Luo Ho, the crew members of his 7th Division were also visiting Sky Island, a place that only existed in storybooks, for the first time. At this moment, even Kaido, a drunkard who was only interested in fighting and drinking, became interested and came to the deck with a bottle of wine to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Sky Island. Just as Luo Ho was about to start observation haki to explore the route to the Kingdom of God. This group of seemingly useless crew members, however, had extremely sharp eyes and noticed a waterfall not far away that was blocked by white clouds and was flowing backwards into the sky. Oh my God! How is this possible? The water here is actually flowing towards the sky. This is unscientific. This is so fake, I feel like I'm dreaming. Captain Luo Ho is really a godlike man. I declare that the 7th Division is the most awesome team in Rock's Pirate, and Captain Luo Ho is also the most awesome captain. No one else can go up to the sky except us, right? Looking at the female pirates who were screaming all the way and the crew members who were shouting and yelling, Luo Ho naturally noticed the reverse waterfall to the west. If nothing goes wrong, that side should be the entrance to the Kingdom of God. In Luo Ho's impression, when Luffy and others arrived at the entrance of the Kingdom of God, they were blackmailed by an old woman. He pretended nothing had happened, and when the person turned around and left, he took out his walkie-talkie and started calling the police. It is not difficult to see from this plot that we must not be lenient towards those old men who have no moral ethics and no moral principles. Because no one knows whether these old lights will suddenly turn against the young people. Under the shocked gazes of Kaido, Mihawk, Crocodile and a group of pirates, the pirate ship quickly approached the white waterfall. As the pirate's ship approached, the clouds that blocked the view gradually dissipated. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge golden gate with sharp edges and corners that looked like a multi-pointed star. Looking at the golden gate shining in the sun, Luo Ho estimated that this thing should also be made of 99K pure gold. Above this golden gate hangs a thing similar to a plaque used for naming. There was a string of characters written on it that read Heaven's Gate, there are many black mosquitoes. Behind this gate is the inverted waterfall leading to the Kingdom of God. Just as Luo Ho was about to control the pirate's ship to continue floating upward into the sky, directly over the waterfall and fly towards the Bibai Sea. Suddenly, a group of Sky Island soldiers wearing armor and holding spears quickly ran out of the small house next to the Golden Gate. Their faces were filled with serious and angry expressions, as if they were filled with extreme resentment towards outsiders. Their bodies were shaking slightly, like a powder keg that was ignited by an invisible rage and was about to explode. Damn Qinghai people! Go back to where you belong right now. God's kingdom does not welcome predators like you. Chapter 46, God of Sky Island. As soon as these Sky Island soldiers appeared, they noticed that Luo Ho, Kaido, and others did not have the unique wing symbol of the Sky Island people behind them. This point is enough to conclude that these people are from Qinghai who came from the greedy sea below. Now their Kingdom of God, led by the benevolent god Ganful, is repelling the Qinghai people who are trying to seize their sacred island Apayardo. After years of fighting and casualties, as soldiers of Sky Island, they naturally don't like humans of any race other than these. Especially Kaido, who had strange horns on his head, was scolded mercilessly by a group of soldiers. Almost all the crew members of the 7th Division, who had just been spitted in the face by these natives, drew their swords and were about to chop at the faces of these Sky Island soldiers on the spot. Among them, Kaido was the most annoyed. Although he is a member of a special race. But no matter what, he just has 2 devil horns. Isn't he still a human being after all? Kaido was originally in a very happy mood when he saw the beautiful scenery of Sky Island. However, his mood was instantly destroyed by the continuous insults from the Sky Island soldiers. After forcibly enduring a few minutes of insults, Kaido's inner anger has reached the critical point of a volcanic eruption. His forehead is already covered with thick blue veins and looks extremely hideous. Brother Luo, I really want to kill these bastards. Kaido pulled out the 3 or 4 meter long steel mace covered with spikes from behind him and looked at Luo Ho with a very grim tone. Although at this moment he really wanted to beat all these ignorant Sky Island people into pieces. But as the captain, Luo Ho has not spoken yet. Kaido can only choose to struggle between being eager to make a move. However, at this moment, Luo Ho looked at these Sky Island people expressionlessly and then just waved his hand casually. It seemed that he didn't care about the life or death of these Sky Island people at all. They are just some Jews. It's okay to kill them all. As soon as Luo Ho's calm voice fell, Kaido's cold face instantly curled up into a smile. The atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point almost in an instant. In such an environment, these Sky Island soldiers are obviously not fools. After realizing that these guys who could come to their sky island must be extremely powerful adventurers, Holland, as the captain of the soldiers, quickly grabbed the robe at his waist and tried to pass a message to Gonfer, whom they revered as a god. "Oh, this is so interesting." Kaido forced a smile, gently touched the cold gleaming mace in his hand and said softly, "I, Guy, have been fighting for many years. I don't know how many enemies I have killed on the battlefield of the Vodka Kingdom. I even dared to smash the heads of people from the world government. But over the years, the only people who dare to curse Laozi like this are you guys with wings. So, do you really want to die?" Kaido's words had just fallen, and his huge body of 4 or 5 meters tall showed almost no sluggishness. It flashed by in an instant and appeared in front of the group of Sky Island soldiers. Immediately, the huge black mace directly wrapped around the black haki and fell down with a bang. The speed was so fast that it even made a whistling sound. Seeing this, the soldier captain named Holland was horrified. For a moment, he felt that Kaido's huge shadow instantly covered his entire head. As the best soldier in Sky Island, he couldn't even see the direction of Kaido's attack. Bang! A hit! Ah! Holland could only let out a shrill scream, and at the same time, a huge force began to spread from his skull to his entire body almost instantly. The next moment, Hollander's entire body exploded with a bang, like a red brick that could not withstand the pressure under a hydraulic press, turning into a bloody mist, with bones and flesh splattered everywhere. Kaido, who was standing in front, naturally had his face splashed with the opponent's blood. He wiped the fishy sweet smell off his face, and then he felt much better. As a member of a special race in this world, what Kaido hates most in his life is that others use the 2 horns on his head to make a fuss and insult him. And these damn Sky Island soldiers actually cursed so directly and harshly, they deserve to be damned. Captain Holland. This BD with weird horns killed Captain Holland. We must go to the god Gonfer to avenge him. That's right. We must let the great god punish this monster. After watching Hollander being smashed to pieces by a stick in front of them, a group of Sky Island soldiers fled to the rear while cursing. From the other party's tone, it seems that they are indeed going to find their god Gonfer to teach Kaido a lesson. However, before the soldiers could escape from the 10-meter range, Kaido's huge body had already caught up with them and was waiting. What a bunch of inhuman bastards! If you had said a few nice words, I might have let you go. You're about to die, and you still dare to scold me. Oh la 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 la, now everyone has to die. Splat, 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 splat. Kaido held the mace tightly in one hand and swung it around haki, smashing the heads of Sky Island soldiers into pieces like bowling balls. The scene was filled with blood and it was a horrible sight. However, Luoho did not think there was anything wrong with this bloody scene. After all, these so-called Sky Island soldiers, they are really just some ungrateful squids. Chapter 47 Squidman. In the history of Sky Island for hundreds or even thousands of years, there has never been an island of gods called Arpayatu. And this is why Luoho calls these Sky Island people Jewish. Arpaio was originally part of the island plate of Gaia Island in Qinghai. It was washed onto the Bibai Sea under the influence of an unprecedented huge upwelling current hundreds of years ago. It became part of the Kingdom of God and was named Arpayatu by the people of Sky Island. For the people of Sky Island who have lived their entire lives at over 10,000 meters in the sky, the most precious wealth has never been the glittering gold or various rare treasures. What the people of Sky Island value most is the soil beneath their feet, which can nourish all things and grow food. Soil is a very scarce resource on Sky Island, and the people of Sky Island call it precious bath. Only those with enough base Sky Island will have enough chances of survival. And in a storm about 400 years ago, the surging ocean current from Qinghai directly pushed a large part of the plate of Gaia Island from sea level to the Bibai Sea 10,000 meters above the sea. Together with many small sky islands, they form the current Kingdom of God. The people of Sky Island have always lived in the air and have never seen much of the world. How could they have ever seen such a scene? That vast land area contains countless precious BAS. Just this one island that was washed up is more than twice the sum of all their small sky islands combined. This is as magical as throwing an island made of pure gold in front of a poor person. So since that day, countless Sky Icelanders began to rush into the divine island they named Arpa Illa to survive. At the beginning, everyone was very happy and cheered on this land. But it was not until a few days later that the people of Sky Island discovered that there were other species on this land given by God. The Qinghai natives who had been living on Arpa Illa were also very happy to accept the Sky Icelanders after seeing them actually living there. After all, in the eyes of Qinghai people, the so-called mud on Sky Island is nothing more than ordinary mud and is not valuable at all. After that, the Sky Island people and the Qinghai people, two groups of people with obviously different appearances, lived together directly, and a lot of hybrid bloodlines were produced due to intermarriage. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. This continued joy did not last long. After a long period of getting along, the people of Sky Island discovered that the Qinghai natives on Arpa Illa were not very strong. Even under the attack of various shellfish that are unique to their Sky Island, few people can withstand it. So the god of Sky Island at that time immediately changed his mind and ordered all the soldiers on Sky Island to expel the Qinghai natives. The natives of Qinghai naturally could not accept the hostility from Sky Island. As a result, the friendly and peaceful coexistence between the two sides, which lasted less than a few years, turned directly into a bloody war of killing. Almost all of the two races lost thousands of their compatriots in the struggle for land. However, the number of Sky Icelanders is a nation composed of countless small sky islands of all sizes. Therefore, in terms of numbers, they have far surpassed the Qinghai people in Arpa Illa. So after nearly 400 years of bloody killing, the Qinghai people on Arpa Illa were almost killed to extinction by the Sky Island soldiers. The Qinghai people who now only exist in Arpa Illa have long since changed the name of their race to Shandia for historical reasons. In order to fight for the Arpa Illa that originally belonged to them, these Shandians basically launched guerrilla attacks on Sky Island soldiers every day. There are various fighting battles between the two sides almost every day. So this is why the group of Sky Island soldiers guarding the gate started cursing when they saw Luoho and Kaido, who were obviously from Qinghai. The reason why Luoho called these Sky Island people Jews was entirely because of the ungrateful behavior of the Sky Island gods of the past 400 years. In order to own more land, he chose to kill the benefactor who accepted him. If this behavior is not the same as the incident of the Kazaya destroying the country that is happening now, then what is it? Fortunately, after the death of the fourth generation god on Sky Island, the more sensible Gonfer took over the position of god. Gonfer, who fully understands the hundreds of years of history of Sky Island, has devoted his life to resolving the hatred between the two peoples. But unfortunately, the two sides have been fighting for more than 400 years. This kind of blood feud is no longer something that he, the so-called god of Sky Island, can resolve. Come back after you've vented your anger. We are heading to the Bibi Sea, 3,000 meters above the White Sea. That's where Sky Island is. After seeing that Kaido had killed all the foul-mouthed sprayers, Luoho slowly raised his hand and began to control the pirate's ship to continue flying high into the sky. I have to say that the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion is indeed a very useful god-level fruit. With this lion fruit, Luoho doesn't even need to take the express shrimp train to Bibi Sea to reach the top floor of Sky Island. Of course, before setting off for Bibi Sea, Luoho directly uprooted the huge Golden Gate of Heaven and put it into his own system space for backup. Although with his current strength, money is no longer important. But as a pure earthling, Luoho couldn't help but pack it up and take it away when he saw this glittering golden thing. As everyone boarded the floating pirate's ship and continued to head high into the sky. Arpa Illa, the island of the gods. Inside a snow-white palace with countless Sky Island's unique cultural yunfa carvings carved all over it. On the throne in this palace, sat a middle-aged man wearing steel armor and holding a spear. At this moment, he was watching the real-time images transmitted back by the surveillance shell in front of him that was used to monitor the entire Sky Island. He saw the Sky Island soldiers under him fighting against Kaido, and how they were all killed by Kaido in an instant. Another powerful adventurer has arrived at Sky Island. I really hope he's not here to cause trouble. After muttering a few words in a low voice, Gonfer walked out of his palace. Although he really wanted to end the hatred between the Sky Islanders and the Shandayans completely in his generation. But after all, he himself is among the people of Sky Island. Chosen as a god by his people, he must put himself in their shoes and consider the interests of the people of Sky Island. In other words, Gonfer was personally very willing to reach a reconciliation with the Shandayans and live together on Arpayatu. But unfortunately, after hundreds of years of fighting between the two sides, Gonfer really felt deeply powerless. However, just as Ganfuer was about to set off to meet Luoho and others, a Sky Island soldier suddenly walked up to him and reported something. Why choose this time? Never mind, let's solve it nearby. After listening to the report from the Sky Island soldiers, Gonfer frowned, then hurried back to his palace, pulled out the sharp spear, and followed the soldiers out. Chapter 48 You Make Sense. As Gonfer went outside to provide support fully armed. On the other side, as the dazzling sunlight overhead became increasingly blazing, Luoho and his companions finally approached the real Sky Island area. Boom! With a loud bang, after it passed, the pirates' ship rushed directly to the top of the white clouds under Luoho's control, and finally, it docked steadily above the sea of clouds. The first thing that catches your eye is still the huge vines in a shape similar to that in the anime and many small islands made up of white clouds. On these small islands, there are houses with unique Sky Island style. However, the scene in the original anime plot where countless children on Sky Island were frolicking and having fun did not appear. Luoho observation haki flashed slightly. Soon, they found where the crowd was gathering. Hey! Captain! They seem to be fighting. Should we, the 7th Division, go over to join in the fun? Give them some help. Those with wings should be the Sky Island people mentioned in the storybook, right? Then why don't the people fighting them have wings? After receiving Luoho's order, almost all the crew members rushed to the side to watch the fierce battle. As members of Rock's Pirate, they are already accustomed to fighting. So, all of a sudden, everyone began to enthusiastically instruct both sides on fighting techniques. Due to time constraints and the urgency of finding Thunder Fruit, Luoho did not waste time on excessive communication. He took Kaido directly to the crowd. Next moment, there was a suffocating, heart-beating sound. Luoho directly released his Conqueror's haki which had reached the top level. In an instant, a dark red wave of air with a strong sense of oppression surged out of Luoho's body. In less than a second, all the fighting Shandayans and Sky Islanders were shocked to the point that they turned pale, foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Luoho walked with steady and powerful steps to the center of the fight between the two sides. Because this time it's just a warning. Therefore, Luoho Conqueror's haki only has the meaning of deterrence and does not release his Conqueror's haki with power. Otherwise, given the physical fitness of these little Karamis, they would probably be in a coma for several days and nights under the influence of Luoho Conqueror's haki, or even turn into vegetables. After a while, the leaders of both sides who were knocked unconscious by Conqueror's haki also regained consciousness. After the two sides looked at each other, they chose to gather their subordinates and stop fighting. Ganfuel also took this opportunity to walk directly in front of Luoho. Out of respect for the strong, Gonfer lowered his head and bowed deeply to Luoho. "Sir, my name is Gonfer, and I am the god of this Sky Island. Please allow me to express my highest respect to you on behalf of all the people of Sky Island." After he finished speaking, Gonfer was slow to raise his body. He was waiting for Luoho's response. "Well, get up. Luoho said this with a calm expression and without any emotion. Although he had no good feelings towards the people of Sky Island. But after all, he is the one in a high position now, so there is no need to show some low-level emotions. After hearing Luoho's bland words, Ganfuel's heart obviously tightened. Although Luoho didn't say much, he clearly heard an unusual amount of disgust in the other person's tone. After gritting his teeth, Ganfer knelt down on his knees and chose to lower his status to the lowest level. At this moment, he no longer cared about his so-called identity as a god. He just wanted to completely resolve the hatred between the Sky Island people and the Shandayan people within his bag. On the other side, after seeing this scene, the leader of the Shandia people naturally reacted quickly and realized that this was an excellent opportunity. Luoho and others were obviously the people who came from Qinghai with them. If they can seize this opportunity, perhaps they can take advantage of Luoho and others to regain control of Arpayatu. So, the leader of the Shandia people also chose to kneel on the ground. Although it was extremely beneath a leader's dignity to kneel down before a stranger in front of his own people. But now they can't care so much. Luoho and others were obviously much stronger than them, and any resistance at this time would be irrational. Captain from Qinghai, please take some time to negotiate the hatred between us Sky Islanders and Shandia people. As the current god of Sky Island, I am willing to completely dissolve the hatred between the two ethnic groups in this generation. Ganfuel knelt down solemnly and looked at Luoho with pleading words. On the other side, the kneeling Shandayan chieftain showed obvious disdain after hearing Ganfer's words. What is the reason why the hatred between their two ethnic groups continues and lasts for hundreds of years? Isn't it just because of that little bit of land? If these Sky Island people were really willing to return Arpayatu, then why would they be so persistent in holding on to him? Didn't Ganfer just pretend to want peace between the two ethnic groups, but at the same time didn't want to return their land? It's so hypocritical. Sir, don't listen to these damn Sky Island people, they are just crocodile tears. These guys not only forcibly occupied our land, but also killed our compatriots and drove us all out of our homeland. Now you are actually saying words that want to reconcile. Sir, please make the decision for us because we are both from Qinghai. The chief of the Shandayan people is obviously a very capable guy. After seeing Ganfer start to cry and show his sympathy, he also hurriedly chose to cry bitterly. Luoho looked at the two people kneeling on the ground in front of him and rubbed his temples with a headache. What he hates most is dealing with this kind of thing. If you want to completely resolve the hundreds of years of hatred between the Shandayans and the Sky Islanders, you can only do it by killing them. Even if he used force to force the two ethnic groups to live together, in the end, the two sides would fight again because of some fuse. Just when Luoho was having a headache. I don't know when this little devil crocodile suddenly jumped over. Captain Luoho, I have a plan. Since neither side is willing to reconcile, why don't you just occupy all of Sky Island and make it our 7th Division's territory? The two tribes can fight each other as they please. The captain only needs to be responsible for controlling the overall situation. Luoho looked at Crocodile, who was young but spoke with a heroic tone. Only at this moment did he realize that this future Shishibukai sand crocodile, this unique big orange light, was actually cultivated from a young age. It is no wonder that Crocodile's subsequent Pluton plan would directly cover a desert country as large as Alabasta. You have a point. Chapter 49. This place doesn't belong to anyone, it's all under my control. Luoho patted Crocodile, who was still just a little kid, and praised his theory. What this kid said does make some sense. Although his strength is very strong. But it is extremely irrational to forcibly interfere with other people's racial hatred like this. Even though on the surface the two ethnic groups chose to coexist because they were afraid of his military power. But within these two ethnic groups, they would definitely curse him in secret. This kind of thankless task should never be done. It would be better to just follow the advice of that kid Crocodile and list all the Sky Islands as your own territory. As for the ethnic groups within their own territory, they can fight however they like. Anyway, the two sides have been fighting for hundreds of years. The few years he ruled are no different. Think of this. Luoho raised his hand directly to let the Shandayans and Gonfer get up first, and there was no need to continue kneeling down. You two heard it too. From today on, your Sky Island and the so-called God's territory Arpayatu are under my jurisdiction. These lands no longer belong to you two because of the fight. In other words, this place no longer belongs to anyone. As for how you two are going to fight next, that's your business. Luoho looked around at the Shandayans and Sky Islanders and announced. After Luoho finished speaking, Gonfer and the Shandayan leader's pupils suddenly shrank. The two men thought they could completely resolve the territorial dispute with the help of Luoho. But no one expected that Luoho would choose to directly occupy all the territories on both sides. In this case, wouldn't it be a futile effort for them to continue fighting? The Shandayan people could barely accept such news. After all, they didn't have much land to begin with. However, it was difficult for the soldiers and civilians on Sky Island to accept such a transfer. Isn't the reason why they want to drive out and kill all the Shandayans so forcefully just to fight for Arpayatu? Now not only will they lose Arpayatu, but the Angel Island where they have lived for generations will also be occupied by Luoho, the hateful Qinghai man. The thought of the land that my ancestors had fought for with bloody battles being occupied like this made me feel sad. A group of young people from Sky Island started to yell and curse with unfriendly looks on their faces. Isolated from the world, they have no idea of the gap between people. Sometimes, the gap is millions of times bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Thinking they had the advantage in numbers, they wanted to expel Kaido, Mihawk, and others from the country just like they had expelled the Shandayans. Damn Qinghai people! Who do you think you are? This is the territory that our ancestors fought bloody battles for, and you think you can occupy it all just because of your words. Don't think that we Sky Islanders are easy to bully. You may be strong, but our spears are not bad either. Brothers! Kill! Drive all these damn guys down there, into that damn sea. After cursing for a while, a guy who is good at taking advantage of people's dissatisfaction appeared among the people of Sky Island and began to guide the emotions of the people, raising a spear and preparing to launch an attack. This was a scene that could be described as seeking death. In Gonfer's eyes, it was such a horrifying scene that it almost made his heart stop. But he had no time to appease the people on his side. It is a commendable courage for a weak person to draw his sword against a stronger person. But it is not a wise move for ants to show their sharp fangs to elephants. Luoho slowly drew his sword. He didn't want to kill anyone, but these squid people were really greedy. Slash wave. After whispering the name of the sword move, Luoho slashed with his sword. In an instant, a white sword light swept out. The flying slash that could only be unleashed by a great swordsman lightly swept through hundreds of rioting Sky Island soldiers. In a flash, 500 or 600 Sky Island heads fell to the ground with blood splattering and flying. The sword in Luoho's hand was constantly dripping with blood, showing his bloody edge. Who else wants to make trouble now? If you have any opinions, don't hold them in, just speak up and tell me. After shaking off the blood on the sword in his hand, Luoho looked at the people around him with an indifferent tone. At this moment, the huge Sky Island area was crowded with countless people, but not a single sound was made. Everyone opened their mouths and took a few deep breaths of cold air. Some of the timid ones even collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. They simply cannot realize that there are such powerful human beings in this world. In an instant, hundreds of heads of their elite Sky Island soldiers were chopped off. Gonfer was shocked and fell to his knees again. Sir! We Sky Islanders are willing to accept mediation. From today on, Angel Island and Arpayatu will all be under your command. I just ask you to let my people go. Ganfuer pleaded with Luoho in a very hoarse voice. Luoho looked to the Shandian side. The leader of the Shandia people quickly expressed his opinion. We are also willing to accept. Compared to the Sky Islanders, who still have a large population base, there are not many of the Shandians left. If a strong man like Luoho were to express his opinions towards their people, then the Shandian people would be completely exterminated today. Well, that's good. I'm glad you guys know the situation. Luoho spoke calmly, and he did not feel any psychological burden at all because he had killed hundreds of squid men. Then, Lord Chief, can we Shandians move back to our hometown of Apajado today? The golden bell of our hometown hasn't rung for many years. The Shandian tribe leader looked at Luoho with a pleading look on his face. The reason why the Shandian people have been chasing and fighting with the Sky Island people for more than 400 years is to win back their land and ring the golden bell left by their ancestors again. But unfortunately, countless members of their tribe have struggled for hundreds of years but still have not succeeded. On the surface, Gonfar, the god of Sky Island this year, seems to be trying his best to promote harmonious coexistence between the people of the two races. But he knew very well that Gonfar would never give up such a large piece of land as Arpalyat. They just wanted to lure out the Shandia people under the pretext of harmonious coexistence. Perhaps, they will have a chance to coexist peacefully under Gonfar's leadership. But who can guarantee that the next god of Sky Island will not kill them all again after taking office? Crocodile tears have happened once before, and the Shandia people don't want to experience it again. The only way to take back your hometown is to rely on your own force. Or find a new, suitable backer to rely on. It is obvious that this time Luoho and others are the best chance for the Shandian people to return to their homeland and ring the golden bell. What you want to do is none of my business. But before you ring the golden bell, I hope you can find this place. Luoho took a storybook describing Sky Island from a female pirates, and then pointed to the Birka Island altar mentioned in the book. Chapter 50 Birka. Based on the information conveyed in the anime. It was in this place that Enel ate the Logia thunder fruit, killed his enemies, and destroyed Birka. The last place I came to was Angel Island, which is called God's. Birka, should it be the small island in the southeast? I remember there is indeed an altar there, which was built with the gold that those damn Sky Island people plundered from us. The leader of the Shandia people stared at the word Birka in the book, and after thinking carefully for a few seconds, he recalled the location of this area. The entire Sky Island area is a special climate zone formed by Angel Island, Arpa Illa and various Sky Islands of all sizes within a radius of hundreds of miles. Birka is no exception, it is just a very inconspicuous little Sky Island. There may not even be many Sky Islanders living on it. Under the specific guidance of the Shandian leader, Luoho immediately used the ability of the lion fruit in his body to control his body and fly rapidly to the southeast. As for Kaido and others, after controlling the situation, they began to stroll around the unique liquor and specialties on Sky Island. In order to improve their combat capabilities, many crew members directly purchased a large number of shellfish in the shops of Sky Island, such as impact shells, flame shells, and other items with extremely strong attack power. Of course, when it comes to the flame shell, many people will bring up the criticisms of the natural maramara fruit. Whether they are human or ghost, they can all set fires. Even after New World, you can hardly find anyone who doesn't play with fire. In short, dogs won't eat maramara fruit. On the other side, after flying at high speed in the air for about 7 or 8 minutes, a vague golden building similar to the style of a pyramid gradually appeared in Luoho's observation haki. If nothing goes wrong, this building should be the altar on Birka mentioned by the Shandian chieftain. The style of this altar is different from those New Age houses on Sky Island. It looks like a miniature pyramid. However, this pyramid altar is made entirely of gold. After being exposed to the air for many years, the gold has lost some of its original luster. But it gives it a simple and solemn feeling. The Sky Island pattern carved on the altar is also an extremely ancient pattern. After determining the target, Luo Ho quickly controlled his body, and after a few seconds, he stood on the soil of Birka. At this time, the people living on the Sky Island also looked at Luo Ho with curiosity. Several Sky Islanders who acted like security guards held their weapons tightly in their hands and were on the lookout for outsiders. At this moment, a baby crying was heard from inside the altar not far away, and finally the sound of a woman singing a soothing song gradually sounded. Luo Ho ignored the security guards standing outside and strode directly into the altar. What came into view was a Sky Island woman who was about 40 or 50 years old with wings growing on her back. She was holding a baby who looked less than a year old in her arms, and was currently caring for and comforting the baby carefully. Luo Ho took a closer look and recognized that the baby was Enel, the god who would destroy Birka in the future. Emma. Please stop protecting this damn freak. Look at his ears, they are not what a normal person should have. You're right. This baby with long ears was brought here by people from Qinghai. He's not from Sky Island at all. Burn him, burn him. Throw him into the flames of the altar and burn him. While the woman named Emma was humming a ballad carefully to calm the baby, the men nearby could no longer bear the scene. Enel's long ears and the fact that he didn't have the wings that were unique to Sky Islanders meant that the traditional people couldn't accept such a freak. Chief, Emma, please, he is just a baby, not a freak. I want to take care of him. I promise you, as soon as he comes of age, I will personally expel him from Birka. If I let go now, he will definitely die outside. After hearing the words from the chief of Birka Island and the surrounding people, who insisted that she abandon Enel or throw him directly into the fire of the altar and burn him to death, Emma's fragile maternal love was instantly torn into pieces. She wanted to beg the clan leader and others. Leave this child to me. Just as Emma was making her final effort, Luo Ho, who had appeared in front of the altar at some point, spoke. He is from Qinghai, so I will take him back to Qinghai. Luo Ho looked at Emma who was kneeling on the ground and said slowly. Although Enel is just a baby now, Luo Ho values his talent very much. With Enel's talent and the means to develop the power of his fruit, if such a person appeared in the later part of the plot, he would definitely be at the level of a general emperor. Who do you think you are? This guy is a freak, he must be thrown into the altar and burned to death. When will it be your turn as an outsider to interfere in the affairs of our Birka Island? Or do you also want to be thrown into the altar with this long-eared freak?